Chapter 210. Amidst the darkness, Zhao Qinxiu was astonished to see Wang Chong. After his and Su Hanshan's room, Wang Chong had actually built a second fortress on the mountain. Using the corpses of the wolves to fill up the room and using the wolf pack as a shield, Wang Chong's thoughts were as bold as a heavenly steed. After filling the metal cage with rocks, he had left Zhao Qinxiu in shock once more. However, what truly shocked Zhao Qinxiu was the manpower that Wang Chong had gathered. In just a few moments, nearly 20 Imperial Army guards and instructors had gathered around Wang Chong, as well as more than 30 students. So many people! Zhao Qinxiu was astonished. Furthermore, Zhao Qinxiu realized that the people gathered by Wang Chong weren't fighting on their own. There seemed to be some sort of pattern to their positions. This is a battle formation. Zhao Qinxiu recognized it immediately. This method allowed the 20 Imperial Army guards and instructors, as well as the 30 or so students, to form a cohesive whole. With everyone working together, they were able to unleash their greatest prowess while minimizing the threat and attacks they faced. Without a doubt, this formation allowed them to exert far more strength than the dozens of people here. The wolf corpses and Gogrian warrior corpses were the best proof of this. Wang Yin must have taught him this. A thought flashed across Zhao Qinxiu's mind. The Wang clan was a clan of ministers and generals, and Wang Chong's father was a famed general who guarded the borders. Given how knowledgeable Wang Chong was, it wasn't surprising for him to have such an ability. Wang Chong. Zhao Qinxiu walked over. The mountain wind howled. The youth in the darkness looked slightly pale, but he looked calm. Instructor. Hearing the voice, Wang Chong recovered from his daze. You're here. What business do you have with me? Zhao Qinxiu went straight to the point. Do you still have the strength to fight? Wang Chong said. Do you have a plan? Zhao Qinxiu immediately understood. Yes. Wang Chong nodded. Instructor, if I can think of a way to cover you down the mountain, I'll be able to help you. At close range, do you have a way to kill those Turkic archers? Are you kidding me? Sharpshooters are most afraid of close combat. Although their strength is not bad, they can't be compared to us, who are good at close combat. If we could really break through to their side, do you think that with our strength, we would still be in such a passive situation? Zhao Qinxiu frowned in displeasure. He had thought that Wang Chong had called him over for some kind of plan, but it turned out to be something like this. The current situation wasn't a matter of whether or not they could defeat those sharpshooters, but that no one could go down the mountain. When the sharpshooters had the advantage in numbers, the people here could only take a beating. Moreover, since the other party had come prepared, it was impossible for them not to guard against others descending the mountain. If anyone were to leave at this moment, they would surely be bombarded by the dozens of Turkic master archers and Gogrian condor archers. No one would be able to survive, and that included Zhao Qinxiu. Instructor, what if I tell you that I have a way to send you down the mountain safely? Wang Chong's long hair fluttered in the wind as he chuckled. If that's the case, I'll definitely be able to break through the blockade of those master archers. Zhao Qinxiu was taken aback for a moment before a cold, killing intent flashed across his eyes. The greatest problem with White Tiger Peak was the lack of cover, making it easy for one to be ambushed on the way down. But if one were to break through this barrier, the forest would be filled with trees, rocks, and vines. At this point, the master archers would be the ones who would be restricted, unable to bring out the full might of their bows. However, that's impossible. I'm just saying that. In fact, we won't even be able to break through their blockade down the mountain. Zhao Qinxiu shook his head as he recovered from his daze. Of course it won't work under normal circumstances, but look over there. Wang Chong chuckled. Then, he raised a finger and pointed in a certain direction. A cliff. Zhao Qinxiu was taken aback. The direction that Wang Chong was pointing at was a depression, and beyond that was a cliff. Jump down from the cliff. Was this some kind of joke? Would he still be able to survive if he were to jump down from there? At such a high distance, even if it was him, he would definitely die. I've observed it during the day, and the slope there is the most gentle. More importantly, there are Boston creepers there. Without beating around the bush, Wang Chong revealed the answer to the riddle. Zhao Qinxiu was taken aback for a moment before understanding Wang Chong's meaning. There was a huge difference between having Boston creepers and not having them on the cliff. Wang Chong had observed it during the day, and the cliff was shady. Due to the lack of sunlight, there were quite a few Boston creepers growing there. From top to bottom, they extended all the way down. Now that dozens of master archers had sealed off White Tiger Peak, these Boston creepers could be used as a shortcut to descend the mountain. Furthermore, it wouldn't attract too much attention. However, this isn't enough. Even if there are Boston creepers, once they notice us, we'll be doomed. Unlike flat ground, there's nowhere to hide on the cliff. Zhao Qinxiu said seriously as he began to consider the feasibility of Wang Chong's plan. Wang Chong chuckled. Without hiding anything, he revealed his plan. This plan is feasible. It's worth a try. After hearing Wang Chong's plan, even Zhao Qinxiu's eyebrows shot up in excitement. Wang Chong's plan might seem dangerous, but it was actually very familiar. From this, it could be seen that Wang Chong wasn't doing this on a whim. He had a comprehensive plan in mind. More importantly, this was the only solution they had at the moment. If they didn't deal with the dozens of master archers and Gogrian Condor archers, they wouldn't be able to turn the situation around. On this point, Zhao Qinxiu shared the same opinion as Wang Chong. If they wanted to turn the situation around, they had to deal with the dozens of master archers on the periphery. A blazing flame suddenly rose not too far away, followed by a second one. The two massive flames danced and twisted, casting the area where the flames couldn't reach into darkness. At the same time, the twisting flames also obstructed the vision of the master archers on both sides. Hong long long. At the same moment, the two flames rose. 3 to 4 massive black boulders fell from the cliff. Pu. Without any hesitation, a wave of wolf fang arrows fell from all directions, following which another wave of wolf fang arrows fell. Yet another wave of wolf fang arrows fell. The third wave, the fourth wave. After a few more waves, the master archers in the surroundings seemed to have noticed something. Unlike before, when every wave of arrows fell upon them, they were no longer like before. Instructor Zhao, it's about time. When you go down, curl up your limbs and descend for a period of time before using the boulders on the cliff to slow down the speed of your descent. After you descend, I'll continue to release a few more waves. As long as we make good use of them, we'll be able to reach the bottom of the mountain. Also, there are a few startled warhorses at the foot of the mountain. When you reach the bottom, you just have to pick one and chase the rest away. This will help you reach the position of the Turkic archers in the shortest time possible. The warhorses were discovered by the other students on White Tiger Peak, and this became an important part of Wang Chong's plan. The ivy on the cliff and the startled warhorses at the foot of the mountain. As long as Zhao Qinxiu made good use of them, he would be able to turn the situation around. I understand. Zhao Qinxiu nodded. Under the cover of the two blazing flames, while Wang Chong and the others were tossing out the wolf corpses, he slipped into the crowd and disappeared without a trace. Instructor Zhao, take care. Whether we can turn the situation around or not will depend on you. Gazing in the direction where Zhao Qinxiu disappeared, Wang Chong quickly turned around. However, this wasn't the time to worry about Zhao Qinxiu. There were already many people gathered at the center of the palaces. With so many people, they would be a huge target. If a volley of arrows were to fall on them, they would suffer heavy losses. Wang Chong knew that on this mountain, no matter where, it was impossible to gather too many people. Now, the second one. Wang Chong drew his sword and pointed it toward the second strategic point on White Tiger Peak. Everyone who saw the second strategic point that Wang Chong spoke of was astonished. That was because Wang Chong was referring to the massive white tiger statue at the top of the mountain. To Wang Chong, the area beneath the white tiger statue was empty. This was a natural place for him to hide from the arrows of the master archers. If a large number of wolf corpses were to be placed around the area, it would become the third natural fortress. More importantly, it would occupy the high ground. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Chong led his men to successfully occupy the second strategic point. With the experience from the first time, the group moved even faster this time. In just a few breaths, they had already completed half of the defense, and, a moment later, the second fortress was completed. By this time, more than 30 Imperial Army guards and instructors had gathered around Wang Chong. This was already a formidable force. As long as the Imperial Army of the Tang Dynasty were to gather together, as long as there was a safe haven, everything would snowball. There was no need for Wang Chong to worry about anything else. After pointing out the location of the third strategic point to them, Wang Chong sat down cross-legged. It's my turn to make a move now. Wang Chong's mind was in turmoil. After searching through the entire White Tiger Peak, he was certain that Wei Hao and the others weren't on this mountain. Wei Hao, I hope that you can hold on. With such thoughts in mind, Wang Chong quickly took out 2 pills that the Holy Emperor had bestowed upon him in the Imperial prison. Initially, Wang Chong had planned to use these pills after he had completed 1 cycle of the 6-arm skill and familiarized himself with it. However, he couldn't wait for that time to come. With a gulp, Wang Chong swallowed the 2 pills. For a moment, hot air filled the air, and a huge wave of medicinal energy exploded from within Wang Chong's body. Wang Chong's face was flushed red, and his body was steaming hot. Soon, a white mist rose from his body. The medicinal energy from the Imperial Palace's hidden pills washed through Wang Chong's body like a tidal wave. Without any hesitation, Wang Chong guided the huge wave of primal qi into the meridians and acupoints in his arms. Bang, bang, bang. With the support of the powerful external force of the pills, the sealed meridians and acupoints in Wang Chong's body opened up. The advancement of the 6-arm skill in a short period of time was equivalent to several months of hard work for Wang Chong. What a concentrated pill, as expected of the imperial pill of the Imperial Palace. A thought flashed across Wang Chong's mind. Without any hesitation, he drove the primal qi in his body to fuse with the medicinal energy and rushed it toward the meridians and acupoints. Boom! After an unknown period of time, Wang Chong's body suddenly jolted. The final acupoint of the 6-arm skill opened up. At the same time, a burst of cheers sounded. The Imperial Army guards and instructors that Wang Chong had gathered had successfully occupied the third strategic point. Chapter 211. Clang. Beneath the massive white tiger statue, Wang Chong abruptly unsheathed his sword and executed the single-character consecutive slash. Shua. With a flash of sword light, Wang Chong's 2 arms multiplied into 4 into 6, and in an instant he seemed to have 6 arms. Iolo! With a series of screams, the 6 Turk wolves around Wang Chong immediately fell to the ground. Shwa shwa shwa. Wang Chong's feet moved continuously in the midst of the wolf pack, executing the single-character consecutive slash to its limit. Pack after pack of giant wolves fell down one after another. Every time Wang Chong raised his Wuzi steel sword, 6 wolves would be slain. In a few short moments, rivers of blood flowed around Wang Chong, and the corpses of the wolves filled the area. The originally crowded mountaintop suddenly became empty. In terms of efficiency in slaughtering these wolves, Wang Chong was even more formidable than Zhao Jingdian, Zhuang Zhengping, and the others combined. This was the efficiency of the hexad arms technique and single-character consecutive slash. Xiao. While Wang Chong was massacring the wolves, Xiao, a sharp whistle came from the night sky. In the darkness, a thick wolf fang arrow spun rapidly, piercing through the air and shooting toward Wang Chong. Careful! An anxious voice came from a distance. It was Chun Burang's. In the blink of an eye, Wang Chong abruptly turned his head around and saw Chun Burang poking his head out of the room in the distance. But a wolf fang arrow fell from the sky as fast as a bolt of lightning. Clang! 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 With no time to think, Wang Chong's Wuzi steel sword split into 6 and slashed at the wolf fang arrow. Boom! He didn't feel it when he was watching from inside the house, but when the swords and arrows clashed, Wang Chong truly felt the power of those sharpshooters. When the Wuzi steel sword struck the wolf fang arrow, Wang Chong felt as if he had struck an iron mountain. His hands were numb, and his throat was filled with sweetness. The woozy steel sword did not manage to break the wolf fang arrow. Instead, the huge force sent Wang Chong flying. Boom! Wang Chong slid on the ground for more than 100 feet before he rolled and bounced back. He suddenly slid into a cave that was about 40 to 50 feet deep at the top of a mountain, barely avoiding a calamity. That was close. Wang Chong slid into it, his chest rising and falling rapidly. This was the first time he had fought against those sharpshooters. Wang Chong was well aware that the reason he hadn't been able to break the arrow was not because the arrow was tough, but because the origin energy contained in the arrow far surpassed his own. An archer's cultivation was concentrated in each arrow, causing the origin energy contained in their arrows to far surpass the norm. It was simply not something that he could break with a single arrow. Swish! At almost the same moment that Wang Chong slid into the cave, a rain of arrows shot out from Chun Burang's room, heading in the direction for which the first arrow had come. At this crucial moment, Zhou Huang had finally struck. The area in the distance suddenly grew much quieter. There was no evidence, only intuition. Wang Chong sensed that yet another Turkic master archer had disappeared from the darkness. Swish, swish, swish. However, not too long after Zhou Huang made his move, countless arrows suddenly rained down from the sky, covering the area where Chun Burang and Zhou Huang were standing. This is a good chance. Wang Chong made use of Zhou Huang and Chun Burang's distraction to leap out of the cave. As he leaped out, Wang Chong flicked his sword toward the ground, and a few wooden planks flew into the air. Pung! An arrow suddenly flew over, shattering the wooden planks that Wang Chong had flicked in the air. On the other hand, Wang Chong made use of this strike to roll into a dark palace. The palace was densely packed with layers upon layers of wolf corpses. I'm safe. Kneeling on the floor, Wang Chong gazed outside and heaved a long sigh of relief. Even though he had made many preparations, White Tiger Peak was still in danger. I hope that Zhao Qianxiu and Zhou Huang can work together to neutralize the threat of the sharpshooters. Wang Chong stared at the door as his heart pounded furiously. Zhao Qianxiu's greatest advantage at the moment was that no one had noticed him yet. As long as he hid beneath the belly of his steed, he would only be able to travel several li. Those sharpshooters would be killed one by one. Zhao Qianxiu was the instructor in charge of imparting the art of commanding. Even though he hadn't revealed his true strength all this while, Wang Chong believed that as long as he was given a chance, he would definitely be able to overcome this situation. The entire hall was silent, and the commotion outside made the interior of the hall even more tranquil. Just as Wang Chong was contemplating the situation, a bizarre feeling suddenly welled up in his heart. Inexplicably, Wang Chong felt that the surroundings had become even quieter than before. For an instant, Wang Chong even felt that the sounds of battle, howls, and the crackling of flames had disappeared from his ears. Time seemed to have come to a halt at this moment, and the world fell silent. This is... Taken aback, Wang Chong slowly frowned. Instinctively, Wang Chong felt that the surroundings were a little unnatural. But the truly bizarre thing was yet to come. Initially, the hall was shrouded in darkness, and one couldn't even see their outstretched fingers. But in that instant, Wang Chong suddenly felt a green light rising from the depths of the hall. This kind of light shouldn't appear here. On the entire White Tiger Peak, there were blazing flames, flashes of lightning from swords, and the blood of dying wolves. But there shouldn't be any green light here. A thought flashed across Wang Chong's mind, and he immediately lowered his head. In that instant, Wang Chong finally noticed the source of the green light. It was right beneath Wang Chong's feet. A massive green arc of light had appeared beneath his feet. The arc of light appeared from one end of the wall, and after passing through Wang Chong, it disappeared into the other end of the wall. Taking a closer look, Wang Chong could see innumerable interweaving brambles within the arc of light. Amidst the brambles, there were images of swords and sabers, and they were evenly distributed among the brambles. Halo of thorns. A thought flashed across Wang Chong's mind, and he suddenly realized what this green light was. Halo, This was the halo of a true martial realm cultivator. On his left, separated by a wall, there was a true martial realm cultivator walking towards him. The two of them were only separated by a single wall. In that instant, Wang Chong suddenly felt a great sense of danger. The surging aura of death caused Wang Chong's scalp to go numb and his hair to flutter in the air. Bang! In a split second, Wang Chong pressed his left palm on the ground, and with his head down and legs up, he became one with his sword and suddenly shot out, away from the direction of the halo of thorns. In the blink of an eye, just as Wang Chong shot out, boom! The wall to the left of the spot where Wang Chong was kneeling on previously exploded, and the halo of thorns on the ground abruptly materialized. With a loud howl, it shot toward Wang Chong, who was in midair. Chi, the halo vibrated, and the air was torn apart, as though it had been sliced by thousands of swords. The vibrating halo and the air emanated a powerful force, and it brushed past Wang Chong by a hair's breadth. If Wang Chong's reaction had been the slightest bit slower, he would have been struck by the vibrating halo and the sharp gust of air. "Lad, your reaction sure is fast." A coarse and wild voice suddenly sounded from outside the hall. This voice wasn't in the language of the Central Plains that Wang Chong was familiar with, but the voice of a Gogrian warrior. Boom! Before he could finish his words, 3 slender sabers shot out from behind the wall like pythons. The sabers spun, and with a momentum that could split the heavens and split the earth, they chased after Wang Chong and slashed at him in midair. In that instant, Wang Chong only had the time to raise his woozy steel sword before he was struck by the 3 Gogrian sabers. What incredible strength! In that instant, a mist of blood burst out from Wang Chong's arm. The strength that the Gogrian warrior exerted was reminiscent of a ferocious beast, causing the blood vessels in his arm to rupture. Boom! The wall shattered, and Wang Chong and his sword flew out from the shattered wall like a kite with its string cut, crashing into the alley behind him. "Gongzi!" A shout sounded, and Zhao Jingyan's figure appeared from behind the collapsed wall. Beside him were more than a dozen Imperial Army guards and instructors of White Tiger Peak. This was the second fortress built by Wang Chong. When Wang Chong flew out, the Gogrian warrior finally appeared in the main hall. His muscular body, disheveled hair, and the 2 weapons in his hands were his most distinctive traits. But what left one with the deepest impression was his pair of dark and vicious eyes. As if a wolf, they were filled with ambition and fighting spirit. The Gogurians were a race that excelled in both farming and fighting. Their lack of resources made it imperative for them to be skilled in farming. And at the same time, their lack of resources also gave them the instincts of a wolf, making them prone to plundering. Only by constantly expanding and plundering could they obtain abundant resources to satisfy themselves. The unique traits of the Gogurians were on full display, and this included the Gogrian expert before him. What kind of weapon is that? To think that it would be so formidable. In the main hall, the Gogrian warrior wasn't in a hurry to attack. He held a saber in each of his hands and a 3rd saber by his right side. There weren't many people in the Central Plains who could fight in such a manner. But at this moment, his 3 weapons had been severed neatly at the tip of his saber. They were severed by Wang Chong's woozy steel sword during the previous slash. Oomph. The Gogrian warrior tossed the 3 severed weapons to the ground. He pulled with both hands, and in the blink of an eye, he actually pulled out 3 long sabers from the sheaths hanging on his waist. To be able to wield 6 sabers at once, only the Gogurians were capable of such a combat style. Many experts of the Central Plains couldn't get used to fighting with the Gogurians at all. Ignore that, lad. Destroy the walls here, kill the Tang Dynasty Imperial Army guards, and kill that master archer. All obstacles must be cleared. More importantly, none of the students in this training camp can be spared. The Gogrian warrior ordered in Gogrian. Boom! A green halo of thorns lit up, and the air within a radius of several dozen zhang around the Gogrian warrior became incomparably dangerous. At the same time, the Gogrian warrior raised the 3 sabers in his hands, and in an instant, they morphed into a storm of sword chi that charged toward the group behind the wall. Behind him, more than a dozen Gogrian warriors leaped out. Their eyes were filled with savagery, and they held 2 to 3 weapons in their hands. Kill! With a furious roar, the dozen Gogrian warriors followed behind the Gogrian expert, charging toward the crowd behind the wall like a tidal wave. At the same time, behind the wall, the faces of the Imperial Army guards and instructors of the training camp turned cold, and they drew their weapons. Chapter 2:12. Hong Long. Like a volcano that had been suppressed to its limits, the dozen or so Gogrian elites clashed fiercely with the Imperial Army guards and instructors behind the walls. Sabers and swords clashed, and in that instant, sparks burst forth, lighting up the darkness. Hong Long. The green halo of thorns tore the walls of the palace apart as if they were made of paper. The dozen or so Gogrian warriors wielding more than 30 Gogrian swords created a storm of sword chi, suppressing the Imperial Army guards and instructors behind the walls in an instant. Howl! Wolf howl sounded. Behind the forceful opening by the Gogrian warriors, a group of ferocious Turks charged forward. Working together with the Gogrian elites, they charged toward the group behind the palace. Panic cries sounded from behind the walls. Get into formation, ignore those Gogrian warriors, and kill those wolves first. Don't let them get close to the Imperial Army guards and instructors. In the blink of an eye, a voice echoed across the night sky, calling everyone back to their senses. Wang Chong was sitting on the floor with a hand clutching his chest. Fresh blood trickled down from the corner of his lips. That Gogrian warrior was simply too powerful. If not for his swift reaction, he would have long lost his life. But even so, Wang Chong's injuries weren't light. He felt as if his limbs were on the verge of shattering. But before he could even sit down to meditate, an intense sense of danger loomed over Wang Chong. The aura of death that followed him like a shadow left his scalp on the verge of exploding. There was no lack of experts among the Gogurians. In just a short period of time, they were able to determine the crux of the problem from the situation on the mountain and swiftly change their strategy. On White Tiger Peak, Wang Chong had occupied 3 bases. Of the 3 bases, the most important one, as well as the only one capable of protecting Chun Burang and Zhou Huang, was the fortress that Wang Chong had opened up. If this fortress were to be destroyed, Zhou Huang and Chun Burang would no longer have anything to protect them from the Gogrian warriors. If that were to happen, their deaths would be certain. Without a master archer like Zhou Huang, there was nothing in the entire White Tiger Peak that could threaten the master archers of the Turkic Khaganate. At that time, no matter how many people there were on White Tiger Peak, they would only be sitting ducks. If the other party was really able to do that, White Tiger Peak would completely collapse, and Wang Chong's previous efforts would all go to waste. Clang! A cold light streaked across the darkness like a waterfall, falling towards the pack of wolves. Whoosh! With a flash of the saber light, the 6 giant wolves were split into 2, their heads and tails falling to the ground. Wang Chong flashed again, executing the single-character consecutive slash to its limits. His feet did not touch the ground as he moved around the wolf pack. In the blink of an eye, pack after pack of giant wolves was killed. Kill! At the same time, the other trainees also reacted. Following their designated positions, they formed a simple battle formation and began slaughtering the wolves in the surroundings. With the support of these trainees, the group was barely able to withstand the assault of the Gogurians. Brat, you're courting death. Noticing the changes in the surroundings, a Gogrian saber pierced through the darkness and slashed at Wang Chong. The might of the saber was enough to topple mountains and overturn seas. If struck, Wang Chong would be severely injured even if he didn't die. Single-character consecutive slash. Wang Chong did not wait for the other side's saber to land, but he had already flipped over and retreated. You sure are fast. In the darkness, the Gogrian warriors drew their sabers and clashed with the Imperial Army guards and instructors behind the wall. Those fellows are too strong. At the back of the alley, Wang Chong was kneeling on the ground. His breathing hastened as he stared ahead unblinkingly. How's Instructor Sue? Kneeling on the ground, Wang Chong asked without turning his head back. They can't come over. The Gogurians are attacking them at the same time. Even though they don't have as many people as here, the number of wolves is much greater. A student from the training camp asked. His name was Su Chi. He wasn't a scion of a prestigious clan, but he was extremely opinionated and courageous. After White Tiger Peak fell into chaos, he was one of the few who volunteered to help the others. When Wang Chong led his men to the second strategic location beneath the White Tiger statue, he left the students here to him. Back then, it was agreed that if anything were to happen, he was to seek reinforcements from other locations. The three sides faced off against one another. Wang Chong had intended to transfer manpower from other locations, but from the looks of it, that wasn't an option at all. Since the second strategic location was under attack, there was no doubt that the third location was under attack as well. The other party had thought things through thoroughly, not giving him a chance at all. Pung! Just as Wang Chong was contemplating over the matter, a sudden change occurred. Pung! An Imperial Army guard drenched in blood suddenly flew high into the air. While he was still in the air, a Gogrian saber was hurled toward him. The saber pierced through his left chest and exited through his back, piercing through his heart and pinning him to the wall behind him. In an instant, everyone's face warped in shock. These Gogrian warriors were far stronger than the others. It hadn't been long since the start of the melee, but an Imperial Army guard had already been killed. There weren't many Imperial Army guards and instructors here in the first place, and now that one of them had died, the situation immediately turned dire. A strong sense of danger immediately rose in everyone's heart. Su Chi, listen to me. Wang Chong suddenly called Su Chi over and whispered into his ears. Wang Chong, are you sure that you want to do this? Hearing Wang Chong's words, Su Chi gasped in shock. His face paled significantly. There's no other way. We won't be able to hold them for long. We don't have any other choice. This is the only way. Otherwise, when the Gogurians arrive to reinforce us, we won't stand a chance anymore. Wang Chong said. In the end, Su Chi didn't say anything. Instead, he led his men away. The mountain winds howled, and in the darkness, saber glints and sparks flew everywhere. There was more than one halo of thorns lit up among the Gogrian warriors. Even though there were some among the Imperial Army guards and instructors, the intensity of the halo of thorns couldn't be compared to the Gogrian warriors. At this point in the battle, not a single one of the Imperial Army guards and instructors around Wang Chong was unharmed. We won't be able to hold on for much longer. In at most 15 minutes, this fortress will collapse. We have to find a way to resolve this situation as soon as possible. Even though his cultivation was gone, Wang Chong's eye of discernment was still there. Wang Chong knew that if he didn't do anything soon, everyone here would die. His gaze swiftly swept across the battlefield, and soon, Wang Chong's eyes fell on the leader of the Gogrian warriors who had assaulted him previously. In the darkness of the night, the halo of thorns around him was extremely eye-catching. 3 pitch-black Gogrian warriors darted about unpredictably, and under the augmentation of the halo, he looked like a human-shaped storm. Just him alone was enough to suppress the 3 Imperial Army instructors and guards. Of the entire battlefield, he possessed the greatest destructive power. Gao Feng, lead a team and attack his left shoulder and ribs according to the formation. Wang Chong suddenly raised a finger and pointed at the Gogrian warrior on the battlefield. Understood. A resounding command sounded from behind. Nie Yin, lead a team and attack his right flank according to the formation. Aim for his crotch and legs. Wang Chong continued. Understood. A 17-year-old young man with a determined gaze replied with tacit understanding. Everyone listen to my command. Wang Chong raised his hand and stared fixedly at the other side. 3 Saber Stream was one of the strongest saber martial arts of the Gogurians. Together with another secret art, Duo Saber Stream, it was known as the 2 great martial arts of the Gogrian Empire. It was the most widely practiced secret art among the Gogrian warriors. Most people would be more proficient in using their right hand than their left. However, those who practiced Duo Saber Stream and 3 Saber Stream would have their left and right hands equally powerful. As such, they would often feel as though they were fighting against 2 or even 3 people simultaneously. As such, regardless of whether it was the Duo Saber Stream or three-saber stream, they were extremely powerful. However, even though these secret arts were powerful, they weren't flawless. Wang Chong stared fixedly at the other side, not moving in the slightest. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Time ticked by, but Wang Chong still didn't give the order. Finally, just when the 3 Imperial Army guards and instructors were about to reach their limits, the leader of the Gogrian warriors began to wield his saber and charge forward. At that moment, Wang Chong finally gave the order. Do it! Wang Chong's right hand swung down viciously. Boom! Without any hesitation, Gao Feng and the other recruits led by Nie Yin leaped forward, and as though eagles hunting down rabbits, they struck the leader of the Gogrian warriors. Hong Long. The face of the Gogrian warrior warped in horror. In a flash of light, the green halo of thorns abruptly morphed into a green tornado and shot forward, blocking the attacks of the Gogrian warriors. Gao Feng, Nie Yin, and the others' weapons struck the green halo of thorns, but the only sound they produced was a metallic clash. It was as though the halo of thorns was a layer of resilient steel. Halo of blades, one of the halos of the true martial realm. It was also one of the most mysterious powers in the Central Plains. Those who possessed the halo of blades would have their origin energy burst forth, granting them the incomparably sharp properties of swords. Clang, clang, clang. The weapons in the hands of the Gogrian warriors only lasted for a moment before they were sliced into two by the halo of thorns. In an instant, the faces of the group paled. Go to hell! A tyrannical voice in Gogrian echoed in the air. Now's the time. Just as the leader of the Gogrian warriors was about to launch a counterattack, Wang Chong, who was kneeling on the ground, leaped forward with a cold expression. Single character consecutive slash. In an instant, Wang Chong appeared before the leader of the Gogrian warriors. Making use of the moment when he was distracted, Wang Chong's Wuzi steel sword swiftly pierced toward the gap between the 3 sabers of the Gogrian warrior. Chi! A crimson gleam flashed, and the sword pierced deep into the body of the leader of the Gogrian warriors. Then, with a vicious tug, how is this possible? Chapter 213. Piercing Pain. An intense piercing pain. The ferocious and savage Gogrian warrior leader could hardly believe that he would be struck by Wang Chong's spear. Their targets this time were the Imperial Army guards and instructors of the training camps of the Tang dynasty. He didn't think much of a weak warrior like Wang Chong. More importantly, the 3-stream saber was incomparably domineering. When executed, it felt like a raging storm. He had clearly intercepted the other party, so why did Wang Chong still manage to succeed? Pung! A heavy palm struck Wang Chong's chest, and, as though a broken kite, Wang Chong was smashed into the wall behind him. The immense force of the palm smashed his entire body into the wall. At the same time, voila, the chest of the leader of the Gogrian warriors split open, and a huge gash of blood mixed with his innards flowed down from the wound. Wang Chong's hexad arms technique might seem like a single slash, but it was actually 6 swift slashes. These 6 slashes had already sliced the leader's innards into several pieces and severed his vitality. The 3 Imperial Army guards and instructors attacked him from the front, while Gao Feng and Yin led the crowd to divert his attention. Under such circumstances, if they were still unable to kill him, then it would be impossible for Wang Chong to do so. Pooh! The corpse of the leader of the Gogrian warriors fell to the ground. At the same time, Wang Chong spurted a huge mouthful of blood and fell from the wall. The difference in strength between the two parties was simply too great. Even though Wang Chong was prepared for it, he still managed to injure his innards. If not for the fact that Wang Chong had cultivated the dragon bone art, making his bones, muscles, and tendons far more compact and resilient than an ordinary person, he might even have been jolted to death by the other party's final blow. That fellow is too strong. If I hadn't crossed blows with the experts of Goguryeo before and learned of the flaws in his 3-saber stream, I might not have been able to kill him. Wang Chong took out a healing pill from his bosom and swallowed it without thinking. At this moment, a cold and emotionless voice rang in Wang Chong's ears. Congratulations, host, for activating the bane of the battlefield halo. The sound only lasted for a split second. It was so fast that it seemed like an illusion. Wang Chong was stunned. What's going on? That was the voice of the Stone of Destiny. He had heard it many times, so there was no mistaking it. Could it be that he had just done something that triggered something in the Stone of Destiny? Buzz! Just as this thought emerged in Wang Chong's mind, the scenery before him warped, and the scene where Wang Chong killed the Gogrian warrior replayed itself. Finally, it stopped at the moment when the Gogrian warrior fell. At the same time, the familiar voice of the Stone of Destiny sounded in Wang Chong's ears. Host has killed a warrior of the Goguryeo Empire, and the total amount of destiny energy obtained has exceeded 100. The conditions for activating the bane of the battlefield halo have been met. Wang. Without any warning, with Wang Chong at the center, a powerful gale suddenly blew, and a formless energy gathered from all directions. Along with the energy gushing out from Wang Chong's head, it flowed into Wang Chong's body. Along with this surge of power, there was also an obscure message. All of this energy flowed through his limbs and finally into Wang Chong's dantian, forming a scorching, ring-shaped energy sphere. Gogrian warrior? The person I killed was a regular soldier of the Goguryeo Empire? Feeling the changes in his body, Wang Chong was stunned. But what shocked Wang Chong the most was the final sentence. Halo. This was the greatest secret of this world. It was also the greatest difference between the Tang dynasty in Wang Chong's memory. In this world, as long as one's cultivation reached true martial realm, there is a certain chance that one could gather the energy in one's body and form a powerful halo around one's body. The lowest level was the true martial realm's thorns halo. All of the halos were circles of cyan thorns with thorns growing out of them. The halo that the Gogrian warrior Wang Chong killed possessed was the typical green halo of thorns of true martial realm. The same halo of thorns could have different attributes depending on the martial arts one practiced. For example, the halo of strength, the halo of charge, the halo of speed, and the halo of black iron. These were all the most basic halos. The halo of strength could allow a true martial realm martial artist to greatly increase their strength. The halo of charge could allow a martial artist to suddenly soar to an astonishing level within a short period of time, even though it could not be sustained. The halo of speed was usually combined with a warhorse. With this halo, regardless of whether it was a warhorse or a person, they could all reach an unimaginable level. They could truly move as fast as lightning, leaving ordinary warhorses in the dust. As for the halo of black iron, it was a basic defensive halo. With this halo, regardless of whether it was the armor or the physical body, they could all be strengthened to a certain level. Even if they were to be slashed by ordinary swords, they would not be injured at all. Furthermore, these halos were mostly used in the military and on the battlefield. If one's cultivation were to improve and reach the higher profound martial realm, these basic halos would evolve into the stronger halo of thorns. The properties of the halos would also be strengthened further, such as the halo of earth, halo of storm, halo of barrier, halo of strength, and so on. Further up, there were even more powerful halos. One could even rely on the power contained in the halo to communicate with the heaven and earth, erupting with strength comparable to that of gods. And the strongest god martial realm halo was said to be able to destroy the heavens and earth, challenging the gods of heaven and earth. In his previous life, the highest Wang Chong could reach was the pinnacle of the Saint Martial Realm, and he wasn't able to reach the legendary God Martial Realm. But this kind of strength truly existed. No one knew the secret of the halos. What Wang Chong knew was that when he descended into this world in his previous life, martial halos already existed in this world. Furthermore, the power of this halo had been passed down for a long time, as though it appeared at the same time as the birth of this world. In this world, halos represented strength. The strongest strength was the strongest halo, and the two were one. However, these powerful halos couldn't be touched before the true martial realm. Wang Chung had never heard of an Essence Chi realm martial artist possessing a martial halo. Bane of the battlefield halo? I actually possess a true martial realm halo at the Essence Chi realm. Wang Chung was long stunned by the changes in his body. He read the information that appeared out of nowhere in his mind and confirmed one thing. That was that the newly born energy in his body was indeed a brand new halo. Bane of the battlefield. This was a brand new halo. In Wang Chung's long career of war, this was the first time he encountered this kind of martial halo. And from the information in his mind, Wang Chung also understood the effects of this halo. Bane of the battlefield. Regardless of the halo effect on the enemy soldier. The degree of weakening is determined according to the level and strength of the bane of the battlefield halo. If the enemy does not have a halo, it will be weakened by one realm according to the enemy's realm. This halo only has an effect on soldiers and is ineffective on generals. Current halo, level 0. Battlefield halo. The moment Wang Chung received this information from the Stone of Destiny, he understood the properties of this halo. Without a doubt, this was a halo that was only suitable for the battlefield. Furthermore, the halo's level was not high. Therefore, it was ineffective against enemy generals and could only be used on ordinary soldiers or elite soldiers. Without a doubt, the Gogrian leader whom Wang Chung killed was an elite soldier of the Gogrian army. It was precisely because he killed this elite soldier that Wang Chung activated the bane of the battlefield halo in his body. To think that the Stone of Destiny would have such an effect. After activating the Stone of Destiny for so long, this was the greatest surprise that Wang Chung had received in the past few months. A halo represented strength. As long as one possessed a halo, one would possess strength regardless of one's cultivation realm. Let me try out the effects of this bane of the battlefield halo. With a thought, Wang Chung activated the bane of the battlefield halo in his body. Wang. No one on the mountain felt anything, but Wang Chung could clearly see a ring of invisible ripples spreading from his feet into the surroundings, enveloping a radius of 100 jong. Even Wang Chung was astonished by such a large area of effect. Most primary halos only had an area of effect of 3 to 4 jong, but his bane of the battlefield halo was only at level 0. Yet, it had already reached such a large area of effect. If it were to reach the pinnacle, wouldn't it reach an unbelievable level? In that instant, Wang Chung suddenly understood the meaning of the word bane of the battlefield. If this bane of the battlefield halo is really as I imagine it to be, then it's truly inconceivably powerful. Wang Chung couldn't help but feel excited. However, something even more astonishing happened. After Wang Chung released the bane of the battlefield halo, the green halo of thorns didn't appear beneath his feet, and nothing else happened either. But with Wang Chung at the center, the invisible ripples spread throughout the area of 100 jong around White Tiger Peak, and something unexpected happened to the Gogurians. A faint white ripple suddenly appeared beneath the feet of some of the Gogurians. Even though not every single one of them had a halo of thorns beneath their feet, the strongest Gogurians all had it. As for those Gogurians who hadn't formed a true martial realm halo, a halo appeared beneath their feet as well. Furthermore, at the same moment when the white ripple appeared, their strength underwent a massive transformation. Seeing the halos beneath the feet of the Gogurians, Wang Chung immediately understood their identities. They were soldiers of the Gogurian Empire. As for the others, they were probably wandering experts that the Gogurians had transferred over at the last moment. Inconceivable. In that instant, Wang Chung widened his eyes. All halos were meant to be used on oneself, be it the halo of charge, halo of strength, or the higher tier halo of earth and halo of barrier. All halos would appear beneath the feet of the fighter who had cultivated it. In his 2 reincarnations, this was the first time Wang Chung had seen a halo that worked under the feet of his opponent. Unlike the halo of self-interest that he knew of, this halo was meant to suppress the enemy. If it had to be named, it would undoubtedly be a type of harming halo or restraining halo. Chapter 214. What's going on? Why did my strength suddenly decrease? Why did my origin energy suddenly become so sluggish? At the same time, as soon as Wang Chong activated the bane of the battlefield halo, the ferocious Gogrian warriors within 100 zhang immediately sensed it. Some of the true martial realm Gogrian experts with halos immediately felt the halo of thorns beneath their feet weakening significantly. On the other hand, the Gogrian warriors without halos experienced an even greater change. Even though there wasn't any change, they suddenly felt as though they were being restrained by an invisible force, and the flow of origin energy in their bodies slowed significantly. It was as though a raging river had suddenly turned into a viscous mud. It was extremely uncomfortable. In a battle between experts, every second counts, needless to say, on such an intense battlefield. In an instant, the Gogrian warriors who had been suppressing the Gogurians with their ferocious attacks suddenly fell into chaos. Under the effects of the bane of the battlefield halo, the Gogurians began to panic. Everyone, including Wang Chong, noticed the abnormality occurring among the Gogurians. This is great. At this moment, the happiest person was none other than Wang Chong. The effects of the bane of the battlefield halo were far more formidable than he had expected. More importantly, no one knew that he was the culprit behind it. Kill! Roaring furiously, Wang Chong executed the single-character consecutive slash and became one with his sword. He was the first to leap forward. Even though the others within 100 zhang around him had no idea what was going on, they knew that this was the best situation for them. Kill! Kill them all. Don't let them escape. Roused, the crowd gathered their remaining strength and launched a counterattack against the Gogrian warriors. At this moment, the fearsome Gogrian warriors seemed to have turned into a different person. The inexplicable weakening of their fighting prowess brought about a chain reaction. One after another, the Gogrian warriors fell under the assault of the Gogrian warriors. What's going on? Why is my origin energy suddenly going out of control? What did the imperial army of the Tang dynasty pull off? Send a signal. Have the master archers of the Turks shoot their arrows and kill them. Shocked and infuriated, the Gogrian warriors cursed furiously in Gogrian. In a blink of an eye, a roar that sounded like a dragon or a tiger suddenly rang out from the mountains in the distance. The roar revealed a monstrous rage, as well as venting one's desire. It's Zhao Qinxiu. Wang Chong was overjoyed. It's Instructor Zhao. Everyone do your best. Instructor Zhao has succeeded, Wang Chong said energetically. While saying those words, he slashed down 2 Turkic wolves with a wave of his hand. After which, he leaped forward with his sword and slashed at a panicking Gogrian warrior. The bane of the battlefield was only effective against the enemies of the Gogurians. Thus, Wang Chong chose to target the Gogurians within the White Ripples. Come here. All of you gather here. Stop them, or else no one will be able to leave. A Gogrian warrior who seemed to be the temporary leader shouted anxiously behind him. Soon, with someone taking the lead, the Gogrian warriors managed to stabilize their footing and fend off the attacks. But in the next moment, a devastating blow came from behind a collapsed wall. Xiao xiao xiao. The shrill whistling of the air could pierce one's eardrums. In the darkness, dozens of Turk wolf fang arrows gleaming with a cold gleam shot out from the gap in the collapsed wall. But this time, the wolf fang arrows weren't aimed at the Great Tang army, but the Gogurians who were engaged in a fierce battle. Pu. 7 or 8 Gogurians were struck in the heart, and they fell to the ground like wooden pillars. Most of them were struck in the chest or shoulder by the wolf fang arrows, and the immense force of the arrows even pierced through their bodies, sending them flying 7 to 8 zhang away. At this crucial moment, Su Qi had finally led his men to clear out the wolf corpses in the palace on the other side of the alley. This palace was meant to fend off the attacks of the master archers of the Turks. It was precisely because of the existence of this palace filled with wolf corpses that everyone was able to fight in the alleyway unscathed. However, the palace also prevented Zhou Huang from providing support to the others with arrows. Wang Chong had Su Qi and his men clear away the wolf corpses in the palace, thus creating a path for Zhou Huang to shoot. Even though the threat of the master archers of the Turk had increased exponentially due to this, there was always a chance of survival. This is a good chance. Upon receiving Zhou Huang's support, Wang Chong was delighted. Pooh! A cold gleam flashed, and fresh blood splattered. Wang Chong was one with his sword, and in an instant, he leaped forward. The woozy steel sword in his hand pierced into the heart of a Gogrian warrior a dozen zhang away. This Gogrian warrior was already injured to begin with, and Zhou Huang's Wolfang arrow had left him severely injured. Caught off guard, he was instantly killed by Wang Chong's sword. Congratulations to user for killing 2 Gogrian warriors. At the same time, Wang Chong's vision blurred, and a surge of information flowed into Wang Chong's mind. The Gogrian warrior whom Wang Chong had killed was one of the Gogrian warriors chosen by the White Ripples. Who, a frenzied gale blew, an invisible energy surged from the surroundings into Wang Chong's body. Even though there weren't any obvious changes, Wang Chong could clearly sense that the bane of the battlefield halo in his dantian had increased significantly. Not only so, as ripples spread across the area, Wang Chong could clearly sense the radius of the bane of the battlefield halo increasing once more. This time, the radius of the halo had expanded from 100 zhang to 130 zhang. Under the effects of the bane of the battlefield halo, the area of effect of the Gogrian warriors had increased once more. In the surroundings, the Gogrian warriors, who were under the effects of the bane of the battlefield halo, felt the restraining force on them increasing once more, and they panicked even more. To think that the amplification effect of the bane of the battlefield halo would be so obvious. Sensing the change in the radius of the halo, Wang Chong was overjoyed. When he activated the Stone of Destiny, the bane of the battlefield halo he had obtained was still at level 0. This was the most primitive effect of the halo. Based on the information he had gathered, he had to kill at least 100 Gogrian, Turkic, Uzin, or Mengshi Zhao soldiers before the bane of the battlefield halo could reach level 1, turning from the white ripples into a halo. In the world of martial arts, this was equivalent to the difference between the ripples of Origin Energy Tier 9 and the halo of true martial realm. Wang Chong had thought that killing 2 Gogrian warriors was just a drop in the bucket, so it shouldn't be of much use. Who could have thought that the effects of the bane of the battlefield halo would far surpass his expectations? To be able to cover such a large area, this is definitely a typical battlefield halo. In a chaotic battle, this halo would be able to bring out its full potential. Invigorated, Wang Chong immediately chased after the other Gogrian warriors chosen by the White Ripples. Wang, under the effects of Wang Chong's bane of the battlefield halo and Zhou Huang's arrows, the Gogrian warriors on White Tiger Peak were finally unable to hold on any longer. Retreat. Hurry up and retreat. Amidst the wolf pack, the ferocious Gogrian warriors immediately retreated down the mountain like a receding tide. This defeat was inexplicable. Until now, no one knew what was going on. But without a doubt, the most opportune moment for the Gogrian warriors to attack had passed. In an instant, a large number of Gogrian warriors retreated down the mountain. Beneath them, a large number of corpses were left. This is a good chance. Making use of this opportunity, a portion of them chased after the retreating Gogrian warriors while the rest of the Imperial Army guards and instructors followed the passageway that Zhao Qianxiu had used previously and slid down the mountain. There were quite a few master archers lying in ambush around White Tiger Peak. Zhao Qianxiu's strength alone wasn't sufficient. Only by neutralizing the master archers would White Tiger Peak be truly safe. Instructor, those people have retreated. In Wang Chong and Su Hanshan's room, Chun Burang's ears twitched, and he suddenly turned around to look at Zhou Huang with a delighted expression. Zhou Huang's relentless shooting, Zhao Qianxiu's ambush in the mountains, and most importantly, the defeat of the Gogrian warriors responsible for the assault on White Tiger Peak. The master archers of the Turkic army also realized that they had lost the upper hand. Thus, they began to retreat. This is a good chance. Chun Burang, tell them to chase after the Gogurians. Don't let them escape. With the two groups mixed together in the middle of the night, it's difficult for even master archers to identify them. This is the best chance for us to retaliate. As for those Gogrian Condor archers who refuse to retreat, leave them to me. Zhou Huang said with a bright gleam in his eyes. Yes, Shen Burang quickly replied and left. Wang Chong descended the cliff. He knew that there was no need for him to worry about White Tiger Peak anymore. What Wang Chong was worried about at the moment was Wei Hao and Marchioness Yi. After tossing a few rocks, Wang Chong slid down the cliff stealthily. The arrows on White Tiger Peak were sparse. The master archers seemed to have retreated, and no one bothered with Wang Chong. Nay! Just as Wang Chong landed on the ground, the neighing of Nei's steed sounded in the darkness. Under the dim light of the night, Wang Chong could clearly see an incomparably dashing green colt charging up to him. There was a circle of white hair on the horse's hoof, which was exceptionally eye-catching in the dark. Little Shadow. Wang Chong was taken aback by the sight, and he was overjoyed. Little Shadow, I didn't think that you would still be alive. Wang Chong's white hoof Shadow was still in a free-range state, and it hadn't been equipped with a saddle, stirrup, or bridle yet. Thus, when the Turks and Gogurians attacked, even Wang Chong had no idea where it went. With so many Gogurians and Turks, a rain of arrows, and a pack of wolves, Wang Chong thought that the white hoof Shadow was already dead. But from the looks of it now, the little fellow seemed to be extremely vigilant. It had actually escaped in advance, dodging the calamity. Little Shadow, you came at the right time. It's time for me to borrow your strength. Wang Chong patted the white hoof Shadow's cheeks lightly, and the latter neighed excitedly. The white hoof Shadow was still young, and it shouldn't have reached the age to be ridden yet. But at this moment, Wang Chong couldn't care so much anymore. He had no idea how the Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise bases were faring. Since he didn't know whether Wei Hao was alive or not, he could only borrow Little Shadow's strength to rush over. With a swift movement, Wang Chong leaped onto the back of his steed. In the next instant, the wind howled by his sides. Seated on the back of the steed, Wang Chong felt as if he was galloping at lightning speed. Fast! Wang Chong was astonished. In that instant, he suddenly understood why the white hoof Shadow was able to survive the night assault. Although it was still in its infancy, the white hoof Shadow's speed and strength were even faster than a mature warhorse. In fact, Wang Chong even felt that it was far superior to the Turk wolves. Chapter 215. Dee-da-da. The white-hoofed Shadow galloped nimbly through the rubble. Even though it was just a colt, the capability it displayed was far superior to that of mature warhorses. The ability of the royal family to tame horses was on full display on the white-hoofed Shadow. As the colt traversed through the rubble and forest, Wang Chong didn't head for Azure Dragon Peak or Black Tortoise Peak immediately. He didn't know which base Wei Hao was at, and it was unlikely that he would be able to find him. On the contrary, on the Vermilion Bird Peak, which was the closest to White Tiger Peak, Wang Chong knew a few people. I wonder how Marchioness Yi and the others are doing. Wang Chong thought as he suddenly thought of Marchioness Yi and the others. Marchioness Yi was of the same generation as Wang Chong's second sister, Wang Zhuyan. Even though she had been messed around with by both of them, it was just a harmless prank. Marchioness Yi wasn't a bad person. Not to mention, she did remind him of Zhou Zhang's matter. In just a short moment, Wang Chong heard deafening battle cries. From afar, a massive crimson vermilion bird stood on the Vermilion Bird Peak. Beneath the crimson vermilion bird sculpture were layers upon layers of crimson palaces. However, it was different from what Wang Chong had imagined. The Gogrian warriors and wolves on the Vermilion Bird Peak were unable to advance any further than a certain distance from a peak. Not only that, an endless rain of arrows howled out from Vermilion Bird Peak, landing on the surrounding mountains. They were actually able to fight back and forth with the Turkic master archers, and they were not at a disadvantage in the slightest. Isn't this a little too exaggerated? Seated on the back of a steed, Wang Chong's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets upon seeing this sight. There were only 3 master archers in the Kunwa training camp. At most, there would only be 1 master archer on the Vermilion Bird Peak. But from what Wang Chong could see, it was as if there were 20 to 30 master archers on Vermilion Bird Peak, guarding it so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. However, Wang Chong was well aware that this was impossible. Just how many monsters are there on the Vermilion Bird Peak? Wang Chong muttered to himself as he subconsciously thought of Marchioness E and the others. If there was only one godly archer on Vermilion Bird Peak, then the other godly archers could only be the female students. At the very least, he was a true martial realm celestial expert like Marchioness E. Wang Chong did not know much about the female cadets in the 3 great training camps. He didn't pay any special attention to it. The only thing he knew was that the women in the training camp were different from the men. Most of the female cadets didn't like to fight hand-to-hand with others, so the proportion of females who chose to be archers was much higher than males in other bases. However, even though he knew, Wang Chong did not expect these female students' archery skills to reach such a level. It seems like there are quite a number of valiant women like my second sister and Marchioness E on Vermilion Bird Peak. Wang Chong broke out in cold sweat. Not only were there many master archers, the number of true martial realm experts on Vermilion Bird Peak was also much higher than what Wang Chong had imagined. At the very least, it was much more than White Tiger Peak. At a glance, Wang Chong could see halos exploding on the Vermilion Bird Peak like fireworks, creating an incomparably dazzling sight. The overall strength of Vermilion Bird Peak seemed to be much higher than that of White Tiger Peak. Let's go. Without any time to think, Wang Chong urged his steed forward. Even though the overall strength of Vermilion Bird Peak wasn't too bad, and there were quite a few perverted women like Marchioness E, the strength of the Gogurians and Turks still couldn't be underestimated. Wang Chong hurried to the vicinity of Vermilion Bird Peak and dismissed the white hoof shadow. Then, he found a slightly lower slope and silently climbed up the peak. Wang Chong found an opportunity in the darkness, and so he shot out from the flames. Shwa! Without any hesitation, Wang Chong released the bane of the battlefield halo in his body. A massive, invisible ripple swept through the darkness, and in a radius of 200 zhong, the bodies of the Gogurians and Turks were abruptly covered in a layer of white ripple. Due to Wang Chong's interference, the momentum of the battle abruptly reversed. Before the Gogurians and Turks could react to what was going on, the halo of thorns beneath their feet suddenly weakened, and the flow of origin energy in their bodies turned sluggish. In an instant, the speed of their attacks was reduced by more than twofold. In an instant, the Gogurians and Turks were thrown into disarray. Pooh! Amidst the chaos, Wang Chong targeted a severely injured Gogurian warrior and pierced his woozy steel sword through his heart. Congratulations to user for killing 4 soldiers of the Goguryeo Empire. A familiar voice sounded by Wang Chong's ear. A powerful gale blew, and invisible energy gathered from the surroundings and gushed into Wang Chong's body. Wang Chong's bane of the battlefield halo grew stronger once more. Amidst the darkness, invisible ripples began to spread. Wang Chong's bane of the battlefield halo, which had already reached a radius of 200 zhong, began to expand once more. This time, it reached a radius of 250 zhong, enveloping even more Gogurian warriors. Pu. In an instant, a large number of Gogurian warriors were caught off guard and fell to the ground in a fluster. Wang Chong's appearance had disrupted their rhythm. Die! All of a sudden, a furious bellow sounded. Just as Wang Chong was about to kill the Gogurian warrior, a gust of wind blew by. A lady dressed in yellow palace robes with a face brimming with killing intent slashed her saber at Wang Chong. Damn it, I'm here to help you. Wang Chong's face warped in horror. As he spoke, he swiftly dodged to the side. Hearing Wang Chong's words, the killing intent in the lady's eyes suddenly cleared up. Just as Wang Chong was thinking that she wouldn't make a move on him while he was on guard, pong! A palace boot with cloud inscriptions suddenly enlarged before Wang Chong's eyes. He only had the time to swing his sword to the side before he was sent flying. Men aren't good people. These were the words Wang Chong heard before he was sent flying. Damn it, aren't there too many courageous ladies on Vermilion Bird Peak? This was the only thought in Wang Chong's mind before he was sent flying. Judging from the strength he felt from her waist, this lady was at least at the true martial realm. How could Wang Chong possibly match up to her? Pung. Just as she was about to fly away, Wang Chong clearly saw a figure appear out of nowhere and send the woman in the light yellow court dress flying. Bastard, who allowed you to make a move on him? An icy, bone-chilling voice suddenly rang out. Then, a familiar figure appeared at Wang Chong's side, and with a tug, Wang Chong's body came to a stop. Why did you come here for no reason? Don't you know that it's dangerous here? Marchioness Yi's face was drenched in sweat, and her hair was plastered to her face. However, she seemed to be in high spirits. Her back was straight, and her eyes were bright. The Marchioness Yi before him was completely different from the one Wang Chong had seen before. She was brimming with unyielding, fighting spirit. Pung! With a jab of her spear, a howling wolf pouncing over was impaled in the head by Marchioness Yi's spear before it could even react. Her movements were clean and precise. The battle on White Tiger Peak has ended, so I'm here to help. As Wang Chong spoke, he worked together with Marchioness Yi to fend off the wolves that were charging at them. White Tiger Peak has been attacked as well. A hint of astonishment flashed across Marchioness Yi's eyes, but she quickly recovered from her shock. With a cold face, she said, "Since the battle has ended, you should just stay here. What kind of joke are you playing by coming here? With your meager strength, do you think that you can be of any help? If anything were to happen to you, do you know how anxious your second sister would be? If something happens, you don't know how anxious your second sister will be." At the same time, the purple spear in her hand was also moving at an incredible speed. With a casual flick, it created more than a dozen illusions. Pooh! A Gogrian warrior was caught off guard, and a golden spear tip could be vaguely seen amidst the green halo of thorns. Pooh! A Gogrian warrior didn't react in time and was pierced cleanly through his heart. His corpse flew a dozen zhang away before falling down the cliff. This woman really hasn't changed at all. Even though this wasn't his first time seeing Marchioness Yi in action, Wang Chong still couldn't help but be impressed. Marchioness Yi's fighting style was extremely simple, devoid of any unnecessary movements. All of her movements were simple, but they were lethal. It was impossible for an ordinary cultivator to learn from her. That's weird. Why did these people suddenly become so weak? Marchioness Yi's perplexed voice sounded by Wang Chong's ear. Her beautiful eyebrows were knitted together tightly. As a true martial realm expert, Marchioness Yi's intuition and perception far surpassed that of an ordinary cultivator. The Gogrian warriors before her were flustered and flustered, giving her a completely different feeling from when they were locked in a stalemate previously. Marchioness Yi simply couldn't understand what was going on. Hearing those words, Wang Chong only chuckled. The debuff from the Bane of the battlefield was only applied to others, but it didn't affect him at all. At the very least, at this moment, Wang Chong didn't notice any debuff on him. Marchioness Yi, help me. Wang Chong's gaze suddenly fell on a Gogrian soldier amidst the retreating crowd. Beneath his feet, a white ripple could be seen clearly. Hong Long. Wang Chong and Marchioness Yi dashed forward, their spear and sword stabbing into the soldier's body simultaneously. Congratulations to user for killing 5 soldiers of the Goguryeo Empire. A familiar voice sounded by Wang Chong's ear, and in the air, a huge ripple spread outward once more. At the same time, the bane of the battlefield halo in Wang Chong's body also grew significantly stronger. 5 now, Wang Chong's spirits were lifted, and he was overjoyed. The bane of the battlefield aura could only be upgraded by killing the soldiers of opposing countries. Most of the soldiers in the army were in the true martial realm and possessed the halo of thorns. Given Wang Chong's strength, under normal circumstances, he wouldn't even be able to fight them one-on-one. However, with a true martial realm expert cooperating with him, the situation was different. At this moment, the Gogrian soldiers were exhausted, and they were all injured. Furthermore, under the influence of his halo, this was the best opportunity for him to upgrade the bane of the battlefield halo. Pooh! The 6th, the 7th. Thus, Wang Chong chose those who were alone, exhausted of origin energy, injured, and flustered. As for those who were in peak condition, he didn't touch a single one of them. Wang Chong wasn't greedy. With the bane of the battlefield halo, Wang Chang's contribution was unmatched by anyone else on Vermilion Bird Peak. Xiao! All of a sudden, a piercing whistle sounded, and a strong sense of danger rose in Wang Chang's heart. Wang Chang's body tensed up. A wolf fang arrow, harnessed with destructive might, was flying toward him. Not good. A Turkic master archer. Wang Chang's face warped in shock. Without any hesitation, he executed the single consecutive slash and dodged to the side. But a moment later, before Wang Chang could make his move, the most unexpected thing occurred. Pung! In the blink of an eye, a crimson arrow as thick as a pinky flew over from the top of Vermilion Bird Peak, knocking the wolf fang arrow above Wang Chang's head away. Hong Long, a powerful gust of wind blew down from the sky, causing Wang Chang's robe to flutter wildly. Seeing this sight, Wang Chang was dumbfounded. Chapter 216. Those are the experts that Princess Ni Huang brought from the royal palace. Without such capabilities, how do you think we managed to last so long? By the way, the one who sent you flying with a kick was Princess Ni Huang's maid. Princess Ni Huang's temper isn't too good, so it's best for you to keep your distance from her. Marchioness, he seemed to know what Wang Chang was thinking, and she replied without turning her head. The spear in her hand moved swiftly like a shuttle, sending a few wolves charging down the mountain flying. The tip of the spear pierced through the eyes of the wolves and out from the back of their heads. No matter how the wolves tried to dodge, the spear would still pierce through them and send them flying in the same manner. Princess Ni Huang. Hearing Marchioness Yi's words, Wang Chang was taken aback. Making use of the opening in which the wolves retreated, Wang Chang swiftly darted out. Turning around, he saw a majestic crimson halo revolving slowly on the peak of the mountain. In the darkness of the night, it seemed as though a massive flaming phoenix had appeared, a beautiful sight to behold. In that instant, Wang Chang seemed to have understood something. To think that there would be a legitimate princess of the royal family on Vermilion Bird Peak. This was something that Wang Chang didn't expect. The reason why Wang Chang came to the 3 great training camps was for the dazzling generals, so he didn't pay much attention to the princesses and princes of the royal palace. But thinking about it, there were indeed many members of the royal family who joined the 3 great training camps when it was first established. To think that there would be a princess on Vermilion Bird Peak. It's no wonder the Turks and Gogurians weren't able to obtain anything here. Wang Chang thought. The 3 great training camps strictly forbade servants and followers from entering. But from the looks of it, Princess Ni Huang wasn't bound by this rule. Wang Chang was well aware of how formidable the experts of the royal family were. Given that Princess Ni Huang had brought so many experts from the royal family into the training camps, it was no wonder the other royal families were unable to conquer the area. If Princess Ni Huang is able to bring experts from the royal family into the training camps, it means that the other royal families are able to do the same as well. In other words, this matter might not be as serious as I thought it to be. At this point, Wang Chang suddenly felt relieved. Princess Ni Huang was not the only member of the royal family in the 3 great training camps. With these people around, even if the 3 great training camps were to be ambushed while they were completely unprepared, the 3 great training camps would not be wiped out in one fell swoop. Kill! A series of battle cries shook the earth and the sky. In the distance, black shadow rabbits leapt up and swooped down, rushing over. Although they were a bit late, the Vermilion Bird Peak's Imperial Army guards and instructors still arrived at this time. Retreat! Retreat quickly! The faces of the Gogrian warriors warped in horror. Without any hesitation, they frantically fled into the mountains. Good chance. Wang Chang's eyes lit up. With a sway of his body, he activated the single-step consecutive slash and shot forward. Pooh! The woozy steel sword pierced through the back of a panicking Gogrian warrior. Congratulations to user for killing 8 soldiers of Goguryeo Empire. Along with the voice of the Stone of Destiny, ripples of energy rippled outward. Wang Chang could clearly feel the bane of the battlefield augmenting once more. As time went by, the Gogrian warriors who were still in the midst of escaping were affected even more severely. This invisible, yet tangible, binding force made the fleeing Gogurians even more flustered. What humans feared the most was unknown power. Up till now, no one knew why their fighting prowess had fallen so drastically. Kill. With the coordination of the two sides, the Gogurian warriors suffered a crushing defeat. Congratulations to User for killing 9 soldiers of Goguryeo Empire. As Wang Chong's Wuzi steel sword pierced through the 9th Gogurian warrior who failed to dodge in time, Wang Chong's bane of the battlefield augmented once more. In this short period of time, Wang Chong had already killed 9 Gogurian warriors who were either at or close to true martial realm. Under normal circumstances, given Wang Chong's strength, he wouldn't have been able to kill a single one of them. But through this battle and the strength of a group, Wang Chong managed to kill 9 of them. Marchioness E, help me gather a few men. We'll head to Black Tortoise Peak together. Seeing that the Gogurians had already retreated, Wang Chong turned to Marchioness E and said. The latter frowned slightly. If it were any other time, she would have long smacked Wang Chong down for speaking to her in such a manner. However, times had changed. Knowing that the situation at Black Tortoise Peak was urgent, this wasn't the time to be calculative over such trivial matters. Fian, don't you lasses follow me to Black Tortoise Peak. Marchioness E beckoned to her back, and in the blink of an eye, 5 young ladies with auras similar to Marchioness E walked out from the crowd. Their eyes were bright and spirited, and it was clear that they weren't easy to deal with. On the other side, Wang Chong also headed to White Tiger Peak to welcome the group. He beckoned a few Imperial Army guards and instructors whom he was acquainted with, and together with Marchioness E, they swiftly headed to Black Tortoise Peak. Black Tortoise Peak was ablaze, and corpses could be seen everywhere. There were corpses of both humans and wolves, and it seemed like the Gogurians had suffered far greater losses than White Tiger Peak or Vermilion Bird Peak. Kill. Upon seeing this sight, the eyes of Wang Chong's group reddened, and they immediately charged up the mountain. At the same time, Wang Chong activated the bane of the battlefield halo to its maximum potential. Boom! The two forces collided, and the bane of the battlefield halo enveloped most of the Gogurian warriors. At this moment, Wang Chong's bane of the battlefield halo was much stronger than before. When the bane of the battlefield halo enveloped the crowd, chaos broke out. Due to a miscalculation of the effects of the bane of the battlefield, 8 Gogurian warriors were killed in an instant. Congratulations to User for killing 10 soldiers of the Gogurian Empire. 1. A huge ripple spread outward, and at this moment, Wang Chong's bane of the battlefield halo had already expanded to a radius of 400 jong. This was an astonishing distance. Almost the entire Black Tortoise Peak was under the pressure of Wang Chong's bane of the battlefield halo. Under this chain reaction, the Gogurian warriors on Black Tortoise Peak fell one after another. Everyone worked together and kill those fellows. A man who seemed to be the leader bellowed in Gogurian. With a ferocious glint in his eyes, he gathered the other Gogurian warriors to slaughter Wang Chong and the others. Yi! At that moment, a deafening howl sounded from the depths of the Chui Wei mountain range, piercing through the heavens. Upon hearing the piercing howl, the entire Black Tortoise Peak panicked. Even the Gogurian leader had a look of unease on his face. This was the signal to retreat as promised. Hong long long, a deafening sound echoed from afar. Innumerable night birds flew into the sky in alarm. In the distance, after defeating the Gogurians, the experts of Vermilion Bird Peak and White Tiger Peak had gathered together and were making their way toward Black Tortoise Peak. Damn it! Retreat! 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 The faces of the ferocious Gogurian warriors warped in horror. Even if they couldn't be bothered with Wang Chong and the others, they immediately fled for their lives, heading deeper into the mountains. No matter how slow they were, it was clear to the Gogurians that the operation of Vermilion Bird Peak and White Tiger Peak had failed. Without the master archers to seal the area, it was impossible for the operation to succeed. Kill! Just as the Gogurians were retreating, the entire mountain peak suddenly trembled. The Black Tortoise Peak that was empty and quiet a moment ago was suddenly filled with a large number of silhouettes, rushing down the mountain. This! Wang Chong was dumbfounded by the sight, and Marchioness Yi's eyebrows were also furrowed into a deep frown. Then, as though coming to a realization, she harumphed coldly. "Umph, a bunch of cowardly turtles. To think that they would hide in the palace at such a time. It's no wonder they were assigned to Black Tortoise Peak." Her gaze swept across the group of fellows charging down the mountain with displeasure. Even if Marchioness Yi didn't understand them, she could tell that they had been hiding, waiting for someone to make a move. "Wang Chong, Marchioness Yi, why are you two here?" All of a sudden, a shocked voice echoed in the air. On the mountain peak, a round-faced young man in his teens dashed toward Wang Chong and the others. When he got closer, he realized that it was Wei Hao. "Why are you two here?" Wei Hao widened his eyes in astonishment. When he heard the commotion, he thought that the main force had arrived. He didn't expect to see Wang Chong and Marchioness Yi here. "Humph, do you think everyone is like you, hiding on top of a mountain like a coward?" Marchioness Yi said coldly. "What coward? Don't spout nonsense." Wei Hao's face flushed red. It was one thing for others to say such words, but how could he tolerate being called a coward by a woman? "We're just defending with offense. How dare you talk back to me? Are you asking for a beating?" Marchioness Yi wasn't as patient as Wei Hao. Recalling how Marchioness Yi had stepped on him, a chill ran down Wei Hao's spine. He knew that this woman wasn't one to be reasoned with, and it wouldn't end well for him if he were to anger her. Thus, he quickly shut his mouth. In the distance, the Goguryeo warriors had already been chased several dozen zhang away. The Imperial Army guards and instructors of White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise Peaks were in pursuit. With the crisis at Black Tortoise Peak resolved, Wang Chong decided to stop his pursuit. Don't chase a cornered enemy. Wang Chong knew his own situation, so he didn't dare to advance recklessly. "Right, Wei Hao, I saw that the entire mountain peak is on fire, and even the palaces have been burned down. How did you all defend against such a huge attack?" Wang Chong suddenly asked. From afar, he thought that more than half of Black Tortoise Peak had died. However, the truth didn't seem to be the case. This piqued Wang Chong's curiosity. Hearing Wang Chong's words, even Marchioness Yi turned her gaze over. The master archers of the Turks weren't to be trifled with. Even though Wei Hao said that they were hiding in the palaces, Marchioness Yi knew that those palaces couldn't withstand the arrows of the Turks. He. Hearing Wang Chong's words, Wei Hao's eyebrows danced in delight. The wolf-fang arrows of the Turks might be formidable, but they can't do anything to us. Don't forget, we're at Black Tortoise Peak. Almost everyone in the base has a shield. If we gather together and form a shield wall above our heads, how can we possibly get hit so easily? Shield. Chapter 2:17. In an instant, everyone was rendered speechless. Black Tortoise Peak didn't have Princess Anai Huang, and it wasn't as offensively oriented as White Tiger Peak. In fact, it didn't even have a master archer like Zhou Huang. However, most of them managed to survive this wave of attacks just by relying on the large shields that they had. At this moment, even the experts of Vermilion Bird Peak that Marchioness Yi had brought over felt that Wei Hao and the others were simply too lucky. Young General, that seems to be the son of the Wang clan, Wang Chong. While Wang Chong, Wei Hao, and the others were gathered together, no one noticed that on the peak of Black Tortoise Peak, a few youngsters and a few Han were standing together, staring coldly at the scene below. Black Tortoise Peak was high, and from the top, one could easily see the surroundings. This included the Goguryons and Turks who were fleeing into the forest, as well as the pack of silver wolves that the Turks had ordered to stop the pursuers. The Turks and Goguryons had made quite a big move in tonight's assault. However, regardless of whether it was the Hu or the Han, none of their gazes were on the Turks and Goguryons. Instead, they were focused on Wang Chong. From the vantage point of the group, they could see the Goguryons fleeing into the forest at an incredible speed, as though a flock of beasts. However, none of their attention was on them. Instead, their gazes were on Wang Chong, Marchioness Yi, and Wei Hao. That lad sure is lucky. White Tiger Peak is located in the west, closest to the capital. As such, it's the direction that the Turks and Goguryons prioritized. Yet that lad is still alive. The young Hu leader next to the bonfire indifferently said. Origin energy pulsed around him, and a green halo of thorns slowly revolved around him. Countless wolf fang arrows fell around him, but none of them were able to get close. That night, for many people, was a night of nightmares and fright. But to the group by the bonfire, this was nothing more than a small game. Whether it was the Gogrian Condor archers or the Turkic master archers, no matter how dense the rain of arrows was, not a single one of them could threaten them. The reason was simple. There had never been a single sharpshooter squad in the world that could threaten the true Tongluo people. The Tongluo were the best cavalry in the world, and they were the cavalry least afraid of bow and arrow. As the second son of the Hu great General Abusi, Abu Tong had been adept at catching arrows with his bare hands ever since he was young. Even when blindfolded, he was still able to do so. From start to finish, the Black Tortoise Peak's wolf fang arrows could not threaten him at all. Young General, now is the time of chaos. Should we, beside Abu Tong? A Tongluo youngster made a slashing motion with a vicious glint in his eyes. Wang Chang's memorial discussing the Hu and Han had long been viewed as a thorn in the flesh by all the Hu. Countless who wanted to cut down Wang Chang's blade, and this was clearly a good opportunity. No, unexpectedly, Abu Tong waved his hands and rejected the offer without any hesitation. If I'm not wrong, the woman beside him should be little Marchioness Yi. She's the only descendant of the only Marchioness in the Tang dynasty. In the Tang dynasty, those who are able to become officials and command troops as women are all lunatics. And that woman over there is a lunatic among lunatics. Even I don't have the confidence to forcefully make her stay. If the operation fails, we'll be left with an opportunity, and that will be disadvantageous to us. Abu Tong said. Clearly, he was fearful of Marchioness Yi. Marchioness Yi was different from Wang Chong. She was a true expert. If a woman was also famous in the capital, but young general, are we just going to let this matter rest? A Tongluo youth said, with an unwilling expression. The Tongluo people had always been proud of their wolf-like nature, and they took pride in their aggressiveness. Swallowing their pride wasn't their style. Let this matter rest. How can that be? Why would I run to this Kunwa training camp instead of Xinwei training camp? There's still a long way to go, and there'll be plenty of opportunities to deal with that Wang Chong in the future. Abu Tong sneered coldly. Flinging his sleeves, he ignored Wang Chong and walked in the main hall of Black Tortoise Peak. The battle at Azure Dragon Peak ended shortly after Black Tortoise Peak. By the time Wang Chong and the others arrived at Azure Dragon Peak, the Gogurians and Turks had already received the news and left. Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. The four divisions of Kunwa Training Camp were closely linked to one another, and the purpose of the four divisions was to watch out for one another. In truth, the battle had already ended the moment White Tiger Peak broke the stalemate. No matter how indignant the Gogurians and Turks were, they had no choice but to leave. It's finally over. At the foot of Azure Dragon Peak, Wang Chong's face was pale as he lowered his body and panted heavily. After fighting for so long, he had expended quite a bit of his origin energy and stamina. If not for the bane of the battlefield augmenting the prowess of every Gogrian warrior he killed, Wang Chong wouldn't have been able to last so long. But now that everything was finally over, all that was left was to clean up the mess. A gust of wind blew across the pitch-black sky. While Wang Chong, Marchioness Yi, Wei Hao, and the others were clearing the corpses on the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise Peaks, none of them knew that a pair of eyes was silently observing them from the depths of the darkness. Observing the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise camps, as well as the entire Kunwa training camp. No one knew how long he had been standing there, but without a doubt, from the start to the end, not a single thing had escaped his eyes. Are you ready? In the darkness, that person stood on a boulder with his hands behind his back and asked. His voice was cold and authoritative, devoid of any emotion. In the darkness of the night, the faint starlight shone on his body, vaguely reflecting the shape of the armor of the Tang dynasty. We're ready. The feathered forest, imperial forest, soaring serpent, Mirage Dragon, and Black Tortoise are all ready. None of the Turk master archers, Gogrian warriors, and Turk wolves will be able to escape. In the darkness, a young figure knelt on the ground respectfully, but the words he spoke were earth-shattering. If Wang Chong were here, he would surely be shocked. The feathered forest, imperial forest, soaring serpent, mirage dragon, and black tortoise were all imperial army soldiers of the royal palace. All along, Wang Chong and the others thought that the news of this night assault had been sealed off by the Turk master archers. But from the looks of it now, it seemed like the royal palace had long known about it. Very good. Send down the order, kill everyone, leave no one alive. Especially those master archers. Don't let a single one escape. Since the Eastern and Western Turkic Khaganate and Goguryeo have sent so many master archers and condor shooters, it would be inexcusable of us to turn them down. That person said coldly, and there was a hint of coldness in his voice. If Zhao Qianxiu were here, he would surely be shocked. That was because the person before him was the one who told him that he would return to the capital to report to the Holy Emperor. Yet, he didn't return to the royal palace. Instead, he chose to hide here. The order was swiftly passed down. In the surroundings, shrouded in the darkness, in a place where no one could see, another battle was underway. This battle was far more violent and swift than the night assault. There was no stalemate, nor was there a prolonged battle. It was a one-sided massacre. Perhaps it shouldn't be called a battle. More accurately, it was a harvest that had been prepared beforehand. Lord, aren't we being a little too cruel? Finally, after the order was passed down, the young figure kneeling on the ground could not help but speak. Cruel. On the protruding rock of the towering mountain peak, the person was slightly startled, as if he didn't understand. 100 master archers and several hundred Gogrian warriors. Actually, all of this could have been avoided. Why didn't we inform them of the news we received? Those students are still children, and they aren't at the age to step onto the battlefield. Aren't we being a little too cruel to them? The young figure said. Only those who were deeply involved in the battle would understand what kind of battle it was. Even though this ambush had caught many people off guard, resulting in them suffering heavy losses in an instant, they still suffered heavy casualties. In the battle that followed, there were many casualties as well. The Gogurians and Turks had made their move discreetly, and they had planned it for a long time. The timing they chose wasn't too bad either. But to the Tang dynasty, this operation wasn't that secretive. The 3 great training camps were only 20 li away from the capital, and the furthest one was only 40 li away. With such a short distance, how could the capital not know of it? From the very start, this ambush wasn't a secret at all. Even though the Turks had been extremely careful, spending a lot of time and effort to sneak the grassland wolves through the northern checkpoint, they still weren't able to escape the eyes and ears of the royal court. Even so, the royal court didn't seem to intend to expose them. Not only did they not stop them, they even allowed the Turks and Gogurians to infiltrate the 3 great training camps. Are you pitying them? In the darkness, that person asked emotionlessly. Yes, the young figure replied with gritted teeth. Have you heard of the death quota for the 3 great training camps? That person asked. Wang. In the darkness, the young figure was confused for a moment before he suddenly thought of something. His body trembled, and he abruptly raised his head. Lord, do you mean that, you can't possibly think that I can make the decision on such a huge matter alone, right? That person said. Lord, do you mean that the Holy Emperor... On the ground, the young figure's face paled. It's good that you understand. There is a death quota for the 3 great training camps, and as long as the quota is exceeded, we will appear immediately. And now, the casualties are still within the range of the death quota. Chapter 218. In this night raid, Kunwu 4 camps, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise, had lost at least 50 men each. It would only be more, not less. The other 2 great training camps, Longwei and Shenwei, were in a similar situation as well. In total, the 3 great training camps had lost at least 600 men. With so many casualties, it was no wonder that the losses were severe. Yet, the Lord before him said that this number was still within the range of the death quota. In that instant, the young man felt a completely different feeling. The existence of the death quota wasn't a secret in the 3 great training camps. All along, he thought that the death quota would only be 2 or 3, or at most 20 to 30. But at this moment, he realized that he had severely underestimated this name list. He did not know why, but when he heard those words from the Lord he respected, he suddenly felt an incomparable fear in his heart. The might of the heavens was fearsome. This was the only thought in his mind. What the royal court needs are wolves, not sheep. On this point, His Majesty and I share the same thoughts. War isn't a game. This night, raid might seem cruel in your eyes, but in the eyes of His Majesty and I, it's already the greatest mercy. From the darkness, the Lord's voice sounded. Several hundred master archers, several hundred Gogrian warriors, and a few Turkic wolves in the northern plains. This little bit of strength is insignificant in the face of the true cruelty of the battlefield. If they can't survive this night raid, they will be even less likely to survive on the larger and crueler battlefield in the future. At the very least, dying here is better than dying on the battlefield in the future. At the very least, their corpses will remain intact. The sooner they understand this, the better it will be for them. This is also the reason why His Majesty and I allowed them to sneak into the 3 great training camps and launch an attack despite knowing about this night attack. Even though the 3 great training camps have lost 500 to 600 students, in the future, there will be even more who will survive because of them. This is the first lesson that His Majesty and I are going to teach them. The Lord's voice was calm and composed. From start to finish, it felt as though he had everything under control. Do you know that Zhao Qinxiu obtained a dozen tigers from His Majesty to teach his students a lesson? The latter looked surprised. This is the fierce tiger that we gave to the students. That person said with a meaningful tone. The young figure was finally speechless. Report. In the midst of the silence, a rustling sound suddenly came from the forest. In the blink of an eye, an Imperial Army general dressed in heavy armor walked out from the dense shrubs. A thick, murderous aura emanated from his body. The mountain breeze blew past. Before he even got close, the two of them could smell the thick stench of blood on his body. Reporting to the 2 lords, all of the Gogurians and Turks have been eliminated. Other than a single Gogurian who managed to escape our encirclement, none of the others survived. The commander of the Imperial Army, who appeared later, knelt on one knee on the ground. His voice was sonorous and forceful. Drops of thick blood gathered from the gaps in his armor and dripped onto the grass. The battle ended much faster than anyone could have imagined. Under the combined might of 6 Imperial Army members, there was no one who could have survived. The Gogurians and Turk master archers didn't even have the chance to launch a proper attack before they were annihilated. To think that he still managed to escape. In the darkness, the person on the boulder suddenly let out a long sigh. But it only took an instant for him to regain his senses. Pass down my order to clean up all traces of the battle. We mustn't leave any traces behind, including bloodstains. We mustn't let anyone know that we made a move here. Yes, Lord. The Imperial Army general quickly responded and left. Li Tong, you should leave as well. Inform His Majesty that that person has already escaped. He turned his head and looked at the young man, still kneeling on the ground. It was Li Tong. But Lord, we haven't confirmed it yet, right? Li Tong lifted his head. Only he knew that other than exterminating the Turks and Gogurians, the mission tonight was to capture an important person. That person was still able to escape from the encirclement of 6 Imperial Army members. Do you think that an ordinary person is capable of such a feat? There's no need to look anymore. That person has already escaped. That Gogrian sure is cunning. The commander on the boulder said as he swiftly left, disappearing from sight. Behind him, Li Tong hesitated for a moment before leaving as well. The entire mountain peak was empty, and a gentle breeze blew past. To the people of the 3 great training camps, what had happened here was bound to be a secret. No one would know of the appearance of the 6 Imperial Army members. Even more so, no one would know that these 3 people had appeared here. Pung! A huge wolf corpse with a hideous appearance fell straight down the cliff in a straight line in the wild wind. At the foot of the mountain, corpses were piled up like a mountain. The azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise were piled with corpses. If they weren't dealt with quickly, the stench of corpses would spread, and within 3 days, these mountains would become uninhabitable. The battle had already ended, but there was still a long way to go. At this moment, everyone was busy dealing with the corpses, including Wang Chong and Wei Hao. Even Marchioness Yi and the other ladies had joined in. Wang Chong, don't you find those women terrifying? Amidst the crowd, Wei Hao nudged Wang Chong lightly with his elbow and whispered. Wang Chong followed Wei Hao's gaze and saw Marchioness Yi and the others. You must be tired of living. If they hear you, you'll suffer. Think about how Marchioness Yi would stab you with her spear. It can't be that you want to be stabbed by her, right? Wang Chong chuckled. Wei Hao's face turned cold. Recalling how Marchioness Yi and the others were able to kill them with their spears, he felt goosebumps rising all over his body. Bastard, how dare you scare me? But soon, Wei Hao recovered from his shock and knocked into Wang Chong. Hee, who asked you to be so spineless? You left me alone in the day. Wang Chong said. You can't blame me for that. Didn't I lose to them? Upon hearing Wang Chong's words, Wei Hao immediately felt embarrassed. Wang Chong didn't hold it against Wei Hao. Instead, he raised his head and glanced at Marchioness Yi and the others. At the same time, Wang Chong fell in a deep thought. Even though Wei Hao described Marchioness Yi and the others as savage, arrogant, and fearless, that wasn't how Wang Chong felt. Even though they were clearing the corpses like the others, it was clear from their expressions that they were extremely uncomfortable. In fact, they were even on the verge of throwing the corpses away. This was a stark contrast to their image as war goddesses. Just as he was deep in thought, Wang Chong suddenly caught sight of something that made his heart skip a beat. Wei Hao, wait a moment. Put the corpses down. Wang Chong suddenly stopped Wei Hao. Why? Are you interested in corpses as well? Wei Hao had a teasing look on his face. Chila. However, Wang Chong didn't play around with Wei Hao. Instead, he walked over, grabbed the black pants of the Gogrian warrior, and tore it forcefully. Chila. In the next instant, a bizarre tattoo appeared on the right leg of the Gogrian warrior. Upon seeing this tattoo, Wei Hao's expression also warped. Putting away his playful thoughts, he put down the corpse and walked over. It was a circular tattoo, and within it was a snake and a golden crow. The scaled snake was at the bottom, and the golden crow was at the top. When their eyes met, there was an indescribably bizarre feeling. This is the symbol of some power? Wei Hao's reaction wasn't slow either. Wang Chong didn't say a word. Instead, he stared intently at the symbol as a thought flashed through his mind. He recognized this symbol. Initially, Wang Chong thought that this night assault was just a simple alliance between the Gogurians and Turks to probe the 3 great training camps and lower the morale of the Tang dynasty. But upon seeing this symbol, Wang Chong realized that his thinking was too simple. King Sojram. Looking at the bizarre tattoo, a name flashed across Wang Chong's mind. Even though the Eastern and Western Turkic Khaganate and Uzun had attracted all of the attention of the Tang dynasty, the Gogrian Empire in the East had never let up on its intelligence gathering on the Tang dynasty. And King Sojram was Goguryeu's spy king in the Tang dynasty, a thorn that Gogurian King Yun Gaesaman had planted in the Central Plains. Even though he wasn't of noble birth, it was rumored that Gogurian King Yun Gaesaman had conferred him as a member of the royal family, and the title King Sojram was coined by Yun Gaesaman. From this, it could be seen how highly the king regarded him. And this golden crow and snake tattoo was the symbol of his subordinates. Even though his job was to gather intelligence, King Sojram's deeds in the capital were far more than that. Sabotage, assassinations, anything that could damage the Tang dynasty and benefit Gogrian, he would do them all. His most infamous deed was the assassination of a high-ranking official of the Central Plains. Almost all of the officials in the royal court who had advocated for war against Gogrian had been assassinated by him. This assassination wasn't limited to the person in question, but the maids, servants, women, and children in the residence as well. Censor Tang Zhao, who had advocated for war against Gogurian, died in his hands. Not a single person in the residence was spared. This incident had once caused a huge uproar in the Tang dynasty 8 years ago. Even though the royal court was infuriated, and many of the Gogurian spies were captured and executed. However, the mastermind behind the assassination, King Sojurim, was never caught. The reason was simple. No one had seen him before, and no one knew what he looked like. Even the name King Sojurim was only known through bribing the officials of the Gogurian Empire. As for his appearance, no one knew anything at all. All they knew was that he was fluent in the language of the Central Plains, and he was extremely familiar with the Tang dynasty, just like a Han. Even if they were meet face to face, it would be impossible to tell whether he was a Han or a Gogurian. To think that it would be him. Chapter 219. It's no wonder the Turks and Gogurians would collude together. It's no wonder there are regular Gogurian soldiers here. If he's involved, everything can be explained. Wang Chong frowned, and his expression slowly turned grim. In the Tang dynasty, King Sojurim was nothing more than a thorn in their side. This night raid wasn't his first operation in the Central Plains, and it wouldn't be his last either. Wang Chong knew that the other party would do something even greater in the future. To the Tang dynasty, King Sojurim was definitely a threat. I have to find a way to get rid of him, Wang Chong said to himself, a hint of killing intent flashing through his eyes. King Sojurim was an extremely cunning person. The Empire had been trying to capture him for quite some time now, but it had never succeeded. Even though the royal court had laid down an inescapable net, King Sojurim still managed to escape successfully and return to the Goguryeo Empire. His feats could be said to be a legend in the Goguryeo Empire. But to a member of the Tang dynasty, King Sojurim was an enemy of the empire, and he had to be killed. King Sojurim's movements were elusive, and it was nigh impossible to track him down. However, this wasn't the case for Wang Chong. Just that he was still too weak at the moment, and before he had absolute confidence, Wang Chong didn't dare to make a move recklessly. Otherwise, if he were to alert King Sojurim, it would be even more difficult to capture him. The night passed peacefully. The corpses on the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise Peaks took more than 4 hours to clean up. All traces of blood and dirt were removed. It was as if nothing had happened at all. Only the dilapidated palaces that were riddled with holes and the traces of burning houses told of the intense battle that had taken place earlier. After parting ways with Marchioness Yi and Wei Hao, Wang Chong returned to White Tiger Peak alone. By the time Wang Chong arrived at White Tiger Peak, it had already regained its peace. In the darkness, a bunch of bonfires burned on the mountain peak. Waves of low sobbing could be faintly heard in the night, causing Wang Chong to feel extremely sorrowful in his heart. Many of these people have never been on a battlefield in their entire lives. They have never seen blood or fought with their bare hands. I'm afraid that many of them will never forget what happened tonight. Wang Chong thought to himself. He had been on the battlefield before. After decades of killing, he was already used to the sight of blood and death. That was why he was able to react so quickly and not panic during this night attack. But these people were different. Wang Chong knew that it was already a huge improvement for them to be able to muster the courage to face the Gogurians head-on. Although Wang Chong sympathized with him, he didn't say anything. Because Wang Chong knew that the future would only be crueler. Only by learning to adapt would they be able to survive. Returning to his room, he saw a familiar figure plucking out the broken arrows on his body. Before Wang Chong could even walk over, he could already smell the pungent stench of blood. Su Hanshan's body was crimson, as though dripping with blood. His plain robe had been soaked in blood, and it had already been dyed red. This fellow, Wang Chong's eyebrows shot up as he finally recovered from his daze. Even though he didn't see it personally, Wang Chong could sense that Su Hanshan must have gone through a bloody battle. How many people did he kill for his robe to be so red? Wang Chong thought. Su Hanshan had charged out earlier than him and joined the battle earlier than him. But when Wang Chong charged out, he didn't see Su Hanshan's figure on White Tiger Peak. But the bloody robe on Su Hanshan wouldn't lie. That person's fighting style was a complete mystery. Pooh! In the room, Su-Han's Han only took a glance before retracting his gaze. Su-Han's Han grabbed the arrowhead with his right hand and pulled it out forcefully. Pooh! Blood spurted out, but Su-Han-chan's expression didn't change much. His face only paled slightly, as if his broken arrow had struck someone else. This is for you. It'll help with your injuries. Wang Chong took out a white recovery pill and tossed it over. However, Su-Han's Han flicked his finger, and with a pa, the pill accurately bounced back to Wang Chong. I don't need it. Su-Han-chan's expression was cold as he used this method to express his stance. You really haven't changed at all. Wang Chong chuckled. Keeping the pill, he sat down cross-legged. He had expended a lot of energy in this battle, and it was time for him to recuperate. Lord, by the time Shenwei, Longwei, and Kunwa training camps had calmed down, in a courtyard in the south of the capital, a phantom suddenly appeared. Like specters, black silhouettes began gathering from all directions. Their bodies were agile, and their speed was on par with the Japanese assassin Miyasame Ayaka by Wang Chong's side. The three black sabers hanging by their waists clearly revealed their identity. They were a group of Goguryeo assassins. The residence was silent, and it was pitch black. Amidst the chirping of cicadas, a single light was lit in the room to the north. Under the dim light, an inhumanly distorted silhouette could be seen. A powerful aura emanated from the room through the paper window. Everyone was as quiet as cicadas in winter, not making a sound. The mission has failed. Pass down my orders. For the time being, everyone is to hide. Make sure not to attract the attention of the Tang dynasty. A hoarse voice came from the room. It was hard to tell if it was a man or a woman. Yes. Outside the room, everyone nodded without the slightest change in their expressions. The three great training camps was a project designated by the Holy Emperor of the Tang dynasty, and it had caught the attention of the entire royal court. Since they dared to ambush the students in the middle of the night, they had to be prepared to die there. Everyone was already prepared for this, so they weren't surprised. Also, I want you all to investigate the Kunwa training camp. There's a white tiger peak among them, and I want to know the information on all the students on that peak. The hoarse voice suddenly changed and issued a new order. Everyone was slightly surprised. They couldn't understand why the Lord would still be interested in a mere white tiger peak, even though the mission had already ended. Yes, Lord. Even though they were perplexed, they still acknowledged the order. Go! The moment those words were spoken, all of the Goguryeo assassins in the residence immediately scattered. The light in the room to the north was extinguished with a gust of wind, and the residence was plunged into darkness once more. White Tiger Peak is too bizarre. No matter what, I have to get to the bottom of it. An indistinct voice sounded in the darkness, but it soon vanished. Time slowly passed, and the matter regarding the three great training camps soon spread. The sky had just begun to brighten, and the entire imperial court was like a precise instrument, rumbling as it began to move. Bureau of Military Personnel, Bureau of Punishments, the military. All of the departments were mobilized, and even the Chamberlain of Dependencies was involved. The compensation for the dead students of the three great training camps and the strategy to deal with the Goguryans and Turks were matters that had to be discussed by the royal court. However, these were matters that ordinary people would never be able to come into contact with. This was destined to be a turbulent day. Kunwa training camp, White Tiger Peak. After an unknown period of time, Wang Chong finally awoke from his tranquil state. After a night of cultivation, Wang Chong could clearly feel the origin energy in his body recovering to its peak. In fact, even the injuries he suffered in the battle had mostly recovered. I'm still too weak. I have to find a way to raise my cultivation as soon as possible. Wang Chong thought to himself as he awoke from his stupor and recalled the battle last night. The Wuzi steel sword was sharp beyond compare. But on at least two occasions, Wang Chong's Wuzi steel sword was blocked. The first time, it was struck by the wolf fang arrow of a Turk master archer, and the second time, it was repelled by the origin energy astral might of a Goguryeo warrior. It wasn't that the Wuzi steel sword wasn't sharp enough, but that the disparity in strength between Wang Chong and the Wuzi steel sword was too great, and he wasn't able to bring out the full might of the Wuzi steel sword. I have to find some time to cultivate properly, Wang Chong thought. Just as Zhang Xian was deep in thought, a bizarre feeling suddenly welled up in his heart. This was a hidden killing intent. If not for the fact that the sun had just risen and everything was still, Wang Chong might not have noticed it. What surprised Wang Chong the most was that this weak killing intent actually came from his bosom. What's going on? Wang Chong's eyebrows shot up in astonishment. After a moment of silence, Wang Chong reached into his bosom in the direction he felt. In the next instant, a cold and hard sensation came from his fingertips. This is Wang Chong's entire body froze in shock. A chess piece. The source of the killing intent was actually the white chess piece that So Young-sun had given to him in Wang Chong's bosom. With a thought, Wang Chong quickly took out the object that his fingertip had touched. In the next instant, a translucent white chess piece that seemed to be carved out of jade appeared on Wang Chong's fingertips. It really was the chess piece that So Young-sun had given him. What's going on? Wang Chong looked at the white chess piece that was the size of a button on his fingertips. He was stunned. After playing chess with So Young-sun, the Great War God, for months, Wang Chong was very familiar with the white chess pieces that So Young-sun held. These were the most common chess pieces. Under normal circumstances, they would not contain any killing intent. Could it be? In that instant, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. The scene of him parting ways with So Young-sun reappeared in his mind. Fate comes and goes. Fate comes and goes. This white chess piece is my gift to you. Take good care of it. I hope that you will be like this chess piece. No matter what, you will always keep your heart and never forget your original intentions. Wang Chong remembered the situation that day clearly. So Young-sun had simply taken a chess piece from the chessboard and handed it to him. Could it be that he had misunderstood? So Young-sun's so-called gift was not what he had imagined, but something else. Chapter 220. As someone who had lived through two lives, the art of God and demon obliteration had always been a secret art that Wang Chong had hoped to obtain. The reason why Wang Chong and So Young-sun had been playing chess for the past few months was to win the favor of this war god and learn the art of God and demon obliteration. However, Wang Chong knew that this secret art wasn't that easy to obtain. He was definitely not the first, nor would he be the last, on the path to obtaining the art of God and demon obliteration. So many princes and grandsons had been rejected. Wang Chong didn't think that So Young-sun would give it to him so easily. Thus, from the very start, Wang Chong didn't think that it would be easy for him to obtain it. But what if? What if So Young-sun's gift wasn't a white stone, but the art of God and demon obliteration? Just thinking about the possibility made Wang Chong's heart tremble in agitation. Last night, when the Turks attacked and dozens of master archers surrounded White Tiger Peak, Wang Chong's emotions hadn't been so agitated. But at this moment, Wang Chong found it hard to maintain his composure. SSSS. Wang Chong took in a deep breath, his heart filled with apprehension. Then, he sent a stream of origin energy through his finger and into the jade-like white chess piece that was the size of a pin. Wang. This short instant felt like centuries to Wang Chong. The white stone was completely silent, as though nothing had happened. Could it be that I misunderstood? Wang Chong raised his head. Even though his face was expressionless, his heart couldn't help but waver. As expected, the art of God and demon obliteration wasn't that easy to obtain. The reason why Elder Su Zhangchun gave him a white stone was because he hoped that he wouldn't stray down the wrong path and focus on doing good. It was just that he was overthinking things. Even as Wang Chong's eyes dimmed and filled with disappointment, rumbling could be heard from deep within the white chess piece. In Wang Chong's eyes, the small white Go piece suddenly underwent an earth-shattering change. It no longer felt like a Go piece, but like it had suddenly transformed into a limitless space. And in the depths of this space, a sharp, austere, and domineering will swept through everything. It was filled with a will that could crush all the gods and Buddhas in the heavens and all living things in the world. Through the finger, it violently rushed into Wang Chong's mind. Wang Chong's body stiffened. and he couldn't move under the effect of this enormous sword intent. Life massacre art, along with this sharp and solemn sword intent. A mantra he had never seen before suddenly appeared in Wang Chong's mind. Although this mantra only had 100 words, what it revealed was a terrifying sword intent that even Wang Chong had never experienced in his previous life. That's right. His guess was right. So, the white go piece that Senior Young Sun had given him indeed contained something else. In that instant, Wang Chong was overjoyed. This is great. Wang Chong clenched his fists tightly, his heart filled with exhilaration. The art of God and demon obliteration and the great yin-yang creation art of heaven and earth were the two ultimate skills that he had wanted the most in his previous life. The great yin-yang creation art of heaven and earth could rapidly gather origin chi, allowing him to break through realms of the fastest speed, while the art of God and demon obliteration could unleash 200% of the gathered origin chi. With these two ultimate skills, his plans for the martial way were basically complete. Something's not right. Just as Wang Chong was overwhelmed with joy and surprise, Wang Chong suddenly frowned. He finally felt that something was wrong. Art of God and demon obliteration? Isn't it the art of God and demon obliteration? Wang Chong finally felt that something was amiss. Although it also started with common people, it seemed that the mantra that appeared out of nowhere in his mind was not the legendary art of God and demon obliteration that he had imagined. Wang Chong confirmed again. That's right. It was not the art of God and demon obliteration, but the art of God and demon obliteration. That's weird. Wang Chong frowned slightly and immediately quietened down. Wang Chong knew that this matter was not what he had imagined. So Young Sun had indeed given him an ultimate skill, but it did not seem to be what he had imagined. Art of God and demon obliteration? What is that? Wang Chong lowered his head, his eyes revealing a look of reminiscence. There were many legends about So Young Sun, and they were all very detailed. He did not even need to rely on the memories of his previous life to find out a lot from the people. However, there did not seem to be the existence of the art of God and demon obliteration in all the legends. What kind of ultimate skill was this? Could it be that So Young Sun had comprehended it recently? Or was it a secret ultimate skill that he had never used in front of others? Wait a moment. Suddenly, as though he had thought of something, Wang Chong's eyes shone with a strange light. Art of God and demon obliteration? Art of God and demon obliteration? Common people, ghosts, and gods. Could it be that these two ultimate arts are actually the same? Wang Chong suddenly recalled the little yin-yang art and great yin-yang heaven creation art. They were both renowned supreme arts of the Central Plains, but the great yin-yang heaven creation art had to be cultivated from the little yin-yang art. Whether it was his master, the evil emperor, or that traitorous senior brother, they were all the same. The little yin-yang art was the basic version, while the great yin-yang heaven creation art was the evolved version, the perfect version. Could it be that the art of God and demon obliteration was the same? As he thought of this, Wang Chong's eyes gradually brightened. The more Wang Chong thought about it, the more likely it seemed. The art of God and demon obliteration and the great yin-yang heaven creation art were on the same level. If the great yin-yang heaven creation art was the same, then the art of God and demon obliteration might be the same as well. Inexplicably, Wang Chong suddenly recalled a matter. After So Young Sun passed away, there was a rumor that So Young Sun's art of God and demon obliteration was actually a fusion of two ultimate skills. However, this rumor wasn't very convincing, and it didn't have much substance to it. Thus, no one believed it back then. But at this moment, Wang Chong started to believe it. There's no mistake, that must be the case. So Young Sun was in the Ghost Tree District to look for a successor to the art of God and demon obliteration. It's impossible for him to suddenly give me an unimportant ultimate skill. The more Wang Chong thought about it, the more he felt that he was right. His cultivation was still too low, and he was only at Origin Energy Tier 7 at the moment. Even though he could be considered to be above average compared to his peers, it was clear that he wasn't at the level where he could cultivate those ultimate skills. Even if So Young Sun gave him the art of God and demon obliteration, he wouldn't be able to cultivate it. This was similar to how his master, the evil emperor, didn't give him the great Yin-Yang heaven creation art, but the little Yin-Yang art instead. Great! The few months I spent wasn't in vain. Everything wasn't in vain. Wang Chong was delighted. Even though he had only obtained the elementary art of God and demon obliteration, it was already a huge harvest for Wang Chong. If So Young's son was willing to impart the art of God and demon obliteration to him, it was entirely possible that he would impart the art of God and demon obliteration to him in the future. However, why did Elder Su change his mind so easily? After the joy, Wang Chong slightly creased his brow, a look of confusion in his eyes. The difficulty of obtaining the art of God and demon obliteration was well known in his previous life. In Wang Chong's memory, there were plenty of talented and intelligent individuals who were accepted by So Young's son as his disciple. Even after going through all sorts of trials, they were still chased out of the sect. If the art of God and demon obliteration was that easy to impart, it wouldn't have been lost in his previous life. There wouldn't have been so many princes, scions, nobles, and martial arts geniuses who would feel dejected over it. Although he had played chess with Su Zhangshun for several months and had expended no small amount of energy, Wang Chong was well aware that compared to his seniors, this little bit of effort he had expended was insignificant. So Young's son would make an exception and impart the art of God and demon obliteration to him so easily? Could it be because of the regional commander's incident? Suddenly, as though recalling something, Wang Chong fell into deep thought. Come to think of it, the only reason why So Young's son would suddenly make an exception and impart the beginner version of the art of God and demon obliteration to him could only be because of this incident. So Young's son was a loyal subject of the Tang dynasty, the god of war of the Central Plains. Even though he was suspected by the royal court for half his life, So Young's son's loyalty remained unwavering. Even to the point of his death, he died on the battlefield in order to save the people. For such a respected existence, it was impossible for him to choose a disciple based on talent alone. There must be other factors involved. It seemed like the memorial he submitted for the regional commander's incident was just an unintentional stab in the back. This was the only explanation for So Young's son's special treatment of him. To think that I would receive the acknowledgement of that person because of the regional commander's incident. Wang Chong thought through the entire situation and couldn't help but sigh. When he wrote that memorial, he was only thinking about preventing a future tragedy. He didn't think about So Young's son's matter at all, but he didn't expect that he would receive the acknowledgement of this great war god. If not for this coincidence, he probably wouldn't be able to reap any benefits even if he accompanied him for the next half a year. However, Wang Chong was well aware that So Young's son's test wouldn't be so simple. If he wanted to obtain the complete advanced version of the art of God and demon obliteration, he would have to put in a lot more effort. No matter what, I will definitely obtain the complete art of God and demon obliteration. Wang Chong quickly calmed down. He clenched the white chess piece So Young's son gave him as a parting gift. Wang Chong subconsciously glanced to the side. The room next door was empty. Su Hanzhan had actually left the room a long time ago. On the floor, there was only the bloodied clothes he took off last night. He must have gone to the training room on the main peak of Kunwu. Wang Chong's heart jolted, and he immediately regained his senses. The main peak of the Kunwu training camp had an inscription formation that could gather the spiritual energy of the world. Cultivating there would be much faster than usual. Chapter 221. With no one else in the room, Wang Chong quickly calmed himself down and began to study the 100-word mantra in his head. Art of Life Massacre was a top-notch skill. Although it was only 100 words, the concept it exuded was far beyond all the skills that Wang Chong had learned so far. Common life execution, exterminating the common life. Senior Su's ultimate technique is simply too domineering. It's no wonder he's so cautious and doesn't easily pass on his Tao. Wang Chong thought to himself, this 100-word mantra was only the first level of Art of Life Massacre. The killing intent in the white pieces indicated that there was a higher level mantra inside. However, the disdain, domineeringness, and fierceness that were revealed from merely these 100 words were sufficient to cause one's heart to tremble with fear. Heaven and earth are heartless, treating all life like dogs. This was the essence of Tao. So Jung-sun's mantra exuded a domineering concept that looked down on the world and treated all life like dogs. This was only the first level of the mantra, and it was already like this. One could only imagine how terrifying it would be if he trained to the highest level of art of God and demon obliteration. Calming himself down, Wang Chong quickly immersed himself in studying and understanding the mantra. The higher the level of a martial art, the harder it was to understand. Wang Chong knew this. This was probably another test that So Jung-sun had given him. Time passed slowly. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Chong felt a wave of fatigue and finally opened his eyes. I can't train anymore. So Jung-sun's mantra is too taxing on my mind. Wang Chong thought to himself. Unlike the demonic emperor old man's little yin-yang art, the art of life massacre was not an internal energy technique. Rather, it involved the use of profound internal energy techniques. This sort of technique was much more profound and difficult to cultivate. In terms of difficulty, the latter was much more difficult than the former. Meditating in the hall, Wang Chong felt that his mental state had mostly recovered. He then opened his eyes. "Come in," Wang Chong said to the door. Crash! The entrance, which was empty a moment ago, was suddenly filled with shadows, and a large group of people rushed in. Zhao Jingdian, Zhuang Zhangping, Qi Siwei, Su Qi, Gao Feng, and Chen Burang were the ones who had fought alongside Wang Chong last night. Everyone's faces were slightly pale, but after a night of rest, they looked much better. "Young master," a group of people walked in and lowered their heads in respect. This wasn't just because Wang Chong had the highest and most illustrious status among them. More importantly, Wang Chong's performance last night had won everyone's respect. When the night raid came, many people panicked. Wang Chong, on the other hand, was the only one who remained calm and collected. Moreover, he was able to gather everyone and launch an organized, large-scale counterattack. If it weren't for Wang Chong, who knew how many more people would have died last night, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Wang Chong had saved their lives. "Take a seat." Wang Chong gestured to the seats beside him and beckoned everyone to sit down. "Qi Weici, how's your injury?" "It's all right. Even though I'm injured, I've already informed my clan to send a few bone builders over. I should be fine after I remodel my shoulder blades," Qi Weici said gratefully. If not for Wang Chong coming up with a way to create the safe house and have him stay in the cage at the center, he might not have been able to survive. For this reason, Qi Weici was extremely grateful to Wang Chong. "Can you still hold on?" "I'm fine," Qi Weici hurriedly replied. The 3 great training camps were appointed by the Holy Emperor himself. If he were to return home to recuperate right after the camp opened, who knew what would happen in the future? Furthermore, the Qi clan wouldn't go offline easily. The soldiers of the Qi clan would never retreat on the battlefield. As a scion of the Qi clan, Qi Weici naturally wouldn't be so cowardly. "That's good." Wang Chong nodded. The 2 gifts that the Zhuang clan and Qi clan had sent over yesterday clearly expressed their intention to side with him. According to the rules of the capital, Zhuang Zhengping and Qi Weici would be working under him on the battlefield in the future. Thus, it was only right for him to show some concern for them. "Qi Weici, can you contact your clan and have them send some of the Qi clan's guards over?" Wang Chong said. "Gongzi, do you mean to say that those people will come over?" Qi Weici's expression warped. The faces of the others also warped upon hearing those words. Everyone had come over to check on such a huge incident last night. Here, Wang Chong held the highest authority. Wang Chong's big uncle was an influential official in the royal court, so it was a good idea to ask him about this matter. However, Wang Chong's reaction caught everyone off guard. Recalling the assault last night, everyone felt a lingering fear in their hearts. However, those master archers weren't something that they could deal with their current strength. None of them would be able to handle another one. "That's not it." Wang Chong shook his head with a grim expression. "It's better to be safe than sorry. If our clan has such experts, we can send them over beforehand. This way, even if something were to happen, we would still be able to provide support. Besides, since those people are bold enough to assault the training camp in the capital, who can say that they won't dare to do it again? The future had already changed, and Wang Chong couldn't be sure whether those people would dare to do it again. Furthermore, the incident last night had reminded Wang Chong that even if he was in the Kunwa training camp, he should still make some preparations. There's no harm in being cautious. The Steel Guards, there shouldn't be a problem. However, the clan has always placed great importance on the Steel Guards. My guess is that they will only send 2 or 3 of them over. Hearing Wang Chong's words, Qi Weisi heaved a sigh of relief. A contemplative look appeared in his eyes. The Steel Guards of the Qi clan wielded a massive axe, and they were renowned for their bravery on the battlefield. However, the training of the Steel Guards wasn't easy. The Qi clan viewed every single Steel Guard with great importance. If it was just Qi Weisi's identity, standing, and capability, it wouldn't be enough for him to mobilize the Steel Guards. However, if he were to use Wang Chong's identity, the situation would be different. Qi Weisi knew that if he were to use his identity as the future successor of the Wang clan, the clan wouldn't turn him down. This was a matter that involved politics. Furthermore, from Qi Weisi's selfish motives, he actually wanted to transfer a few powerful Iron Guards to his side. This would be of great benefit to his position in the clan. 2 or 3 should be enough. Wang Chong didn't say much. The fighting prowess of the Qi clan's Steel Guards was formidable. On top of that, the Steel Guard weren't just powerful. The armor they were wearing was the highest quality Shin metal armor. Even a master archer of the Turks wouldn't be able to pierce through their heavy armor. If they were here, they would at least be able to protect their group. Zhuang Jingping, is it possible for you to mobilize a few experts from your clan? Wang Chong said. It wasn't convenient for the Steel Guards to charge through the mountains. At the very least, they weren't as powerful as the Qi clan Steel Guards. However, if the situation was truly disadvantageous to them, they could still make use of the Zhuang clan Steel Guards to escape from the Kunwa training camp. This could also be considered as considering the possibility of defeat before even considering the outcome of the battle. There's no problem. I can make an application to my clan, so it shouldn't be too much of a problem. Zhuang Zhongping replied without any hesitation. Unlike Qi Weisi, Zhuang Zhongping's standing in the clan was probably much higher than Qi Weisi's. Furthermore, after the incident last night, even if Wang Chong didn't say anything, Zhuang Zhongping had such thoughts. Right, Gongzi? The assault of the Turks has been going on for an entire night. Gongzi, have you received any news? How does the royal court intend to deal with it? Zhuang Jingping suddenly changed the topic. Everyone in the room immediately turned to look at Wang Chong with anticipation in their eyes. Just the sentence alone was sufficient to show Wang Chong's standing. Based on Wang Chong's performance last night and his standing, Wang Chong had already formed a small faction in the Kunwa training camp. Even though it was still a small faction and it was still very weak, it was already on the right track. I don't think that there's any need to doubt this matter. The royal court will definitely deal with it appropriately. Those students who died will definitely be dealt with appropriately. Walala. Just as they were speaking, the flapping of wings suddenly sounded from above their heads. This sound immediately attracted everyone's attention. Everyone raised their heads and saw a snow-white pigeon appearing on the roof of Wang Chong's room. After an entire night of battle, Wang Chong's room was already riddled with holes. Not only the walls, even the ceiling was riddled with holes. The pigeon flew down from the hole created by the Wolf Fong arrow and landed on Wang Chong's palm. It's Big Uncle's carrier pigeon. Wang Chong glanced at the mark on the pigeon's neck and reached out to take a well-folded letter from the pigeon's leg. The words were forceful, and it exuded a dignified aura. It was clear that it wasn't written by an ordinary person. Everyone in the room seemed to have guessed something, and they immediately turned their gazes over. There's news. After reading the letter from Big Uncle Wang Jin, Wang Chong felt much more relaxed. The royal court has made a decision. All of the dead students will be compensated generously, and the immediate family members of the dead will be given special grooming. On top of that, the royal court has decided to dispatch the imperial guards over. and 50 master archers will be stationed on every mountain. On top of that, due to the large number of dead students, the royal court has decided to conduct a second round of recruitment. Other than that, due to the night assault by the eastern and western Turkic Khaganates and the Goguryeo Empire, the royal court has summoned Protector General Zhang Shogue of the Anong Protectorate Manor and the Northern Protectorate Manor to punish the eastern and western Turkic Khaganates and Goguryeo. This is to prevent such a thing from happening again. That's great. The first part of the letter didn't make much of a difference to the crowd, but when they heard the order to wage war, everyone's spirits immediately rose. What compensation? What recruitment? What imperial guards? Only by dealing with the eastern and western Turkic Khaganates and the Goguryeo Empire would they be able to vent their anger. This was the style of the Tang dynasty of the Central Plains. The eastern and western Turkic Khaganates and the Goguryeo Empire have lost more than they gained this time. Wang Chong put down the letter as a smile crept onto his lips. This was the Tang dynasty in his memories, the aggressive and enterprising Tang dynasty. His previous efforts hadn't gone to waste. Wang Chong was certain that the King of Song had played a significant role in this decision. The eastern and western Turkic Khaganates and the Goguryeo Empire now had something on them. Putting aside the Northern Protectorate Manor, Wang Chong didn't have a good impression of Zhang Shoqiu of the Anong Protectorate Manor, even though the latter's unintentional mistake had led to the destruction of the Tang dynasty. Chapter 222. The war with Goguryeo and the eastern and western Turkic Khaganates is a matter for the future. Since you are here, I have something to give you. Wait here for now. Under everyone's doubtful gazes, Wang Chong suddenly stood up and walked toward the back of the room. Gongzi, what are you doing? The group turned around and looked at Zhao Jingdian inquiringly. Last night, they could tell that Zhao Jingdian and Wang Chong had a close relationship. If there was something going on, he was probably the only one who knew about it. Zhao Jingdian shook his head in bewilderment. Even though he was a follower of the Wang clan, he wasn't aware of Wang Chong's actions. Wang Chong spent quite some time laying down the brush and ink. Slowly, everyone realized what Wang Chong was writing. All right, this is my gift to you. It's not thread-bound, one for each of you. Go ahead and read it. Roughly 15 minutes later, Wang Chong finally finished writing. He walked over with a few stacks of books and passed one to each of them. This is a cultivation technique. Everyone was perplexed at the start, but when they saw the content, they couldn't conceal their agitation. What Wang Chong gave them were cultivation technique manuals. I've chosen these based on your individual characteristics. Take them and have a good look. Wang Chong nodded and indifferently said. The night assault last night had reminded Wang Chong of the helplessness of a single person. Wang Chong also realized the limits of his strength. This included Zhao Jingdian, Zhuang Zhengping, and the others. It was already a feat for them to survive that kind of assault. Initially, Wang Chong intended to pass these things to them after a period of time. This way, it would be more natural. However, there was no need for that now. The group arrived quickly, and Wang Chong didn't have the time to prepare. Thus, he used a brush and paper here to write them down. Gongzi, we have a share as well. Su Qi, Gao Feng, and Nie Yin held the stack of papers in their hands in disbelief. Wang Chong's family background was much higher than theirs. The things he took out were definitely not ordinary. They didn't even need to think about it. What surprised everyone was that they had only just met Wang Chong. Wang Chong actually had something for them. After all, they were different from Zhao Jingdian and Zhuang Zhengping. The latter had obviously known Wang Chong for a longer period of time. Wang Chong nodded. To be able to survive last night's situation and even help others, Su Qi, Gao Feng, and Nie Yin's strength and abilities were beyond doubt. In fact, these were the future generals of the Tang dynasty who would walk out of the Kunwa training camp. Su Qi's ability might not be as outstanding as Su Hanshan's, but his ability to command troops was definitely extraordinary. On this point, Wang Chong had already sensed it last night. In the future, Gao Feng and Nie Yin would definitely be valiant generals on the battlefield. In the battle against Uzun, these two were the ones who determined the outcome. One was the defending general, while the other was the attacking general. In the future, these two would be the heroes of Jiao and Meng. But now, other than Wang Chong, no one else knew about it. Even they themselves were clueless about it. In the future, Gao Feng and Nie Yin might not need his help. However, the two of them were still inexperienced, and they weren't as mature as they would be in the future. Thank you, Gongzi. The three of them were overjoyed, and they felt immense gratitude toward Wang Chong. Wang Chong nodded his head. What he imparted to them were the most formidable secret arts of the same generation based on their unique traits. These secret arts were much more formidable than what they could learn on their own, and at the same time, they would be able to build a stronger foundation for themselves. From a certain perspective, this was already out of their control. In the future, even Wang Chong couldn't estimate what kind of achievements they would be able to achieve. The future had already changed, and Wang Chong was also trying to change it. He hoped that through his own hands, he would be able to strengthen these future generals of the empire, turning them into the pillars of the empire. Zhao Jingdian, Zhuang Zhangping, Qi Weisi, Su Qi, Nie Yin, and Gao Feng left in satisfaction. Chen Burang was the last to leave. Thank you, Gongzi. The moment the six of them left, Chen Burang bowed deeply to Wang Chong. Chen Burang was different from the others. He was born into a hunter's family in the mountains. With a single look, Chen Burang could tell that the archery technique that Wang Chong imparted to him was an incredible archery technique. In terms of grade, it far surpassed what Wang Chong had imparted to the other six. In fact, it had far surpassed the origin energy realm and true martial realm, perhaps even reaching an even higher realm. In this aspect, Chen Burang knew his stuff well. Hee, Chen Burang, there's no need to thank me. It's not without reason that I imparted this archery technique to you. Wang Chong said. Oh, Chen Burang was surprised, but he soon understood something. With a deep voice, he said, if Gongzi has any errands in the future, feel free to instruct me. You're wrong. I don't have any errands for you. All you have to do is to study this secret art I imparted to you and improve yourself. The Empire will have a need for you in the future. Wang Chong smiled. Wang Chong viewed Chen Burang in a different light. The reason was simple. Chen Burang was talented. His ears were able to hear the vibration of a bowstring from several li away. Furthermore, he was able to determine the other party's position through the sound alone. This talent was unique to Chen Burang. Just this point alone made Chen Burang qualified to become the future king of master archers. Among the 7 people by Wang Chong's side, only Chen Burang had this talent. This was also the reason why Wang Chong had high hopes for Chen Burang. Once a master archer was formed, it would be extremely terrifying. This was something that everyone had experienced last night. Learn this secret art first. I still have a few things for you. Wang Chong smiled. Many thanks, Gongzi. Although Chen Burang was surprised and felt that Wang Chong's words were unfathomable, he understood that Wang Chong was sincere in helping him. Moreover, compared to the other scions he had interacted with, this Gongzi Wang in front of him was indeed different. Chen Burang took the archery technique that Wang Chong imparted to him and left. However, Wang Chong's visit didn't end there. Wang Gongzi, you're too kind. Not too long after Chen Burang left, 2 silhouettes dressed in luxurious robes walked in from the outside. Zhuang Zhengping and Qi Weisi were signs as well, but compared to the 2 before him, they were clearly lacking. The reason was simple. The 2 of them had an air of nobility and authority that Zhuang Zhengping and Qi Weisi didn't have. They were signs of nobility. Please come in. Wang Chong smiled faintly as he stood up and returned the greeting. Sorry for the intrusion. It's our first time meeting. I am Guo Feng. The young man wearing a purple gold crown introduced himself before pointing to the other young man beside him. This is Chai Ziyi. Due to his admiration for Gongzi's righteousness, he came uninvited. I hope that Gongzi won't take offense. The 2 of them spoke in a natural and dignified manner. It was clear that they had undergone excellent etiquette training, completely different from the other scions. You're too polite, Wang Chong said with a respectful expression. Wang Chong was unfamiliar with the 2 before him. He had never come into contact with them before. However, Wang Chong wasn't unfamiliar with the family insignia on their clothes. One was Duke Guo, the other was Duke Dinghua. Furthermore, unlike the other dukes of the Tang dynasty, the Guo and Chai were the true founding dukes of the Tang dynasty. Their history could be traced back to before the founding of the Tang dynasty, and they were truly influential figures in the dynasty. There's also a phrase that could be used to describe these clans: coexisting with the country. As long as the Tang dynasty existed, these clans would be able to prosper alongside the Tang dynasty. In the Tang dynasty, these clans were the true veteran aristocratic families. Even if there were times when the number of talents in a clan declined, they would still possess extraordinary influence in the royal court and the military. Please take a seat. Wang Chong pointed to the seats beside him. Wang Chong wasn't surprised by Guo Feng and Chai Jifan's appearance at all. From the moment he heard that many signs of the prestigious clans had come to the Kunwa training camp, Wang Chong knew that most of them were here for him. It wasn't surprising for them to appear at this moment. Brother Wang is indeed a talented person. Brother Chai and I have long wanted to take you in. Actually, we had already seen Brother Wang at Azure Dragon Peak for the night assault last night. However, we saw that Brother Wang and Marchioness Yi were having a pleasant conversation, so we didn't disturb you. Guo Feng said seriously. Hearing those serious words, Wang Chong nearly burst into laughter. How could he have a pleasant conversation with Marchioness Yi? Back then, everyone was busy moving the corpses and cleaning up the mountain, so they didn't speak much at all. Guo Feng was lying through his teeth. I've long heard that Marchioness Yi is a scourge among the scions of the capital, and everyone is fearful of her. It doesn't seem to be fake at all. The Guo and Chai clan are prestigious clans with several hundred years of history behind them, and yet they are so fearful of Marchioness Yi. Wang Chong chuckled inwardly. Birds of a feather flocked together. Those who were able to hang out with second sister Wang, Zhu Yin, weren't easy to deal with. The only difference was that second sister was always a scourge to him. On the other hand, Marchioness Yi seemed to be a scourge among the scions of the nobility. Brother Guo must be joking. Marchioness Yi is a heroine, an outstanding figure among women. How can I be compared to her? Wang Chong said. The meaning behind his words was, I'm afraid of her as well. So Wang Gongzi is in the same boat as us. Hearing Wang Chong's words, Guo Feng and Chai Zi's expressions relaxed. They felt that they were in the same boat as Wang Chong, and their gazes toward Wang Chong became much more intimate. This was especially so for Chai Zi. His eyes were filled with passion, as though he was a kindred spirit. The atmosphere in the room immediately became much more harmonious, and it wasn't as solemn and reserved as before. Right, this is our first meeting, so this is a token of our appreciation. I hope that Brother Wang will accept it. Guo Feng and Chai Zi each took out a gold leaf box and pushed it over. This is a 300-year-old Gogrian ginseng. It's extremely useful for raising one's origin energy. Brother Wang, take it and boil it. It'll be beneficial to raising one's cultivation. Even though Gogrian was lacking in resources, and its apothecaries weren't as developed as the Central Plains. However, there was one thing that Gogrian had the best in the world, and that was the Gogrian ginseng. Just like how Sindhu obtained the Hyderabad ores, Gogrian was blessed by the heavens to obtain the best ginseng in the world. The ginseng that grew there was the best tonic for a martial artist to raise their cultivation. Thus, even though Gogrian didn't have many apothecaries and its resources couldn't be compared to the Central Plains, the ginseng produced a large number of experts. But with these ginsengs, a large number of experts were born, and they even took advantage of it to stand up to the imperial court in Liaodong. Chapter 223. Ginseng above 100 years of age was prohibited from being sold outside of Goguryeo. Wang Chong didn't expect that the duo would take out a 300-year-old Gogrian ginseng. I'll have to thank you then. Wang Chong didn't reject the gift. It just so happened that he needed to reach Origin Energy Tier 8, and the gift from the duo came at the right time. Brother Wang, you're being too polite. Seeing Wang Chong accept the gift, Guo Feng and Chai Zi heaved a sigh of relief. Even though the Guo clan and Zi clan were founding members of the Tang dynasty, it had been centuries since then. On the other hand, the Wang clan was a rising power in the Tang dynasty, especially the old master of the Wang clan, Duke Jiao. Not only did he serve as the prime minister, he was also highly respected and wielded great influence in the royal court. The Wang clan was already showing signs of becoming an established clan, and it wasn't too far off from them. On the other hand, Wang Chong caused a huge ruckus in the vast crane pavilion, pummeling Yao Feng and stirring up the regional commander's incident. The duo thought that Wang Chong wouldn't be easy to talk to, or, at the very least, he would have a temper. But from the looks of it now, Wang Chong was unexpectedly easy to get along with. Right, if Brother Wang is free, why don't you come to the Tiger Hall in the capital? Brother Chai, and I will be sure to treat you well. Perhaps we might be able to introduce some friends to Brother Wang. Guofeng said, Indeed. Actually, there are many people who wish to meet Brother Wang. Chai Zi added, There are different classes in the capital as well. Even though they were all descendants of nobles, they were divided into different groups. The 8 Gods Pavilion was the place where the 15 to 17-year-old scions of the capital went to play. On the other hand, the Tiger Hall was different. Its level was much higher. Most of those who were able to enter the Tiger Hall were highly regarded scions of their respective clans, or those who were about to enlist in the military. They were completely different from those profligate scions in the 8 Gods Pavilion. Under normal circumstances, it would be difficult for Wang Chong to enter that place. Guofeng and Chai Zi's words were tantamount to opening the door to Wang Chong, allowing Wang Chong to join their group. Even though they were all princes of the capital, it was still difficult for many people to enter the Tiger Leopard Hall. It just so happens that I'm also preparing to set up an Origin Chi building for exchanging pointers and martial arts. If Brother Gua and Brother Chai are interested, why don't you come over for a chat? Wang Chong suddenly said, Origin Chi building? Guofeng and Chai Zi looked at each other in surprise. I wonder where Brother Wang intends to open his Yuan Chi tower. Of course it's here. Wang Chong extended a finger and pointed outside. Guofeng and Chai Zi looked at each other. For the first time, they couldn't understand Wang Chong. Don't worry, Brother Wang. We'll definitely be there when the time comes. The two of them said in unison. After lingering in Wang Chong's room for a while, the two of them quickly left. After sending the two of them off, Wang Chong sat alone in the room and fell into deep thought. Wang Chong wasn't joking about the matter regarding the Origin Chi Tower. Guofeng and Chai Xiao were prepared to bring Wang Chong into their group, but how could Wang Chong possibly agree to it? The reason why he joined the Kunwa training camp wasn't to join any faction. The Kunwa training camp was a camp of 100 generals, and Wang Chong's wish was to gather all of them together. Then, using his knowledge, horizons, and cultivation technique manuals, he would help them surpass the limits of their previous lives and reach greater heights. To Wang Chong, these people were his future companions. He had to find a way to gather them together. And the Origin Chi Tower was the best way to do so. I'll have to trouble Uncle to handle this matter, Wang Chong thought. Everyone around him had been sent out by him. Shanhai, Meng Long, Li Zhuxin, and Mayasame Ayaka weren't around. Tuoba Gyuan was currently in charge of the Zhang clan's affairs, and he wasn't familiar with the affairs of the clan either. Arloja and Ablonidin had already left, saying that they would contact him if there was any news. As a result, Wang Chong didn't have anyone around him that he could use. Not only so, due to the departure of Li Zhuxin and the others, there was no one around Wang Chong to protect him. Furthermore, outsiders couldn't enter the Kunwa training camp either. This was also a problem that left Wang Chong with a headache. The Yao clan, King Qi, and those who, before he could raise his strength, he was still in a precarious situation. Perhaps it's about time to bring that person over, Wang Chong thought. At this moment, a person suddenly appeared in his mind. The invincible great General Li Sai. In the history of the Tang dynasty, this person had left behind an indelible mark. During the most glorious period of the Tang dynasty, this person had ignited the most radiant light in his life and won the respect of everyone. He was the only vanguard of the Tang dynasty who didn't understand the art of war and was conferred the title of Great General through his bravery alone. Even though he had commanded an army of 1 million, and he didn't have the authority to oversee an entire region, his standing in the military and the history of the Tang dynasty was in no way inferior to Zhang Shogui, Gao Xianji, and Fomenlinta. In the military of the Tang dynasty, without outstanding strength, standing, and authority, it was impossible for one to become a great general. Thus, Wang Chong's father Wang Yin, the Yao clan's Yao Wang Yi, and the other conferred generals weren't able to become a great general. The fact that Li Sai was able to become a great general through his bravery and be conferred the title of Invincible Great General was a testament to his bravery. In the history of the empire, the evaluation of Li Sai was, on the battlefield, he was able to rely on his bravery to change the course of a large-scale battle, as well as the final outcome. This was a unique evaluation. Li Sai's fighting style was to not avoid arrows and stones, to charge forward bravely. No matter how powerful his opponent was, he would never retreat. It was also for this reason that Li Sai had more wounds than anyone could imagine. This was a true man of steel, and he was also the publicly acknowledged #1 vanguard in the history of the Tang dynasty. Of the famed generals of the Tang dynasty, he was the one that Wang Chong wanted to have as his subordinate the most. But even so, it wasn't easy to subdue this future invincible great general. First of all, Li Sai was born in the wilderness. His origins and the trajectory of his life before joining the army had always been a mystery. Even after Li Sai's death, no one knew about it. This person seemed to have never mentioned it to anyone. So even if Wang Chong knew this name, there was no way for him to find it in advance. In addition, as the future invincible great general, Li Sai's growth trajectory was really too fast. In his life trajectory, there was only a half-year gap. If he wanted to recruit him, there was only a short half-year. After half a year, he would enter the service of another great general. At that time, even if Wang Chong wanted to, he might not be able to do it. And after another 2 years, Li Sai's ability would be revealed. At that time, it would be impossible for him to be subdued by anyone. So for Wang Chong, the real opportunity was only that half year. If he managed to catch him, then he managed to catch him. If he failed, then he would forever miss this future invincible great general. If there are no surprises, he should have already been recruited into the army by now. Wang Chong said to himself. This was the first time Li Sai had stepped onto the stage of history. Not here, but in the conscript army heading to Anxi, where he was still an insignificant, unnoticed, ordinary soldier. This was probably the moment when he was at his lowest. But even so, trying to recruit Li Sai was no easy task. The army had its own rules. Once a soldier was registered, it was very difficult to transfer him. Transferring someone from the conscript army to this place was no easy task, let alone Wang Chong. Not even Wang Chong's father, Wang Yin, could do it. I can only ask for the help of the King of Song. He is in charge of the Bureau of Military Personnel and has the authority to transfer troops. Only he can do this, Wang Chong said to himself. Calming himself down, Wang Chong quickly wrote a letter and sent it via messenger pigeon. After that, Wang Chong received a few more visitors before heading to the central Kunwa training camp. He needed some space to properly study the art of life massacre that So Young's son had given him. At the same time, on Azure Dragon Peak, Sun Jiming, do you really think that you can betray me? Deng Mingxin led a group of men and barged into Sun Jiming's room. As Deng Mingxin had been assigned to Azure Dragon Peak, he had managed to escape the assault last night. Even though the assault had caused a huge uproar, Deng Mingxin was still most concerned about the servant who had betrayed him. Deng Gongzi, I don't know what you're talking about. Participating in the Kunwa training camp is an opportunity that I fought for myself. There's no such thing as betrayal. Seeing the group barging into his room, Sun Jiming's face paled. He clenched his fists tightly, but there was no sign of compromise on his face. Seeing Sun Jiming talk back to him in front of so many people, Deng Mingxin was even more furious. In the past, Sun Jiming had always been submissive before him, doing whatever he was told. He had never talked back to him like this. But in just a single day, he actually dared to stand up straight and talk back to him in front of outsiders. Sun Jiming, don't forget your duty. You're just a lowly servant of our Deng clan. How dare you speak to me like that? Deng Mingxin's face darkened. I'll give you one last chance. Do you want to betray your master for glory and follow that lad from the Wang clan? Or do you want to follow me again? Deng Mingxin, no matter what you say, I won't agree to it this time. Sun Jiming gritted his teeth. It hadn't been easy for him to escape from Deng Mingxin's grasp, so there was no way he would return. Otherwise, given Deng Mingxin's personality, who knew what would happen in the future? Deng Gongzi, there's no need to be polite with him. This lad is asking for a beating. How dare he speak to Deng Gongzi in such a manner? Teach him a lesson. Let him know his place. A group of people who had followed him and chimed in. Sun Jiming, since you're determined to not repent, don't blame me for what happens next. Your father doesn't need to stay in the Bureau of Personnel anymore. He should retire early and return to his hometown. Don't think that you'll be of any use just because you've submitted to that fellow Wang Chong. From now on, the members of your Sun clan, young and old, don't think that you'll be able to make a name for yourselves anymore. Just stay in your hometown and focus on farming. Deng Mingxin flung his sleeves, his expression cold as ice. Let me tell you, Sun Jiming, this is all your fault. Deng Mingxin, you dare. In an instant, Sun Jiming's face paled, turning incomparably pale. The Sun clan wasn't some powerful clan, but a family of farmers. Sun Jiming was born in Annan, a poor and impoverished land. It was through their own hard work that the Sun clan managed to climb out of that destitute mountain. In this process, the Sun clan didn't receive any help. Instead, they paid a huge price to achieve this. This wasn't the first time Deng Mingxin had threatened him in such a manner. However, Sun Jiming didn't think that Deng Mingxin would really dare to do so. Borrowing his father's status, he could wipe out the efforts of the entire Sun clan with a single word. Sun Jiming knew that Deng Mingxin's father had the ability to wield great authority. To the Deng clan, the Sun clan was just an insignificant ant that could be trampled to death with a single move. Oomph. You'll know soon enough whether I dare or not. Deng Mingxin sneered coldly. Walala. Just as they were speaking, the sound of something flying through the air sounded. Everyone turned around, only to see a pitch-black night kite descending from the sky. It flew across the hall and landed lightly on Deng Mingxin's arm. Deng Mingxin recognized it immediately. It was the night kite that had delivered the letter to his father. Sun Jiming, you can't be thinking that you've climbed up a high branch, right? Let me tell you, I'll let you know the price of offending me. Shua. Chapter 224. Sun Jiming's face was ashen, and his body trembled as he picked up the letter that Deng Mingxin had tossed over. Around them, everyone had a mocking look on their faces. Lad, betrayal depends on the person. Deng Gongzi doesn't dare to offend the Wang clan, but do you think that he can't deal with you? This is the consequence of not knowing when to back down. The crowd sneered coldly. They already knew that Deng Mingxin had written a letter to his father, Deng Zhou, to remove Sun Jiming's father from his position. An assistant minister of the Bureau of Personnel wasn't a high position in the royal court, but it was more than enough to wipe out a mere Sun clan. Sun Jiming's fate was sealed. Hearing the ridicule from the crowd, Sun Jiming's face turned even paler. With trembling hands, Sun Jiming opened the letter. Upon seeing the first line, Sun Jiming was taken aback. He raised his head in disbelief and glanced at Deng Mingxin. What are you looking at? You're only regretting now? It's too late. Deng Mingxin sneered. Sun Jiming didn't argue, but his expression was indescribably bizarre. Picking up the letter, Sun Jiming continued reading. Initially, Sun Jiming's face was as pale as a corpse, but slowly, his lips began to move, and, as he read the contents of the letter, his face grew redder and redder. By the end of the letter, Sun Jiming's eyes were brimming with excitement. Deng Mingxin, this is what they mean by karma. Take this letter and read it yourself. Sun Jiming abruptly stood up and threw the letter in front of Deng Mingxin. It was as if 1,000 jin had been removed from his body. Lad, have you gone mad? How dare you speak to Deng Gongzi in such a manner? Beside Deng Mingxin, a 15 or 16-year-old arrogant youth could not help but rebuke angrily. Deng Gongzi, we'll teach him a lesson for you. Another young man spoke up, dissatisfied with Sun Jiming's attitude. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Take a good look at this letter. Deng Mingxin, even though you've threatened me time and time again, I won't hold it against you. You're on your own in the future." After saying those words, Sun Jiming turned around and left. His aura was completely different from before. Impudent. Those who followed Deng Mingxin and flew into a rage, enraged by Sun Jiming's rude behavior. However, as the person involved and the protagonist of the whole thing, Deng Mingxin had an extremely bad feeling. He had known Sun Jiming for more than a day or two, and he had a deep understanding of the latter's character. Sun Jiming was a person who was capable of everything except acting and lying. Furthermore, Sun Jiming's attitude was completely different from before. It was simply too bizarre. What's going on? Deng Mingxin knew something was amiss. He frowned deeply. Almost subconsciously, Deng Mingxin bent down and picked up the letter that Sun Jiming had tossed to the ground with deep doubt in his eyes. "Bastard, get over here right now." When he saw the first line of the letter, Deng Mingxin felt as if he had been struck by lightning from the heavens. He was completely stunned. "This is impossible." Deng Mingxin's face turned pale and his eyes widened in disbelief. Flipping open the letter, Deng Mingxin hurriedly scanned through it. In the blink of an eye, Deng Mingxin's face turned from pale to deathly pale. His lips trembled and cold sweat dripped from his forehead. "Impossible. This is impossible." Deng Mingxin stared in the direction that Sun Jiming had left with a nervous expression. His body trembled uncontrollably, and his arrogance from before was replaced by fear. "No, I can do it. I want to see Gongzi. I want to see Gongzi." Deng Mingxin seemed to have lost his soul. He abruptly turned his head around and hastily rushed in another direction. He didn't even notice that the letter had fallen from his fingers. What's wrong with Deng Gongzi? The crowd stared at one another, unable to comprehend what was going on. They were still waiting for Deng Mingxin to give the order to stop Sun Jiming so that they could teach him a lesson. Who would have thought that Deng Mingxin would run off first, as though he had lost his soul? "Look at what's written on the letter." One of the men bent down and picked up the letter that Deng Mingxin had dropped. A group of people immediately gathered around. "Fired? Deng Mingxin's father has been fired from the Bureau of Personnel? How is that possible? Didn't Deng Mingxin say that he was going to fire Sun Jiming's father yesterday?" The crowd stared at one another in dismay. Looking at the letter in their hands, none of them could say a word. With the mystery revealed, the crowd finally understood why Deng Mingxin had left in such a hurry, and why Sun Jiming was so confident all of a sudden. Just that, wasn't this reversal a little too drastic? A moment ago, Deng Mingxin was still intending to deal with Sun Jiming's father. But in the next moment, his father was fired, and it had only been a single day. "Isn't this a little too fast?" One of the men exclaimed, his voice filled with shock. An assistant minister of the Bureau of Personnel wasn't a high-ranking official, and it couldn't be compared to nobles, ministers, or prestigious clans. However, it wasn't a minor official either. To fire an assistant minister wasn't something that a single person could do. At the very least, it would require the approval of several people. Under normal circumstances, even if the upper echelons wanted to fire an assistant minister, it would take at least half a month. Yet, Deng Mingxin was able to get it approved in a single day. What kind of speed was this? It was no wonder Deng Mingxin's father was so furious in the letter that the first word he said was beast. He must have realized that the problem lay with Deng Mingxin. Wang Chong. It's him. It's definitely him. Only he has the ability to do this. Someone suddenly exclaimed. As soon as those words were spoken, the surroundings immediately fell silent. To fire an assistant minister of the Bureau of Personnel in a single day wasn't something an ordinary person could do. But there was one person who could do it, Wang Chong. It was rumored that during the consort Taijin incident, Wang Chong had single-handedly helped the king of Song reverse the situation and return to the royal court. As such, he was highly regarded by the king of Song. On top of that, Wang Chong's big uncle Wang Jin was an influential official in the royal court. With the two of them working together, it wouldn't be too difficult for them to remove an assistant minister of the Bureau of Personnel. On top of that, Wang Chong had the motive to help Sun Jiming deal with Deng Mingxin. There was no mistaking this point. However, Not only did the crowd not feel relieved, their hearts felt heavy, as though a mountain was pressing down on them. If Wang Chong could make use of his clan's influence to deal with Deng Mingxin easily, it wouldn't be too difficult for him to deal with them. The House of Ministers and Generals isn't something that ordinary people can afford to offend. At this moment, everyone felt a deep sense of apprehension. Deng Mingxin, don't you think that it's a little too late for you to think of me now? On Azure Dragon Peak, Zhang Xian flung his sleeves and flung Deng Mingxin's hands away with a livid face. Dressed in a black robe, Zhang Xian had a delicate face, and he looked to be in his late teens. But very few people knew that he was the student leader of King Qi's Kunwa training camp. Zhang Xian had contributed greatly to the Turks and Gogurians, and it was due to this that he managed to gather quite a bit of influence. However, not many people were aware of this point. Gongzi, you have to save me. I only did this because I didn't want to trouble Gongzi. I didn't expect this to happen. Kneeling on the floor, Deng Mingxin was on the verge of tears. Zheng Gongzi, you are King Qi's subordinate. I'll have to trouble you to plead with King Qi. Bastard, what are you saying? Who do you think King Qi is? Do you think that he will listen to your orders? Zheng Xian's face immediately darkened. Deng Mingxin's face immediately warped. He knew that he had misspoken. However, it was no longer up to him. Zheng Gongzi, no matter what, you have to think of a way to help me. I'm only doing this in order to deal with Wang Chong and vent King Qi's anger. Understanding the severity of the situation, Deng Mingxin immediately changed his words. The reason why he had dealt with Sun Jiming was purely because he didn't want to lose this subordinate who was easy to control and had great potential. However, this didn't stop him from pushing everything onto Wang Chong. There's no need to say anymore. I can't help you. You should leave. Zhang Xian said mercilessly. Deng Mingxin's face warped again and again. In the end, his face turned ashen and he nearly collapsed to the ground. Zhang Xian was his final straw to deal with Wang Chong. He didn't expect Zhang Xian to reject him as well. Deng Mingxin's lips trembled as he tried to explain himself. However, before he could say anything, Zhang Xian had already turned his head away. It was clear that he wasn't willing to listen to him anymore. Zhang Xian's face was completely devoid of blood, and his eyes were filled with despair. He didn't think that Zhang Xian would reject him as well. His final hope had been dashed. Staggering, Deng Mingxin stood up from the ground as if he had lost his soul. Then, he began to walk down the mountain. Gongzi, are we really not going to help him? Seeing Deng Mingxin's dispirited back, an intelligent youth beside Zhang Xian couldn't help but ask, "You're muddle-headed. If I could help him, would I not? It's not that I don't want to help him, but there's no one else who can." Zhang Xian took a deep breath, but his complexion was still awful. The assistant minister of the Bureau of Personnel isn't a minor official. If we want to take him down, we'll need both the King of Song and the Wang clan's Wang Jin to make a move. Right now, unless King Qi is willing to completely fall out with the King of Song and Wang Jin for Deng Zhou. Otherwise, there would be no way to turn this around. The King of Song has been reinstated, and now is the time for him to be proud. Think about it. If King Qi were to risk falling out with the King of Song for the sake of a deposed Deng Zhou, what would King Qi do? Would it be worth it? If Deng Mingxin had told me about this matter earlier, there might still be hope. Now that the dust has settled, not even King Qi can do anything about it. Zhang Xian's eyes shone with deep wisdom, completely different from how he acted before Deng Mingxin. Deng Mingxin thought that Zhang Xian was unwilling to help him, but he didn't know that Zhang Xian had already weighed the pros and cons and knew that this matter couldn't be helped. But if we abandoned Deng Mingxin so soon after coming to our side, if others were to learn of this, they would probably be disappointed. The seemingly intelligent young man said, revealing the true worry in his heart with a single sentence. "Sai, this is also something that vexes me." Zhang Xian's face darkened. Previously, when Zhou Zhang instructed me to deal with Wang Chong, I was still thinking of keeping the peace and avoiding him if possible. But now, it seems like I can't avoid him anymore. He's pissing on my neck. As Zhang Xian spoke, his fists were clenched tightly, and his complexion was awful. Wang Chong's slap was a slap to Deng Mingxin's face, but was also a slap to Zheng Xian's face. Wang Chong, you chose this yourself. Don't blame me for this. Chapter 225. Thank you, Gongzi. On the main peak of the Kunwa training camp, Wang Chong was currently practicing his martial arts in a training room when a figure suddenly walked in. Putong, the figure kneeled on the floor and bowed respectfully. Sun Jiming. Wang Chong turned around and stared at the kneeling youth with a hint of shock in his eyes. But soon, Wang Chong smiled. Get up. There's no need to stand on ceremony. Gongzi, thank you. Thank you for your help. Sun Jiming knelt on the floor in gratitude. After reading Deng Mingxin's letter, he had immediately rushed to Wang Chong's side. The Deng clan was too powerful for any ordinary person to oppose. If not for Wang Chong's help, the entire Sun clan would have been implicated by him. It's just a small matter. I promised you, so I'll definitely do it, Wang Chong said. Deng Mingxin's matter was indeed a small matter to him. Given the Wang clan strength, dealing with an assistant minister of the Bureau of Personnel was a walk in the park. All Wang Chong had to do was write a letter. On the other hand, Sun Jiming's sincerity had left him deeply moved. Even though it's a small matter to Gongzi, it's a huge matter to Sun Jiming. Sun Jiming, will remember this favor. Sun Jiming straightened his back and looked at Wang Chong. Deng Mingxin was a jealous person, and the Deng clan had a strong desire for control. If not for Wang Chong, Sun Jiming would have been trapped in the cage the Deng clan had set for him. Incidents like Deng Mingxin sacrificing himself so that Sun Jiming could enter the training camp would continue. More importantly, even though Sun Jiming had done so much, Deng Mingxin and the Deng clan would still use the Sun clan to threaten him. This was the reason why Sun Jiming wasn't willing to submit to Deng Mingxin. Sun Jiming was grateful to Deng Mingxin for helping him escape from the cage he had been trapped in. Without a doubt, if it wasn't for Wang Chong, he would have taken a completely different path. Sun Jiming wasn't someone who didn't know how to repay kindness, so he was extremely grateful to Wang Chong. Since you're here, that's fine too. Wang Chong didn't dwell on this matter with Sun Jiming. Reaching into his robe, Wang Chong took out a stack of papers. Previously, I promised to give you a copy of the Panther Bone Cultivation Chant. This will benefit you greatly in the future. Panther Bone. Sun Jiming's heart jolted, and he abruptly raised his head. Root bone determined one's future achievements, and Sun Jiming was well aware that his root bone wasn't too good. Therefore, even if he was proud of his talent, without a good foundation, he would only be a flower in the mirror and the moon in the water. He would not be able to achieve much in the future. Thus, what Sun Jiming wanted the most upon entering the training camp was the root bone cultivation chant. It was just that Sun Jiming didn't expect Wang Chong to give him such a precious root bone cultivation technique that only nobles and nobles would possess so easily. Thank you, Gongzi. Even someone as calm as Sun Jiming couldn't help but feel agitated. This is only the first version. When you successfully cultivate the Panther Bone, I'll give you an even more profound version of the Tiger Bone cultivation technique. Sun Jiming, you're talented, so don't waste it, Wang Chong said. Hearing Wang Chong's words, a hint of doubt flashed across Sun Jiming's eyes. Wang Chong's words seemed to have a deeper meaning behind them, leaving Sun Jiming in a daze. Wang Chong smiled and didn't say anything. Sun Jiming was talented, but this talent wasn't in martial arts, but in the way of thinking. Sun Jiming was a rare genius general. However, his strength was his greatest shortcoming. Of all the generals who graduated from the Kunwa training camp, Sun Jiming was one of the weakest generals. Otherwise, he wouldn't have died on the battlefield. A general who liked to launch surprise attacks had to possess outstanding strength. In fact, they had to be far stronger than an infantry general who fought head-on the battlefield. Sun Jiming's death was partly man-made, but it was also partly due to his own weakness in martial arts. Perhaps not even Sun Jiming knew that Wang Chong was slowly, step by step, changing his future. First, he gave him the Panther Bone cultivation technique, then the Tiger Bone cultivation technique, and then the other unparalleled cultivation techniques that he knew of. Wang Chong's plan was to groom Sun Jiming into a powerful general who could stand on his own. The cavalry trained by the Zhuang clan is renowned throughout the world. With the Zhuang clan's cavalry paired with Sun Jiming's talent as a commander, as well as his ability to launch surprise attacks, he will surely become an influential force in the Tang dynasty in the future. Wang Chong thought. Of the people around him, there were two people that Wang Chong was looking forward to meeting the most. One was Sun Birang. With his talent, he would definitely be able to groom an army of the strongest master archers in the Tang dynasty. And the other was Sun Jiming. Archers and cavalry would always be the two most eye-catching formations on the battlefield. Archers specialized in long-range attacks, while cavalry specialized in mobility. And Sun Jiming's ability to grasp opportunities on the battlefield gave him the potential to lead the strongest cavalry. Beastly instincts. This was the conclusion that Wang Chong's previous life had given to Sun Jiming's ability to grasp opportunities. Sun Jiming didn't know this himself, and he hadn't realized it yet. But this talent was truly flowing through his body. As long as he was given a powerful cavalry, Sun Jiming would be able to create one astounding surprise attack after another without anyone's orders. As for Sun Jiming, there was no need for Wang Chong to subdue him. As long as he was strong, no matter where he was, he would be a success for the entire Tang dynasty. Wang Gongzi, please let me go. I know my mistake. Just as Wang Chong was deep in thought, a pleading voice sounded from the entrance of the hall. Wang Chong and Sun Jiming turned around, only to see a familiar figure walking in from outside. With a loud punk, the figure kneeled onto the floor and prostrated himself. I was wondering who it was. So it's you, Deng Mingxin. Seeing the figure kneeling on the floor, Wang Chong sneered coldly. Why, Deng Mingxin, are you here to warn me? Sun Jiming stood up from the floor with disdain in his eyes. He didn't expect Deng Mingxin to follow him all the way here to plead for mercy from Wang Chong. When this person was in power, he dared to order him around. But once he lost the upper hand, he dared to run to Wang Chong to beg for mercy. Deng Mingxin, why are you following me? Sun Jiming's complexion wasn't too good. Sun Jiming, I was wrong in the past. You can follow whoever you want to. I won't stop you anymore. Wang Gongzi, I have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Please forgive me. I beg you. Please let my father go. Deng Mingxin lowered his head, his face ashen. The strong preyed on the weak. Deng Mingxin knew that he was in the wrong this time. Zheng Xian had already rejected him, and Deng Mingxin knew that the only one who could save him now was Wang Chong. Deng Mingxin, it's useless to beg me. I can tell you with certainty that I won't help you. Wang Chong said calmly. Wang Chong didn't have a good impression of Deng Mingxin. This person was too manipulative. In his previous life, Sun Jiming could have done much more, but he ended up dying in his hands. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the fate of the Tang dynasty changed because of him. Furthermore, Deng Mingxin was too pragmatic. Wang Chong was the one who harmed him, using Big Uncle and the King of Song to strip his father of his scholarly title and official position. Yet, Deng Mingxin was still able to threaten Sun Jiming one moment, and the next, he ran to Wang Chong to admit defeat and beg for mercy. If such a person was given a chance to rise again, Sun Jiming would probably fall into his hands once more and be harmed by Deng Mingxin. Thus, no matter what, Wang Chong wouldn't agree to it. Jiming, I know that I've gone overboard at times. But if I ask myself honestly, I'm just trying to find a way out. Jiming, if you were in my shoes, wouldn't it be the same? Even though I did threaten you, I was just saying it. I know that I've gone overboard, but Jiming, other than this matter, think about how I've treated you. My father even praised you and gave you a box of ginseng. Have you forgotten all about it? Deng Mingxin gritted his teeth and turned to Sun Jiming. Sun Jiming hesitated, even though he knew that the Deng clan had done so, because Deng Mingxin's father wanted to win him over. But Deng Mingxin's words were undeniably true. In that instant, Sun Jiming couldn't help but feel his heart soften. After all, Deng Mingxin's father was stripped of his scholarly rank because of him. In that instant, Sun Jiming subconsciously turned to look at Wang Chong. Deng Mingxin, are you still trying to play tricks? Let me tell you, no one can change the decree of the royal court. Even if it's you, I can't help you. Don't waste your efforts. Wang Chong said coldly. He was speaking the truth. It was easy to get rid of someone like Deng Zhou, but it was extremely difficult to restore him to his scholarly rank. Spilled waters cannot be retrieved. Once a decision was made, it was impossible to change it. This was something that not even Wang Chong's big uncle or the king of Song could do. Deng Mingxin's efforts were destined to go to waste. Wang Gongzi, I don't expect you to restore my father to his post. I only hope that young master can let me and my father go and don't try to kill us. Deng Mingxin gritted his teeth. As soon as Deng Mingxin said those words, Wang Chong's face darkened. I don't know what you're talking about, Wang Chong said coldly. On the other hand, Sun Jiming seemed to have understood something, and he stared at Wang Chong in shock. Based on Deng Mingxin's words, it seemed like Wang Chong didn't just want to strip his father of his scholarly rank. This fellow is too shrewd. This thought flashed across Wang Chong's mind. Stripping Deng Mingxin's father of his scholarly rank wasn't his entire plan. He did intend to deal with Deng Zhou after the latter was stripped of his scholarly rank. Deng Mingxin and his father were Sun Jiming's Achilles heel. Stripping Deng Zhou of his scholarly rank wasn't enough to change Sun Jiming's fate. Thus, the best solution was to ensure that they would never be able to make a comeback. For the sake of the empire's future, Wang Chong didn't mind playing the role of a villain. However, he didn't expect Deng Mingxin to be so sharp. Sun Jiming's death in his previous life wasn't a fluke. Wang Chong realized that he had still underestimated Deng Mingxin. The other party was far more astute than he had thought. Wang Gongzi, regardless of whether you admit it or not, I want you to spare us father and son. In exchange for this promise, I'm willing to give you a secret. Deng Mingxin gritted his teeth. Deng Mingxin wasn't a fool. He knew that Wang Chong had nothing to do with Sun Jiming. But for him, he was willing to mobilize influential officials like the king of Song and his big uncle to deal with him. From Wang Chong's actions, Deng Mingxin felt a strong sense of threat. If Wang Chong wanted to deal with him, he wouldn't stop after stripping his father of his scholarly rank. Deng Mingxin was worried that the Wang clan wouldn't let him off. What secret? Wang Chong asked impassively. It's regarding the Yao clan and King Qi. I only heard one word. Hyderabad, ores. Deng Mingxin gritted his teeth. Wang. Chapter 226. How did the Yao clan find out? Wang Chong's eyes flashed. He had always viewed the matter of the Hyderabad ore as his top priority, so he rarely revealed it to others. At the very least, no one knew where he got his Wuzi steel sword for several months. The fact that the Yao clan was able to find out about the Hyderabad ore was enough to explain a lot of problems. Where did you hear that from? Wang Chong turned to look at Deng Mingxin. I also heard about it from Zhang Xian. Once, he was chatting with someone, but he didn't say anything. He was chatting with someone once, and I happened to overhear their conversation. Deng Mingxin gritted his teeth. In the past, he would never have dared to do such a thing. But Zhang Xian had already abandoned him. Since that was the case, he couldn't be blamed for this. Zhang Xian, Wang Chong's eyebrows shot up. I didn't hear much about this matter. I only heard that King Qi and the Yao clan wanted to deal with you. And this matter should have something to do with the Hyderabad ore. Deng Mingxin knelt on the ground. I understand. Wang Chong waved his hand. I'll agree to this. Don't provoke Sun Jiming anymore, including the Sun clan. Otherwise, you'll know the consequences. Deng Mingxin quickly left, but Wang Chong fell into deep thought. Deng Mingxin was just an insignificant figure. As long as he was alive, he wouldn't be able to stir up any waves. But the information he had unintentionally provided had made Wang Chong think of many things. Deng Mingxin only knew the name, so he didn't necessarily know what the Hyderabad ore was. But Wang Chong knew that the Hyderabad ore was his lifeline, as well as the lifeline of the entire Wang clan. It was precisely because of the Hyderabad ore that the Wang clan was able to fill in the final gap. They could truly become a clan like the Yao clan, perhaps even stronger than the Yao clan. But this was far from the case for Wang Chong. War was a game of economics. Without sufficient funds, no matter how powerful an individual was, they would not be able to change the future. I've already obtained 300 June of Hyderabad ore, and the cooperation with the Zhang family is already on track. Even if the Yao family knew about the existence of the Hyderabad ores, they wouldn't be able to threaten me. But for these guys to be able to find out the name of Hyderabad ore, they're really not simple. Wang Chong thought to himself. His connections in the court had already been established. Not to mention that his uncle's attitude towards him had changed. He could request for experts from him at any time. Just with the Imperial Army Commander Zhao Fengchun, Wang Chong could easily have him alter the patrol routes of the Imperial Army at night and strengthen the defense of the Wang family residence. Even if King Qi and the Yao clan wanted to, they wouldn't be able to do anything. However, one must not have the intention to harm others, but one must always be on guard against others. We have to be careful about this matter. Wang Chong thought to himself. After sending off the grateful sun Jiming, Wang Chong calmed himself down and focused on his cultivation. Ever since his reincarnation, Wang Chong had already made all the preparations he could. The most urgent matter at hand was to raise his cultivation. Clang! With a thought, the blunt sword hanging on Wang Chong's waist flew into his hands. With lightning speed, he hacked at the 3 wooden puppets 5 steps away. Chi! A surge of origin energy pierced through the air and struck one of the wooden puppets. But soon, Wang Chong's origin energy was exhausted. He was unable to fire a second or third surge of origin energy. It's still too weak. Again, with a thought, Wang Chong struck the wooden puppet once more. Swordsmanship was an offensive technique, not a secret art of internal energy. Thus, compared to other internal energy cultivation techniques, swordsmanship focused more on technique. The activation of origin energy and the condensation of sword chi. These were all content that swordsmen needed to learn. What Wang Chong was doing now was the content taught in the Art of Life Massacre. According to the requirements of the 100 Words Manual, the first step was for Wang Chong to release his origin energy through his sword and strike 3 wooden puppets within a second. As the distance between the wooden puppets increased, the number of wooden puppets increased. Only when he could release his origin energy within a second and strike 12 wooden puppets at a distance of 10 zhong would Wang Chong be able to truly cultivate his sword chi. And these were only the prelude to the Art of Life Massacre. The number of words on the mental cultivation method was only 10. The Art of Life Massacre didn't require one to cultivate internal energy, but it was far more difficult to cultivate than any other manual. Chi. Once, twice, thrice, 4 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times. In the dull training room, Wang Chong drew his sword time and time again. The training camp had just opened, and there were many Imperial Army members on the mountain. This period of time was surprisingly peaceful. Chi. 3 days later, Wang Chong's back was drenched in sweat. With a wave of his hand, 3 streams of origin energy struck 3 wooden puppets 5 steps away simultaneously. The number of wooden puppets increased rapidly. 7 days later, there were 6 of them. Then there were 7, 8, 9. There weren't many shortcuts in the cultivation of sword chi. This was something Wang Chong knew in his previous life. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Half a month later, the number of wooden puppets in front of Wang Chong had reached 14. This had already exceeded the requirements of the training. I can start the next step of the training. Wang Chong thought to himself as he began to pull the distance between the wooden puppets. Origin energy couldn't be condensed indefinitely. The further the distance, the more energy would be expended. The second stage of the Art of Life Massacre was to increase the distance of the origin energy transmission step by step. Pung, pung, pung. The first few times, Wang Chong failed. The primordial chi shot out from the iron sword disappeared within 5 steps. But soon, Wang Chong realized the key to this. If I want to transmit the origin energy further, I need to make the origin energy from the iron sword smaller. Wang Chong thought to himself. After understanding this step, Wang Chong immediately knew what to do. 5 steps, 6 steps, 7 steps. Wang Chong slowly condensed the origin energy from the iron sword, making it smaller and denser. 8 steps, 9 steps, 10 steps. The distance between the wooden puppets and Wang Chong was getting further and further. This kind of thing didn't require too much comprehension. Instead, it required constant practice and slowly grasping the key. 11 steps, 12 steps, 13 steps, 4 zhang, 5 zhang, 6 zhang. The origin energy from Wang Chang's iron sword was getting further and further away. This level of origin energy couldn't actually hurt anyone, but Wang Chang didn't care, because this was the foundation of the art of life massacre. 8 zhang, 9 zhang, 11 zhang. When the wooden puppets were getting further and further away from Wang Chang, the origin energy from Wang Chang also became thinner and smaller. But the luster was getting stronger and stronger. In a single second, Wang Chang was able to strike more than a dozen wooden puppets at a distance of 120 zhang. Finally, he could enter the third stage of the foundation training. This stage was impossible for Wang Chang alone. Therefore, Wang Chang found a few people. Are you ready? In the dark secret chamber, it was so dark that one couldn't even see their fingers. They could only communicate by sound. Wang Chang nodded. In the next moment, countless square-shaped wooden blocks were thrown at Wang Chang from 3 different directions. Chi, origin energy whistled, and streams of energy whizzed out, shooting at the small, square-shaped wooden blocks in the air. Pa, pa, pa. Except for 6 or 7 wooden blocks that were hit, the rest of the wooden blocks whizzed out and hit Wang Chang's robe. It's still a bit difficult to determine the position by listening to the wind. Wang Chang opened his eyes and thought to himself. The third basic training of the art of life massacre was to determine the position by listening to the wind. This was not only to determine the position of the enemy by listening to the wind, but also to train precise swordsmanship. The higher the level of swordsmanship, the higher the requirement for control and precision. As the top and unparalleled technique in the past, the art of life massacre had even stricter requirements in terms of technique. Precision, speed, and accuracy were the basics of swordsmanship. Only by mastering these could one truly learn more advanced swordsmanship. While Wang Chang was concentrating on practicing the art of life massacre, a group of people were beating drums and gongs outside the Kunwa training camp on a mountain very close to the White Tiger Peak. What are these guys doing? The people on the White Tiger Peak were the first to notice the strange situation nearby. At first, they were still puzzled, but gradually, they felt that something was wrong. These guys are actually building a house there. Looking at the foundation that had appeared on the peak of the mountain in just a few days, everyone was dumbfounded. Someone is actually building a house near the Kunwa training camp. Who are they? Where did these guys come from? Where did they come from? What do you think? Do you think Kunwa training camp can be built with money? In an instant, a hint of fear appeared in everyone's eyes. Outsiders were not allowed to enter Kunwa training camp. The other party actually dared to build a house at such a close distance. This person must have a powerful background. Some people wanted to go and take a look, but after hearing this, they immediately backed out. The other party clearly knew that this was Kunwa training camp, yet they still dared to build a house here. Obviously, they had a powerful background. Most of the people in Kunwa training camp were ordinary civilians or the descendants of ordinary government officials. These people were not to be trifled with. Who the hell is this person? He even mobilized the Imperial Guards? At the same time, on the Vermilion Bird Peak and the Green Dragon Peak, many people from aristocratic families also noticed this scene. However, unlike the others, they noticed that there were some figures on the peak of the mountain. They were obviously from the Imperial Guards. The Imperial Guards were the Emperor's guards. Since the other party could mobilize the Imperial Guards, it was obvious that he had a powerful background. Many people from aristocratic families also revealed a look of fear, not daring to provoke him. Hurry up, build this mansion as soon as possible. At this moment, at the top of the mountain, Wang Chang's uncle Li Lin was commanding a group of masons on the peak of the mountain with a few Imperial Guards. Li Lin had accepted Wang Chang's letter and bought this mountain range according to the latter's request. The Kunwa training camp strictly forbade outsiders from approaching, but places outside the camp were not subject to this rule. Wang Chang saw this loophole and asked Li Lin to buy the mountain in advance, preparing to build his first base on the mountain. Until now, no one had reacted. Wang Chang had taken the initiative. When others reacted, it would be a different story. However, although he had exploited a loophole, it still involved the three major training camps. Generally, even if the imperial court did not prohibit it, it would be difficult to take it down easily. But Wangcheng was different. As the saying went, someone in the imperial court had a good idea. Wangcheng just asked the king of Song for a favor and bought the mountain at the price of 80,000 taels of gold. Chapter 227. Hurry, hurry. If we can complete it before the deadline, everyone will be rewarded with an ingot of gold. Li Lin shouted from the top of the mountain. The matter of Wangcheng purchasing a mountain near the three great training camps had already caught the attention of the royal court. By the time the royal court realized this, the construction of any buildings within dozens of li of the three great training camps will be strictly prohibited. Thus, they had to work overtime to complete it as soon as possible. Wangcheng had already mentioned all of this in his letter. As the saying went, money makes the world go round. This was the moment where Wangcheng's wealth came into full play. 80,000 gold taels was a huge burden to many clans. However, Wangcheng was different. He didn't have any special business burdens. He didn't have any cash flow, and most of what he had on hand was cash. Money was the last thing he lacked. If it were anyone else, even if they had the intention, they wouldn't be able to pull out so much money so easily. With the incentive of money, the craftsmen on the mountain were full of vigor. In just 10 days, the foundation was laid. In around 20 days, the first floor was built, and the basic outline of the residence was outlined. The reason why Wangcheng bought this mountain wasn't just to build a house on it. Instead, he intended to build an antique courtyard on the mountain that could accommodate hundreds of people. A garden, a pavilion, a long corridor, a guest room, a training ground, a tea room. Everything that one would need was available. All of these items were incomparably luxurious. Even the scions of the nobility found it hard to bear. Without the support of the clan, it was unimaginable to build such a large residence. The amount of money required wasn't something that the students of the three great training camps could afford. However, to Wangcheng, this wasn't a problem at all. Hundreds of skilled craftsmen were called into the mountain. Like ants moving houses, they busied themselves. With so many people, the entire residence was built on the mountain within a month. Looking from afar, the eaves were arched and the eaves were high. It was a grand sight. The only thing missing was a paint job and a set of solid wood furniture. Wangcheng's uncle, Li Lin, did not stand on ceremony either. As soon as the mountaintop was preliminarily built, he sent a group of experts with bulging temples to guard it. These people were sent over by Wangcheng's big uncle, Wang General. After learning of Wangcheng's request, Wang Jin immediately dispatched these guards from his clan. Firstly, it was to protect the courtyard, and secondly, it was to protect Wangcheng. The previous night raid was a lesson to be learned. Wang Jin didn't want anything to happen to Wangcheng again. This was the degree of importance that Wangcheng was currently receiving in the family. However, when the Wang clan's guards entered the mountain peak, all the mysteries were revealed. Wang clan guards. These people are the guards of the Wang clan. On the White Tiger Peak, a group of people stared at the expressionless guard stationed at the peak with their eyes wide open. Living in the capital, they were able to recognize the emblems of the prestigious clans. There was almost no one in the capital who didn't know of the Wang clan's influence. And there was only one person from the Wang clan in the Kunwa training camp. In an instant, everyone turned to look at Zhao Jingdian. Don't ask me. I don't know either. Gongzi has always been an unfathomable person. Zhao Jingdian knew what everyone was thinking, and he hurriedly shook his head. After interacting with Zhao Jingdian for a period of time, they knew that he wouldn't lie. However, to Su Qi, Gao Feng, Nian, and the others, it was a completely different story. The three great training camps were designated by the Sage Emperor. It was not a place where anyone could build anything they wanted. This was the first time they witnessed Wangcheng's means and astounding financial strength. Ha! As expected of my brother, I'll have a share of this residence from now on. Unlike the others, Wei Hao burst into laughter upon hearing the news. He was clearly excited. Isn't that lad a little too eye-catching? On the Vermilion Bird Peak, the group of powerful ladies standing beside Marchioness he also noticed the building that had suddenly risen from the ground. What is that Wang Chong up to? On the Azure Dragon Peak, Abu Tong and the other whose students had also noticed the eye-catching residence. However, unlike the others, Abu Tong had been keeping a close eye on Wang Chong's movements during this period of time. It was only at the very last moment that Abu Tong noticed that the residence next to the Kunwa training camp was actually Wang Chong's. Wang Chong's memorial had caused the Hu to lose many benefits. Abu Tong didn't think that Wang Chong would do something so meaningless, so he couldn't help but frown in bewilderment. Isn't that lad of the Wang clan reacting a little too quickly? Is he intending to build a base here and expand his territory? On another peak, Zhang Xian also noticed the changes on the mountain. Walala! A moment later, two pigeons flew out from the Azure Dragon Peak, one toward King Qi and the other toward Zhouzhang. At this very moment, Wang Chong was oblivious to the changes in the surroundings. There was a specialized training chamber in the Kunwa training camp, and only those whose cultivation had reached Origin Energy Tier 7 were allowed to use it. At this moment, Wang Chong was in the training chamber. In the past month, Wang Chong had devoted almost all of his attention to practicing the art of life massacre. He rarely returned to his residence, and even Zhao Jingdian and the others found it hard to meet him. In terms of difficulty, Wang Chong was probably no weaker than Su Han's Han. It's about time. I should be able to master it soon. In the secret chamber, Wang Chong sat cross-legged on the floor as he thought. After a month of hard work, Wang Chong had already grasped the basics of swordsmanship very well. With a thrust of the sword, he could almost accurately stab any small wooden block he wanted to stab from among the tens of thousands of small square wooden blocks. Wang Chong had a feeling that he was about to reach minor accomplishment in the art of life massacre and form sword chi. Chi! Wang Chong raised a small wooden block, and with a thought, he drew his sword, unsheathed it, and slashed down. In an instant, a ray of origin energy as thin as a silver chopstick shot through the air. Half of the origin energy was blazing fiercely, while the other half was translucent and loose. The two energies intertwined with one another and pierced toward the eyes of a wooden humanoid 10 zhang away. After more than a month of hard work, Wang Chong's swordsmanship had allowed him to easily pierce through the eyes, ears, fingertips, collarbones, and any other small part of a wooden figurine. Even if it was an ant in a dark room, Wang Chong would be able to accurately pierce through it. Wang Chong was confident that if his sword were to strike, the wooden humanoid's eyes would be pierced through, leaving behind a smooth and sharp finger-sized hole. Pung! But just when Wang Chong was filled with anticipation, something strange happened. Pung! When it was still 3 to 4 zhang away from the wooden humanoid, Wang Chong's sword chi vibrated, and two completely different energies clashed in the air. In the end, with a deafening explosion, the two energies dissipated into the air. It still doesn't work. Wang Chong sighed, and the light in his eyes faded. Thus, Yung Sun's art of life massacre was far more difficult to cultivate than he had imagined. The aptitude required for this unique skill was far higher than he had imagined. Half sword chi, half primordial chi. This situation is already very good, but it still doesn't work. Sword chi is too domineering. It can't tolerate other types of energy. If these two different energies are entangled together, my swordsmanship will not have any power. What is going on? Is it still not enough? Wang Chong thought to himself. This was already the 11th failure, and Wang Chong felt that there might be something wrong with his cultivation. Let's put it aside for now. Wang Chong sighed and stood up. Crack! A series of violent bone-cracking sounds came from Wang Chong's body. Compared to before, Wang Chong's aura had obviously grown a lot stronger. The way of the sword nurtured people, and it could change a person's temperament. After cultivating the art of life massacre for more than a month, Wang Chong's aura had grown sharper, reminiscent of sharp sword that was about to be unsheathed. He exuded an imposing aura that inspired awe in others. On top of that, Guofeng and Chai Zi had given Wang Chong several hundred-year-old ginsengs. Even though Wang Chong didn't train his internal energy, his cultivation still grew by quite a bit. Even though he hadn't reached Origin Energy Tier 8 yet, His cultivation had grown significantly. It seems like everyone has been working hard over the past month. When he walked out of the technique practicing room, he saw that the entire main peak of Kunwu was packed with people. It was bustling with activity and seemed to be in full swing. Seemingly influenced by the night assault, Wang Chong felt that everyone was working hard on their martial arts. Furthermore, when they were sparring, it was as though they were in a real battle. Archers, infantrymen, and cavalrymen, everyone seemed to be holding their breaths, putting in a lot of effort. With effort comes reward. Compared to when the training camp first opened, Wang Chong could feel that the atmosphere in the training camp had changed. The overall prowess of the training camp was clearly a notch higher. Chill. While Zhang Xian was touring the main peak, a crisp and sharp cry suddenly sounded from the top of his head. Lifting his head, Wang Chong saw messenger pigeons flying above him, flying back and forth between the training camp and the capital. Most of the people in the Kunwa training camp were commoners or descendants of ordinary officials, so there wasn't much going on here. Even without thinking too much, Wang Chong could guess that this must have something to do with the scions of the prestigious clans in the training camp. This could be considered as the style of scions of the prestigious clans in the capital. Chill. Just as Zhang Xian was chuckling, the cry of a messenger pigeon suddenly sounded from the top of his head. Raising his head, Wang Chong saw a messenger pigeon flying over from afar. Just as he was wondering who it was, Wang Chong suddenly realized that the messenger pigeon was flying straight toward him. Wang Chong's eyebrows shot up. His gaze soon fell on the messenger pigeon. This is a letter from Big Uncle. Seeing the golden ring on the left leg of the messenger pigeon, Wang Chong's eyes flickered in astonishment. This messenger pigeon was raised by Big Uncle Wang, General, however. The golden ring on the left leg of the messenger pigeon held a special meaning in the Wang clan. Unless it was an extremely important matter, it wouldn't appear. Big Uncle wants to meet me. Chapter 228. Wang Jin was an influential official of the royal court, and he had many affairs to attend to. Unless there was something important, he wouldn't contact Wang Chong. Needless to say, take the initiative to look for him. In Wang Chong's memory, the last time Big Uncle looked for him was when he committed a calamity. Furthermore, the rules of the 3 great training camps were strict. Big Uncle should understand that unless there was something important, it would be best for him not to disturb Wang Chong. Strange. Wang Chong was perplexed. Even so, he still left the area. Leaving the main peak along a small path, he arrived at a mountain not too far away. A carriage covered in green cloth was parked, and several guards of the Wang clan stood by the side, surveying the surroundings warily. Big Uncle. Wang Chong boarded the carriage, and within the carriage, he met his big uncle. General Wang Jin was dressed in green casual clothes, and even though he wasn't dressed in the robes of the royal court, his every movement exuded the authority of an influential official. When Wang Chong entered, his brows were slightly furrowed, seemingly conflicted over something. "You're here." Upon seeing Wang Chong enter, Wang Jin finally raised his head, and his brows slowly relaxed. A warm smile appeared on his face. "Sit." Wang Jin gestured to his side. This seat was very close to Wang Jin, almost right beside him. This showed his deep trust and closeness to Wang Chong. Such treatment would have been unimaginable in the past. "Big Uncle." Wang Chong didn't turn down Wang Jin's invitation. He bowed respectfully before taking a seat beside Wang. General Wang Chong knew that Big Uncle's attitude toward him was completely different from before. This was because his performance had won his Big Uncle's trust and respect, and he had been accepted as a core member of the clan. Love the house, love the crow. Now, Uncle treated his mother and little sister very kindly, not as strict as before. "How was the training camp?" Wang Jin asked with a smile. Instead of getting down to business, he began to ask about Wang Chong's affairs in the training camp, behaving like a benevolent elder of the clan. "Not bad, except for the first day, when I almost died on the mountain." Wang Chong also laughed. He was now very casual in front of his uncle, treating him as a trustworthy elder. Disregarding those minor matters, there was actually no deep grudge between Wang Chong's family and Big Uncle Wang Jin. At most, it would be a little competition between big brother, second brother, and cousin Wang, as well as a little competition for grandfather's influence. However, Wang Chong had already thought it through. He would not compete with his cousin. On the contrary, he would try his best to help his cousin achieve better development and higher achievements. The development of the Wang clan should not be limited to a small pond. Instead, he should set his sights on the bigger world. I also know about this matter. Dong and Enbei had fought a few battles recently. The Turks and Gogurians had suffered heavy casualties, and this operation had paid a heavy price. However, the mistakes of the past would serve as a lesson for the future. I'll send a few experts from my family over. With them around, you'll be safer. Wang Jin said. As an influential official of the royal court, he rarely went anywhere, and his range of activity was limited to the capital. As such, he didn't need so many experts by his side. He could easily assign them to Wang Chong. Thank you, big uncle. Wang Chong was overjoyed. He had no intention of turning down Wang Jin's help. He didn't have many experts by his side at the moment, and the more top-notch experts he had, the better. Wang Jin also chuckled. He viewed Wang Chong with great importance. He was the greatest hope of the Wang clan. Even if he couldn't take over his father's position and influence in the royal court, his third brother, Wang Yin, and fourth brother, Wang Mi, would have to take over. This included the eldest son, Wang Li, Wang Fu, and Wang Bei. Everything fell onto the shoulders of his youngest nephew, Wang Chong. Wang Jin knew that once his father passed away, only Wang Chong would be able to accept his influence and lead the Wang clan to greater heights. He was the future hope of the Wang clan. No matter how many people he sent to protect him, it wouldn't be enough. Right? Has Yang Zhao contacted you recently? Wang Jin suddenly asked. Yang Zhao? Why would Big Uncle ask about this? Wang Chong frowned. He had met Yang Zhao a few times, but their relationship wasn't that close. Furthermore, it wasn't inconvenient for them to meet in the training camp. He hasn't. Wang Jin straightened his back, and a hint of doubt flashed across his eyes. But it should be about time. Keep an eye out for him. He should be coming to look for you soon. Wang Chong didn't say anything, but the doubt in his eyes deepened. Why would Yang Zhao look for him? And why was Big Uncle so confident? Zhangqiu Jinxiong wants to come to the capital. Seeing Wang Chong's doubtful gaze, Wang Jin fell silent for a moment before revealing the purpose of his visit. What? Hearing Big Uncle Wang Chong's words, Wang Chong widened his eyes in shock. Zhangqiu Jinxiong was the Southern Protector General, the great general who supports the empire. In the military circles of the Tang dynasty, Zhangqiu Jinxiong played an important role. Given Zhangqiu Jinxiong's standing, Wang Chong knew that Big Uncle wasn't just saying that he wanted to take a stroll in the capital. As expected, Big Uncle Wang Jin said something completely different. Zhangqiu Jinxiong has been guarding Jiannan for more than 20 years now. There is no war at Arai, and Uzan is safe as well. Zhangqiu Jinxiong hasn't contributed much to the military while guarding Jiannan. This time, he wants to change his position and enter the capital. Wang Jin said impassively, his face devoid of any emotion. Wang Chong's expression turned grim. Zhangqiu Jinxiong was the Southern Protector General, an existence on par with Gao Xianji and Fomen Linta. For such a figure to suddenly want to be transferred to the capital, it wasn't because he wanted to become a minor official, but because he had a bigger goal in mind. This is like a huge shark barging into the capital. A thought flashed across Wang Chong's mind. In the royal court, all positions were already fixed. This was the result of the constant competition between the various powers. Now that Zhangqiu Jinxiong wanted to enter the capital, it would be like a ferocious dragon crossing the river. The entry of a new power would disrupt the existing structure. This would affect all parties. Even the Wang clan and Big Uncle would be affected. Because there was so much porridge in the city, if too many people were to eat it, it would surely affect others. More importantly, Zhangqiu Jinxiong didn't belong to any faction at the moment. Wang Chong suddenly understood why Big Uncle would make an exception to appear at the Kunwa training camp to look for him. Initially, this matter didn't have much to do with the Wang clan or Big Uncle. The crux of the matter was Wang Chong himself. Not too long ago, Zhangqiu Jinxiong was one of the heavyweights who supported him in the regional commander's incident. The Wang clan owed Zhangqiu Jinxiong a favor, or to be more precise, Wang Cheng owed Zhangqiu Jinxiong a favor. Which position does he want? Wang Cheng asked. Minister of War. Wang Jin replied. SSSS. Hearing those words, Wang Cheng's eyelids twitched violently. He took in a deep breath and said, That person sure has a big appetite. The Minister of War was in charge of the mobilization of the armies of the Tang dynasty, as well as the various border armies. He wielded great influence in the royal court, and he was a truly influential official. In terms of standing, the Minister of War was above the Protector Generals and Protector Generals. For Zhangqiu Jinxiong to become the Minister of War, he was truly ambitious. This move was simply too abrupt. Even Wang Cheng was taken aback by it. Needless to say, Big Uncle and the others. This was a reshuffle of the upper echelons. Big Uncle, the King of Song, King Qi, the Yao clan, the Prime Minister. Everyone was involved. Wang Cheng raised his head and looked at Big Uncle Wang General. It suddenly dawned on him that he wasn't the only reason why Big Uncle Wang came to look for him. The King of Song was also involved. Did Yang Zhao look for you? Wang Cheng asked. Not yet. Even if he did, he wouldn't be the one to look for me. Wang Jin replied calmly. Wang Cheng understood what he meant. Big Uncle Wang Jin was an influential official in the royal court, and he was responsible for the governance of the nation. On the other hand, Yang Zhao didn't have any official position yet. The two of them weren't on the same level. Even though Wang Cheng knew that the future Yang Zhao would surely become a powerful figure in the Tang dynasty, it was clear that he hadn't reached that level yet. Even though I didn't look for him, I already have the intention. Yang Zhao is just an insignificant figure, so there's no need to pay him any heed. However, the consort Taizhun backing him isn't someone we can ignore. At the moment, it's still unclear if this is the intention of the consort Taizhun, the Holy Emperor, or perhaps Zhangqiu Jinxiong is acting on his own. But no matter what, since this matter has been brought up, no one can ignore it. There has never been a successful case of a Protector General being appointed as the Minister of War. In the previous dynasty, the Anshi Protector General requested to be appointed as the Minister of War, but he failed. It was the same for Gaozong's era and Taizong's era. A contemplative look appeared in Wang Jin's eyes. A powerful aura began to emanate from his body, revealing his identity as an influential official of the royal court. Zhangqiu Jinxiong's request to be appointed as the Minister of War is highly likely to fail, but it's not impossible. The problem now is that if we agree to it, Zhangqiu Jinxiong's entry will stir up the other powers, and our Wang clan will become the common enemy of the other powers. By then, it won't just be King Qi, the Yao clan, the Prime Minister, the other neutral powers, dukes, marquises, generals, and protector generals. Zhangqiu Jinxiong has offended quite a few people in the military. If we don't agree to it, it's fine if Zhangqiu Jinxiong fails. But if he succeeds in becoming the Minister of War, our Wang clan's enemies will not only be the Yao clan and King Qi, but also the Minister of War. Do you understand what I mean? Big Uncle Wang Jin said grimly. The Wang clan wasn't greedy for credit, but if the Wang clan were to agree to it, and Zhangqiu Jinxiong succeeded, the Wang clan would become the common enemy of the other powers in the royal court. On the other hand, if the Wang clan didn't agree to it and Zhangqiu Jinxiong succeeded, the Wang clan would become the common enemy of the other powers in the royal court. The Wang clan had quite a few powers in the military, and this included Wang Cheng's father, big brother, cousin, and little uncle. The Minister of War wielded the authority to mobilize troops. If the Wang clan offended a Minister of War, even without leaving too much of a trace, the Wang clan could just deploy its troops to the most dangerous location, and the Wang clan would be in deep trouble. Chapter 229. Even if Zhangqiu Jinxiong failed to become the Minister of War, he would still be a powerful figure in the military. The identity of the Southern Protector General still carried great weight, and it wasn't something that could be easily overlooked. Even though the Wang clan wasn't necessarily afraid of Zhangqiu Jinxiong, it would be worse if they were to make an enemy out of nowhere. Furthermore, if they were to be pulled over by King Qi and the Yao clan, they would be in deep trouble. What is the stance of King Qi and Yao Guangyi? Did Zhangqiu Jinxiong look for them? Wang Chong pondered. No. Wang Jin shook his head as a hint of approval flashed across his eyes. The current Wang Chong was indeed impressive. He didn't need to say much to be able to detect many key points. That's right. Zhangqiu Jinxiong was different from any of them. Whether it was the Wang clan or the Yao clan, he didn't have much of a relationship with either of them, except for the matter regarding Wang Chong. In other words, he didn't have any enmity with either of them. If he could rope in the Wang clan, he could also rope in the Yao clan. In this regard, he had no scruples. The Yao family hasn't expressed their stance yet, and that's what's troublesome. This matter has only just begun, and we still can't determine whether Zhangqiu Jinxiong has made contact with the Yao and Qi clans or not. If we agree with the Yao family's hostile stance, they will most likely oppose it. If we were to oppose it, even if the Yao clan didn't agree to it before, they would probably agree to it now. Even if this matter fails in the end, the Yao clan will still be able to obtain benefits. Wang Jin frowned. If things weren't so troublesome, he wouldn't have come to Wang Chong. On the surface, there might not be the slightest bit of turbulence in politics, but when the dust settled, there would be a huge uproar. Throughout history, countless aristocratic families and rich families had made the same mistake, resulting in the annihilation of their families or their heads rolling on the ground. If one were to look into it, they would have to look into it carefully. In the Wang clan, there weren't many people qualified to discuss such matters. Wang Chong was the only one. Big Uncle isn't sure whether Zhangqiu Jinxiong will succeed or not. Wang Chong pondered for a moment and said, "Yes." Wang Jin nodded grimly. In front of his nephew, he had nothing to hide. He had been thinking about this for a long time. Big Uncle, rest assured, Zhangqiu Jinxiong will definitely be able to enter the Great Court. Wang Chong said in a deep voice. What? Wang Jin was astonished. Looking at Wang Chong beside him, he saw that his expression was calm and his gaze was steady. He gave off a feeling that he had a well-thought-out plan and that the overall situation was within his grasp. It seemed that he had been thinking about this matter for a long time. Wang Jin was here to seek Wang Chong's opinion, but she didn't expect him to give her such a firm answer. "Chong, why are you so sure?" Wang Jin said grimly. This question had been bothering him for a long time, but for some reason, Wang Chong seemed to be very sure of it. Not even Wang Jin would dare to say such words. "Haha, uncle, do you believe me?" Wang Chong smiled. "You child." Wang Jin couldn't help but smile dotingly. If he didn't believe in his own nephew, he wouldn't have come here in the first place. Zhangqiu Jinxiong will definitely become the Minister of War, Wang Chong said seriously. However, even if he does become the Minister of War, it might not necessarily be beneficial to us. Zhangqiu Jinxiong will never belong to any faction between the Wang clan and the Yao clan. However, it isn't wise to reject him directly either. Since Zhangqiu Jinxiong dares to openly vie for the position of Minister of War, he must have something up his sleeves. The situation is still unclear, and there are many people who are hesitating just like Big Uncle. However, since Zhangqiu Jinxiong will become the Minister of War sooner or later, why don't you write a letter of support for him now? This way, Zhangqiu Jinxiong will be grateful to us. Given Zhangqiu Jinxiong's personality, he will surely spread the news once he receives Big Uncle's letter. After all, he has been scheming for this matter for a long time, and he is determined to succeed. However, Big Uncle can't acknowledge it verbally, nor can he express his stance in the royal court. Firstly, we can see who Zhangqiu Jinxiong has contacted in the royal court. Secondly, when the situation becomes urgent, Zhangqiu Jinxiong will surely send someone to look for Big Uncle. When that time comes, Big Uncle can make his stance clear and express his support for him. This way, not only will Zhangqiu Jinxiong be grateful to us, but it will also prevent our Wang clan from becoming the public enemy. Wang Chong lowered his head and stroked his chin. Wang Chong rarely interfered with the political affairs of the royal court, but Zhangqiu Jinxiong was no ordinary person. However, Zhangqiu Jinxiong was no ordinary person. In the future, he would definitely play an important role in the royal court. Since the Wang clan was involved in this matter, Wang Chong had no choice but to tread carefully. "I understand." Chong'er, you mean to say that the reason why Zhangqiu Jinxiong is so high-profile is because he has a certain degree of confidence. Other than our Wang clan, he has also contacted many others. Even the Yao clan, King Qi, and the Prime Minister are all possible. This is probably the reason why you asked me to write a letter of support for him. Wang Jin said gravely, seemingly understanding something. Wang Chong nodded, but he had other thoughts in mind. The reason why Wang Chong was certain that Zhangqiu Jinxiong would be able to break the precedent and become the Minister of War wasn't because he knew all of this, but because this was the destiny of history. The future of history was destined to develop in such a manner. Since that's the case, I understand. Wang Jin chuckled. All of a sudden, he felt much more at ease. After chatting with Wang Chong for a while longer about the training camp, Wang Jin left without alerting anyone. Stepping out of the carriage, Wang Chong watched as big Uncle Wang Jin's carriage disappeared into the distance, and the final hint of a smile on his lips gradually disappeared, replaced by a solemn expression. To think that Zhangqiu Jinxiong would still become the Minister of War. Wang Chong gazed into the distance with a hint of worry on his face. Big Uncle Wang Jin saw Zhangqiu Jinxiong's intention to enter the royal court, but what Wang Chong saw was the future of the empire. Everything was inevitable. Big Uncle Wang Jin didn't know how shocked Wang Chong was when he heard that Zhangqiu Jinxiong wanted to enter the royal court. History was like a massive wheel, rolling forward unstoppably. Be it in his previous life or this life, Zhangqiu Jinxiong had successfully become the Minister of War, fulfilling his dream. But what no one knew was that with Zhangqiu Jinxiong's departure, the southern defenses of the empire had fallen into a void. Wang Chong wanted to stop him, but Wang Chong knew that Zhangqiu Jinxiong was an ambitious person. He had endured for nearly 2 decades by the borders, and now he finally couldn't hold it in any longer. If Zhangqiu Jinxiong didn't make it public, it would still be a vague declaration. There was still hope. But this time, he had made his wish known. In other words, he had already given up everything and let go of everything. He had already steeled his heart on the matter of becoming the Minister of War, and no one would be able to pull him back. This was something that no one would be able to stop. Wang Chong would never underestimate the breadth of mind and boldness of a protector general of the Central Plains. Given his current identity, it was impossible for him to persuade such a huge crocodile. Besides, even if he were to stop him this time, Zhangqiu Jinxiong would surely try a second time and a third time. By then, once Zhangqiu Jinxiong succeeded, he would become the Wang clan's mortal enemy. This was also the reason why Wang Chong didn't try to influence him through Big Uncle Wang, General besides, an eye for an eye. Zhangqiu Jinxiong had helped him in the regional commander's incident, and Wang Chong couldn't bring himself to do something as ungrateful as burning the bridge after crossing it. Yang Zhao is probably determined to push Zhangqiu Jinxiong up this time, Wang Chong thought. There was one thing that Wang Chong didn't tell Big Uncle Wang Jin. The reason why he was certain that Zhangqiu Jinxiong would become the Minister of War was because Consort Taizhan would surely allow him to become the Minister of War. After all, she was simply too weak in the royal court. Only by placing Zhangqiu Jinxiong in the royal court would Consort Taizhan have someone to rely on in the royal court. Only then would she be able to stabilize her position. Otherwise, she would be too isolated. For this goal, she would do her best to help Zhangqiu Jinxiong ascend to the Minister of War. On the other hand, Yang Zhao also wanted Zhangqiu Jinxiong to become the Minister of War, and in fact, he was even more eager than Zhangqiu Jinxiong. Everyone thought that Zhangqiu Jinxiong was too ambitious. But in Wang Chong's view, Yang Zhao was the true mastermind. Only he could instigate Consort Taizhan, and only he could align his interests with Zhangqiu Jinxiong's. In the royal court of the Tang dynasty, without a doubt, Yang Zhao was just an insignificant figure. But Wang Chong knew that everyone was underestimating this future giant of the Tang dynasty. His future standing would even surpass that of Yao Guangyi. Even though he still couldn't match up to someone like Yao Chong, he wasn't too far off. Yang Zhao was much smarter than everyone thought. He knew that his qualifications were too shallow. That was why he wanted to push Zhangqiu Jinxiong up to the Minister of War. As the saying went, having connections in the royal court makes things easier. Only with Zhangqiu Jinxiong would he, Yang Zhao, be able to rise to the top and realize his ambitions. On this matter, there were two people who were even more enthusiastic than Zhangqiu Jinxiong. One was Consort Taizhun, and the other was Yang Zhao. Both of them were going to be famous giants in the future of Great Tang. Thus, regardless of whether he had the memories of his previous life or not, Wang Chong knew that Zhangqiu Jinxiong's ascension to the throne was inevitable. In his previous life, Big Uncle had chosen the wrong side on this matter, and as a result, he became a thorn in Consort Taizhun's side. But in this life, perhaps due to Wang Chong, Big Uncle had become much more cautious and meticulous. This was also what made Wang Chong glad. If everything goes according to plan, it should be time for that person to ascend to the throne. A figure surfaced in Wang Chong's mind, and he sighed deeply. The tides of history had finally come to this. Zhangqiu Jinxiong would eventually enter the capital, and that person would eventually take over the position of Southern Protector General. These two matters were not things that Wang Chong could prevent with his current strength. This left a deep sense of helplessness in Wang Chong's heart. The tides of history couldn't be defied. What Wang Chong could do was to perfect his plan step by step, and through his own efforts, he would slowly change the tides of history. Looks like I should hurry up. Chapter 230. After leaving the foot of the mountain, Wang Chong wasn't in a hurry to cultivate. Instead, he wrote letters to his clan, Big Uncle, the Zhang clan, and Li Zhuxin. Li Zhuxin was escorting Zhang money into Jiaoji in secret, so it should be about time. Pu Lang Lang. Carrier pigeons flew above the Kunwa training camp, and it didn't take long for Wang Chong to receive a letter from his clan. The letter was from Wang Chong's mother, and she said that everything was fine at home. However, there was something unexpected. Wang Chong's little sister, Wang Xiaoyao, had actually gone off to learn martial arts. Furthermore, it was said that that person was Wang Chong's teacher. Furthermore, the guards in the clan had confirmed this as well. What's going on? Upon receiving the letter, Wang Chong was dumbfounded. Little sister? Master? He only had a single master, and that was the evil emperor. However, the matter regarding the evil emperor had always been a secret. Wang Chong had never mentioned it to his clan. In fact, his little sister and mother didn't even know of the existence of the evil emperor. What's going on? Why would little sister go to the spirit vein? Besides, doesn't she dislike cultivating? Why would she suddenly become so hardworking? Wang Chong was perplexed. He knew his little sister's personality very well. If she was willing to work hard, there wouldn't be a single scion in the capital who would be a match for her. Even Marchioness, he wouldn't be a match for his little sister. However, all of this was just Wang Chong's fantastical imagination. His little sister's personality was one of eating and waiting for death. Of the two siblings, his little sister was the true profligate. But now, his little sister actually went off to cultivate. There aren't many people in the clan who know about teacher's matter. Furthermore, I've issued a gag order, so no one will tell her. Could it be that she accidentally overheard it? Or could it be that she noticed the guards and followed them to the spirit vein? Wang Chong also felt a headache when he thought of his little sister's capricious personality. There was a large-scale construction going on at the spiritual vein, and many craftsmen and guards have been sent there. With these guards coming and going, it was hard to guarantee that they wouldn't attract his little sister's attention after a long time. That's fine too. My little sister's talent isn't bad, but it's a pity that her personality is too bad. I can't control her, but Master should be able to. It's good for her. Wang Chong's thoughts turned, and he suddenly laughed again. His little sister was born with incredible strength, and even though he was already an Origin Energy Tier 7 expert, he might not be a match for her. However, her master, the evil emperor, was different. With little sister's abilities, I'm afraid she won't be able to cause any waves in front of Master. Furthermore, the evil emperor is not some kind-looking good old man. He is a big shot of the evil path who has caused people to turn pale at the mere mention of his name. If my little sister tries to be mischievous in front of him, I'm afraid she's just asking for trouble. Putting aside the matter of his little sister, Wang Chong received the second letter from Uncle Li Lin. He had returned to the royal palace, and the imperial army was still heavily restricted. He couldn't possibly be away for long. As for the manor that Wang Chong wanted, he had already left it to someone else. In addition, he also mentioned the matter of Wang Chong's cousin, Wang Liang. After more than a month of preparation and spending a lot of money, they bought a few ships from the seafaring families. In addition, they worked overtime to build a new ship. A total of 4 large ships formed a fleet. Majestically, they finally set off from the southern sea. Wang Liang had made up his mind on this voyage. He had gathered a large number of sea maps, and he had even found 2 old navigators. Adding on the sailors, guards, and Hai Dongxing and Hai Zhan, who were in charge of communications, the group finally began to help Wang Chong search for the meteorite metal. The Wang clan had already dispatched quite a few experts. However, Uncle Li Lin was still worried. He had used his connections to find several retired experts of the Imperial Army to sneak into the group. Wang Liang had spent his entire life messing around, playing around with petty things and inventing little things that didn't really matter. Now that he had finally made up his mind to do something big, both Big Ant and Uncle Li Lin were extremely supportive. In the letter, he expressed his gratitude to Wang Chong. Several 100,000 taels of gold had been given to Wang Liang, his cousin, without batting an eyelid. This was already the ultimate form of kinship. Big Ant Wang Rushuang and Uncle Li Lin expressed their gratitude again and again. They truly had nothing to say about this nephew of theirs, Wang Chong. As for Wang Chong's search for the meteorite metal, the 2 of them didn't take it seriously. They both believed that Wang Chong had made up a reason to cheer Wang Liang up. This made the 2 of them feel even more grateful. I didn't lie a single word about this matter. The purpose of this voyage is really to search for those meteorites. After reading the letter from Big Ant and Uncle Li Lin, a bizarre expression appeared on Wang Chong's face. Even though he had never been out to sea in his entire life, everything he said about the extraterrestrial meteoric iron was true, not a single word of falsehood. His wish to help cousin Wang Liang was true, and so was his wish to find the meteorite metal. Several 100,000 taels of gold was no laughing matter. Even though he might not care too much about it in the future, right now, Wang Chong wasn't at the point where he would treat 300,000 taels of gold lightly. Speaking of which, if cousin has already set out to sea, Maya's same Ayaka should be back soon. Wang Chong's eyebrows shot up, and his expression suddenly relaxed. Wang Chong's eyebrows rose, and his expression suddenly relaxed. If Maya-same Ayaka were here, his situation would be much better. If Maya-same Ayaka were here, his situation would be much better. At the very least, he would have someone he could rely on. Furthermore, Maya-same Ayaka was an assassin, and her senses were sharp. This way, she would be able to detect danger in advance. Now it's up to the Zhang clan. Wang Chong thought. His collaboration with the Zhang clan involved the large mine, the Hyderabad ores, and the production of many logistics equipment. This was the project that Wang Chong was most concerned about. In Wang Chong's plans, the collaboration with the Zhang clan was of utmost importance. Flutter, flutter! A pigeon flew down from the roof. Around dusk, Wang Chong finally received a letter from the Zhang clan. The Zhang clan placed great importance on this important collaboration partner of Wang Chong. Thus, the one who replied to Wang Chong this time was the head of the Zhang clan. Everything is going smoothly. That's for the best. After reading the letter from the head of the Zhang clan, Wang Chong heaved a long sigh of relief. The head of the Zhang clan explained the progress of the past month in detail. With the support of Wang Chong's large iron ore vein, the Zhang clan's production and smelting swiftly caught up, and they even began to expand on a large scale. On the other hand, Wang Chong's 30-meter-long caltrops and strangely shaped metal plates had been developed from the very start. In a month's time, they had already forged more than 800 caltrops and 3,000 strangely shaped metal plates. Furthermore, all of them were forged from the top-notch metal that Wang Chong had requested, and every single one of them had been reinforced with more than 10 layers of toughening inscriptions. These things could definitely be considered as top-notch war machines. Given the Wang clan's capabilities, they would only be able to produce 200 to 300 of them in a month at most. But the Zhang clan was able to casually forge so many of them. Furthermore, this wasn't even when they were at full capacity. Furthermore, they had only mobilized a portion of the Zhang clan's manpower to forge for Wang Chong. Just this capability in itself was already far beyond that of an outsider clan. Without a doubt, the Zhang clan's blacksmithing prowess was on full display here. Other than that, according to the agreement with Wang Chong, the Zhang clan had already forged 8 Wuzi steel weapons. As for the final quenching and other procedures, they were all waiting for Wang Chong to take over. In the letter, the head of the Zhang clan also asked if Wang Chong was willing to take some time off to help with the final forging. Other than that, there was also a letter from Tuoba Guiyuan. In the letter, Tuoba Guiyuan also mentioned the matter of the Wuzi steel weapons. Wang Chong had been in the Kunwa training camp for more than a month, and this meant that the Imperial Army hadn't sold a single weapon for more than a month. It should be about time. After I master the sword chi of the life slaying sword, it won't be too late for me to deal with the matters on both sides. Holding onto the letter, Wang Chong fell into deep thought. As for Li Zhuxin's letter, Wang Chong was the last one to receive it. Li Zhuxin escorted Zhang Monyan to Jiaoji. At the same time, he was tasked to protect Zhang Monyan from shadows. No matter how far Jiaoji was, it should be around a month's time. In the letter, Li Zhuxin roughly explained the situation. Zhang Monyan had already found a foothold in Jiaoji, and with the help of the county magistrate dispatched by the Tang dynasty, Zhang Monyan was able to obtain great convenience there. The rice in Jiaoji could be harvested thrice a year, and this made things much more convenient for Zhang Monyan. Just as Wang Chong had expected, Zhang Monyan immediately displayed great enthusiasm upon arriving at Jiaoji. He even busied himself day and night in the fields, searching for suitable improved seeds. The house that Zhang Monyan bought in Jiaoji was a place that Zhang Monyan rarely stayed in. After a day, he would spend more than half of his time outside. Sometimes, he would even sleep on the stalks of the fields. Even in his dreams, Li Zhuxin could hear him talking about improved seeds. This left Li Zhuxin worried. Zhang Monyan was already old, and he wasn't a youngster anymore. Thus, Li Zhuxin could only try to use his origin energy to massage the other party's muscles, bones, and meridians while he was asleep. In the letter, Li Zhuxin even advised Wang Chong to persuade Zhang Monyan not to work so hard. Even though Li Zhuxin didn't say it explicitly, Wang Chong could sense the deep respect Li Zhuxin had for the old man whom Wang Chong had rescued from the imperial prison. In fact, he even expressed his intention to stay in Jiaoji to protect the old man. Food is the most important thing to the people. After such a long period of time, Wang Chong believed that Li Zhuxin should have understood that Zhang Munyan's research would affect the lives of the people. Not only would it benefit the people, it would benefit the future as well. Thus, Wang Chong wasn't surprised by Li Zhuxin's intention to stay in Jiaoji at all. That's fine too. With Li Zhuxin guarding the area, there's no need to worry about the hybrid rice. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Chong nodded his head in agreement with Li Zhuxin's suggestion. Wang Chong's concern for Zhang Monyan and his research wasn't any less than Li Zhuxin's, perhaps even exceeding it. Most of the time, wars occurred in places where the eyes couldn't see. To Wang Chong, Zhang Monyan and his hybrid rice were such existences. In the future, the outcome of a war wouldn't be decided on the battlefield, but these unseen and unnoticed corners. Zhang Monyan was Wang Chong's secret weapon, an artifact that Wang Chong had left behind for the future. In the letter, Li Zhuxin also mentioned a piece of good news. After more than a decade of tireless searching, coupled with Zhang Munyan's lifetime of farming experience, Zhang Monyan had found the first male sterile plant in the farmland of Jiaoji. Li Zhuxin was using Zhang Munyan's original words. He didn't know that these words were actually Wang Chong's masterpiece. Even though the discovery of the male sterile plant wasn't much, it was still far from reaching the hybrid rice. However, to Wang Chong, this was already a huge improvement. Since he was able to find the male sterile plant, the others shouldn't be too far away. Everything is finally on track. Chapter 231. Everything was on the right track. As for what happened next, There was no need for Wang Chong to worry too much about it. Once the snowball started rolling, it would grow thicker and thicker with each passing moment. And for Wang Chong, even though the snowball that he had stacked earlier on hadn't started growing, it was already starting to roll. After meeting with Zhao, Jingdian, and Wei Hao a few times, Wang Chong quickly returned to his cultivation. Days passed, and Wang Chong improved with each passing day. 8 days later, qi, light surged in the dark chamber. Suddenly, with a qi sound, a brilliant radiance shot out from the tip of Wang Chong's blunt sword. This radiance was as thin as a thread, but it was incredibly bright. At first glance, it was so blinding that one couldn't even open one's eyes. Furthermore, the radiance was extremely condensed, and it didn't weaken in the slightest even after extending for more than a dozen zhang. Qi. The radiance swiftly dissipated into nothingness upon coming into contact with the wall a dozen zhang away. This is sword qi. This is great. Upon seeing this radiance, Wang Chong felt incomparably agitated. After studying and comprehending it for over 10 days, he'd finally compressed the vital energy in his body to the limit and condensed this strand of swift and fierce sword qi that was fine like a gossamer. It might have seemed as thin as a thread, but it was actually the result of compressing a large amount of origin energy in Wang Chong's body. After so many days, I finally managed to condense sword qi. Wang Chong's heart leaped in excitement. Sword qi was also a form of origin energy, but it was compressed to its limits. Because of this, the might of a sword Dao expert was so powerful. At this moment, Wang Chong felt that all his efforts had paid off. Just as he was deep in thought, Wang Chong suddenly felt a bizarre ray of light shooting in. This ray of light didn't come from the door or anywhere else. Instead, it came from the wall in front of him. The place where Wang Chong cultivated was a dark chamber, and there wasn't a single speck of light in it. This was also to get used to the practice of hearing and intuition in Sword Dao. Therefore, when a ray of light shone into the room, it would feel very strange. Strange? I remember there was no light here before. Wang Chong walked in from the ground and walked in the direction of the light. On the wall, about a meter above the ground, there was a small hole that could be vaguely seen. That strange light shone in from this hole. At first, Wang Chong didn't notice it. He even stretched out a finger to touch the wall. But soon, Wang Chong realized it. Wasn't this hole the place where the sword energy from the Life Massacre sword hit? What's going on? Could it be that the sword qi I shot out just now even pierced through the walls here? Wang Chong was dumbstruck, his entire body frozen. The surrounding walls of the training room he was in were not made of wood, but of steel. It was very difficult to build a room made of steel like this, so the Kumwa training camp only had it on the main peak. Moreover, the training room Wang Chong chose was a very private one, designed for martial artists of rank 7 and above. Wang Chong had checked before. The metal wall here was at least a foot thick. Steel as thick as this could not be easily scratched even by a broadsword. Even if it was a woozy steel weapon, it would be very difficult to damage such a thick weapon. But on this wall, there was actually a hair-thin hole. Was the sword energy of the Life Massacre sword so sharp? Wang Chong suddenly raised the blunt iron sword in his hand, his eyes twitching wildly. Although he was the one who shot it, even Wang Chong couldn't believe it. Swoosh! Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, Wang Chong suddenly raised his head. Without thinking, he swung his sword at the wall in front of him again. Swoosh! A burning, dazzling, and hair-thin ray of light shot out again, disappearing into the thick steel wall. Wang Chong waited for a while, but the room was dark. Apart from the ray of light, there was nothing else. Could it be that I guessed wrong? This hole is not my sword energy. Taken aback, Wang Chong suddenly felt a little uncertain. Could it be that this was all a coincidence? While he was deep in thought, suddenly a strand of light, as thin as a strand of hair, penetrated the wall and shone into the room. 2 tiny rays of light, one on the left and one on the right, were extremely eye-catching. That's right. It was really the result of the sword energy of Massacre. As this thought flashed through his mind, Wang Chong stared in a daze at the 2 tiny rays of light shining through the wall, not even daring to believe that they were his handiwork. I didn't expect Senior Sue's sword energy of massacre to be so sharp. I've only cultivated the first strand of the most basic sword energy, but I can already penetrate a steel wall that's a foot thick. If I cultivate it to the extreme, I don't know how terrifying it will be. No wonder Senior Sue could single-handedly kill tens of thousands of foreign steel cavalry in the capital. Wang Chong took a deep breath, his heart shivering. This was the first time he experienced the terror of the art of God and demon obliteration. Moreover, it wasn't So Young's son who told him about it, but Wang Chong himself comprehended it. In that instant, Wang Chong's mind was filled with thoughts, and he suddenly remembered many things from the past. The foreign steel cavalry back then not only had great strength, but they also had a terrifying defense. Their bodies were very dense, strong, and tough, and they had almost no weaknesses. Many fatal injuries had no effect on them. Many powerful techniques used by humans on the battlefield had no effect on them. Even if they were pierced by swords and sabers, they wouldn't be much of a hindrance. Many powerful killing techniques would be greatly reduced when used by them. The offensive and defensive strength of both sides were on completely different levels. Because of this, humans suffered heavy casualties in their battles against them. Many famous foreign armies of the Tang dynasty and the foreign steel cavalry were annihilated right in front of them. Blood and death created the reputation of these foreign steel cavalry. But their strength was even more terrifying than their reputation. On the battlefield, humans were almost completely unable to fight back. Wang Chong had seen 1,000-strong foreign steel cavalry sweep through a human army of nearly 10,000 with his own eyes. Even the army that Wang Chong had trained had been the result of a collective effort, the combined strength of all the human race. That was the last of humanity's strength. But it was under such circumstances that So Young's son was able to single-handedly kill nearly 10,000 foreign steel cavalry. When Wang Chong heard of this before, he only felt that So Young's son was very powerful. But he didn't know just how powerful he was. He had been in contact with So Young's son for more than 3 months, and So Young's son had never displayed his martial arts in front of him. Even when they parted at the end, he only used the air absorption palm, which wasn't anything special. So in their daily interactions, Wang Chong's understanding of So Young's son was that this was a stubborn, persistent, isolated old man who was immersed in the past and sorrow and lived an unhappy life. But as for his strength, Wang Chong couldn't estimate it. This was the first time Wang Chong had a vague understanding of So Young's son and the tip of the iceberg of the art of God and demon obliteration. Those foreign cavalry in the capital probably died extremely miserable deaths, Wang Chong said with a sigh. Wang Chong thought, given the might of the art of God and demon obliteration, Wang Chong was sure that those foreign steel cavalry back then must have been riddled with holes. Under such circumstances, no matter how resilient and compact one's body was, death was the only outcome for them. The art of God and demon obliteration is indeed one of the strongest sword arts in the Central Plains. Given the might of this sword chi, even if I were to face a true martial realm expert, I am confident that I can pierce through the stellar energy around their body and threaten their body. At this point, Wang Chong's heart calmed down, and he was even more certain that the art of God and demon obliteration that So Young's son gave him was the basic version of the art of God and demon obliteration. This secret art was much more powerful than Wang Chong had imagined. With this secret art, Wang Chong was even more confident that he could carry out his plans. In the next few days, Wang Chong did nothing but cultivate in the dark room, nurturing his sword chi step by step. The cultivation of the art of God and demon obliteration was completely different from ordinary martial arts. To cultivate this kind of top-notch sword art, the first step was to circulate the origin chi in one's meridians and compress it step by step, turning it from thick to thin, becoming denser and denser. When it was compressed to the extreme, when there was only a sliver left, the origin chi would turn into sword chi. This process was extremely difficult to cultivate. But the next step was the most important. When the vital energy was compressed to the extreme and finally turned into sword chi that was as thin as a gossamer, What he had to do next was to do the opposite. He had to constantly nurture the sword intent and sword chi, and then grow the thin sword chi step by step, from thin to thick, and then to thicker and stronger sword chi step by step. This step was even more difficult to cultivate. The nurturing of sword intent had to be done at all times, not the slightest bit careless. As time slowly passed, Wang Chong's sword intent improved every day. From a thin strand at the beginning, it slowly doubled in size and then slowly increased. Even though the cultivation of sword chi was different from the growth of one's inner strength, Wang Chong could still sense that his strength was growing by the day. When Wang Chong's sword chi of massacre condensed to the thickness of a chopstick, Wang Chong could clearly sense that the growth of his sword chi had slowed down. Wang Chong was no stranger to this feeling. It was a bottleneck. It's about time. It's probably due to my cultivation realm restricting my cultivation. Given my origin energy tier 7 cultivation, I can only cultivate the sword chi of massacre to this level. If I want to advance further, I'll probably have to wait until I reach origin energy tier 8. In the dark room, with a thought, Wang Chong shot out a surge of sword chi from his fingertip. Different from before, this surge of sword chi wasn't 10 centimeters long, but around 3 chi. Its radiance was even more blinding than the sun, and it flickered at the tip of the sword. Only Wang Chong and his sword chi of massacre were capable of such a feat for a mere origin energy realm cultivator to possess such powerful sword chi. This was something only Wang Chong and his sword chi of massacre were capable of. Chi! Wang Chong brandished his sword, and the sword chi sliced across the wall lightly. Immediately, a piece of steel the size of tofu was scraped off from the wall as though it was nothing. The entire process was unimaginably easy. I'm almost done with my cultivation. It's about time for me to head out. After spending another 2 days in the dark room, Wang Chong finally walked out. And it was at this moment that Wang Chong finally welcomed his guest. After more than 20 days of delay, the future imperial Uncle Yang, Zhao, finally couldn't sit still any longer. Instead of looking for Wang Chong's big Uncle Wang Jin, he ran to the Kunwa training camp to look for Wang Chong. The rules of Kunwa training camp were extremely strict. Even big Uncle Wang Jin had to contact Wang Chong via messenger pigeon if he wished to meet Wang Chong. After which, he had to wait outside the training camp before he could meet Wang Chong. However, Yang Zhao was different. Chapter 232. On the summit of Kunwa Mountain, Yang Zhao was wearing a black silk hat and a plain white robe. His head was held high and his chest was puffed out. He was surrounded by 4 burly and well-built guards of the Jinwu Guards, giving off an extraordinary aura. A cool breeze blew on the summit. Yang Zhao had his hands behind his back and his robe fluttered along with the mountain breeze, giving him an outstanding appearance. It had only been a few months since he entered the capital, but Yang Zhao had already imitated that official's demeanor to a great degree. If one didn't know better, they would have already felt reverence for Yang Zhao and regarded him as a peerless scholar just by looking at his back and appearance. Wang Chong knew about Yang Zhao's background and had also seen him in dire straits. But even so, every time he saw Yang Zhao, Wang Chong couldn't help but sigh in admiration. He also felt some admiration for this future imperial uncle. Putting aside what talent he had to learn, Yang Zhao's studious attitude was truly admirable. Not everyone was as diligent as Yang Zhao and could imitate the demeanor of a great scholar in just 2 to 3 months. Rumor had it that this future imperial uncle was already on good terms with some of the ministers in the imperial court. For a person to be so diligent, even if he's a gambling addict, he's still a genius. Wang Chong sighed inwardly. It wasn't without reason that Yang Zhao was able to climb to such a high position despite his humble origins. In Wang Chong's view, the scene before him was enough to explain a lot of things. Calming himself down, Wang Chong was soon led down by an instructor. Right now, Yang Zhao was patrolling on behalf of the heavens. If Yang Zhao wanted to see him, Wang Chong really couldn't refuse. Buzz! Standing on a protruding rock, Yang Zhao heard the commotion behind him and turned around. Haha, Wang Chong, long time no see. Seeing Wang Chong, Yang Zhao's eyebrows relaxed, and he beamed with joy. He jumped down from the protruding rock and strode over with an enthusiastic look on his face. Lord Yang. Wang Chong also greeted him with a smile. TSK. Wang Chong, I haven't seen you for more than a month, but you look very different this time. Yang Zhao sized up Wang Chong, and he immediately noticed the change in Wang Chong's temperament. He looked surprised. It seems that this Kunwa training camp is really good at training people. I almost don't recognize you anymore. Yang Zhao was right. Although the Wang Chong of the past was capable, he still gave people the feeling that he was a child who didn't have enough experience. But the current Wang Chong was like an unsheathed sword that had been tempered and sharpened, revealing its sharpness. His temperament had also become extremely fierce, and no one dared to underestimate him. No wonder Yang Zhao was surprised that such a big change could happen in just a month and a half. Lord Yang, you flatter me. I'm still me. There's no change. Wang Chong denied it with a smile. He knew very well that this was not the power of the Kunwa training camp at all, but the change caused by the influence of the sword Qi and sword will of slaughter, so Yung Sun's life-killing sword. But Wang Chong would not reveal this in front of Yang Zhao. Hee, of course you can't see it, but we can see it. Yang Zhao looked at Wang Chong with a strange look in his eyes. Well, that's enough. You can leave now. I would like to take a walk with young Master Wang. Yang Zhao suddenly walked past Wang Chong and spoke to the instructor, who informed Wang Chong. Then, he waved his hands and dismissed the 4 chamberlains of imperial insignia. Hee, little brother, are you interested in taking a walk with me? When there was no one around, Yang Zhao suddenly smiled and extended his palm to Wang Chong. If anyone else were here, they would surely be shocked. To think that the cousin of Consort Taizhan would become sworn brothers with the son of Duke Jiao. Hee, big brother, please lead the way. Hearing the change in Yang Zhao's manner of address, Wang Chong immediately understood and followed behind. The two of them walked side by side, one on the left and the other on the right. Big brother, is there anything you need? Wang Chong went straight to the point. Let's talk about it. Yang Zhao purposely put on a hesitant expression, as if he found it hard to speak. To tell you the truth, I have come to the Kunwa training camp with a request. Oh. Wang Chong looked at Wang Chong doubtfully, but he was chuckling inside. Most likely, Yang Zhao didn't know that Big Uncle Wang Jin was already here. Even though Wang Chong didn't pay much attention to the affairs of the royal court, he knew that Big Uncle Wang Jin was right. The matter of Zhangqiu Jinxiong entering the royal court had probably reached a critical juncture. Or rather, this matter seemed to be a little uncertain at the moment. The matter of Zhangqiu Jinxiong entering the great court had probably reached a critical juncture. Or rather, this matter seemed a little uncertain right now. The matter of Zhangqiu Jinxiong entering the royal court had probably reached a critical juncture. Looks like Yang Zhao is even more anxious than Zhangqiu Jinxiong on this matter. Wang Chong thought. I don't know. Second brother doesn't pay much attention to the royal court. The matter of Southern Protector General Zhangqiu Jinxiong entering the royal court has already caused a huge uproar in the royal court. In truth, back when I was in Jianan, Lord Zhangqiu helped me a lot. If not for him, Yang Zhao would have already starved to death on the road to Jianan Pass. This time, Lord Zhangqiu wishes to enter the Bureau of Military Personnel. Yang Zhao thinks that one mustn't forget one's roots. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Lord Zhangqiu once helped me and saved my life. So this time, no matter what, I hope to fulfill this dream of his. Yang Zhao said earnestly. Those who didn't know the truth might really think that Yang Zhao was doing this to repay a debt of gratitude. However, Wang Chong already knew the ins and outs of this matter. Regardless of what Yang Zhao's reason was, there was one thing that was certain. Yang Zhao wanted to insert Zhangqiu Jinxiong into the royal court, so as to pave the way for him to ascend to the throne. Working hard for Zhangqiu Jinxiong was ultimately for himself. Similarly, Consort Taizhan shared the same sentiments behind this matter. It was too lonely in the royal court, especially after experiencing the Consort Taizhan incident and being ostracized by the other officials. The fervor in Consort Taizhan's heart was probably no less than Zhangqiu Jinxiong's. Big brother, what do you wish for me to do? Wang Chong flung his sleeves lightly as he walked down the spine of Kunlun Mountain together with Yang Zhao. Second brother, I know that your big uncle is an influential official in the royal court, and the Wang clan wields great influence in the royal court. I know that this request of mine is a little overboard, but I am indebted to Lord Zhangshou. Can I ask your big uncle too? As Yang Zhao spoke, he found it hard to continue. Of course. Before Yang Zhao could finish his words, Wang Chong suddenly burst into laughter and said resolutely, Yang Zhao was stunned. Why you can? Second brother, you don't even know what I'm talking about. Didn't you want me to ask my big uncle to support Lord Zhangshou Jinxiong in the royal court? Wang Chong said. Yang Zhao stared at Wang Chong in disbelief, completely dumbfounded. It wasn't easy to convince Wang Chong to persuade his big uncle to support Zhangshou Jinxiong. After all, this request was indeed a little overboard. In his heart, Yang Zhao had already made all sorts of preparations. Just that, he didn't expect that none of the methods that Yang Zhao had prepared would be useful. Before he could even finish his words, Wang Chong had already agreed to it. The surprise came so quickly that Yang Zhao was caught off guard. Second brother, are you really going to agree to it? Yang Zhao was still in disbelief, and he couldn't help but feel anxious. Wang Chong nodded. Big Uncle had already told him that Yang Zhao would come to look for him. Since Zhangshou Jinxiong was going to enter the capital sooner or later, it was best for him to agree to it, so that Zhangshou Jinxiong wouldn't owe him a huge debt of gratitude. Since Big Brother has spoken, if there's a need, I can make a trip down a mountain to look for my big uncle personally. Wang Chong said. That's great. Second brother, allow me to thank you on behalf of Lord Zhangshou. Yang Zhao was overjoyed. He knew of Wang Chong's current standing in the Wang clan. On the day Wang Chong was released from prison, even the king of Song went to his residence to welcome him. From this, one could imagine how high Wang Chong's standing was. If Wang Chong were to appear, the chances of this matter succeeding would be much higher. Second brother, if this matter succeeds and Lord Zhangshou becomes the Minister of War, I'll definitely introduce him to you. I'll have him thank you properly. Yang Zhao said happily. He had already contacted quite a few people in the royal court, but it was a pity that none of them dared to step forward. For the time being, he was completely helpless. If the Wang clan and Wang Chong's big uncle were to make a call, given the Wang clan's influence and consort Taizhan's influence, there was a high chance that this matter would succeed. This matter concerned his future. Yang Zhao had no choice but to get acquainted with it. We'll talk about this matter after Lord Zhangshou succeeds. Right, big brother, you came from the south. I would like to ask if you know a Lord Zhang Wentuo? Wang Chong asked casually, but his eyes were staring intently at Yang Zhao. It was clear that he was very concerned about this matter. Jianan Commander-in-Chief Zhang Wentuo? Yang Zhao asked in astonishment. Despite the short name, Wang Chong's heart jolted in shock. Zhang Wentuo. To think that Yang Zhao would really be acquainted with Zhang Wentuo from the south. In a flash, Wang Chong's mind was in turmoil, countless thoughts flitting through it. Second brother, why would you ask this question? Could it be that your Wang clan is acquainted with Zhang Wentuo? Yang Zhao's astonished voice sounded in Wang Chong's ears. Yang Zhao was indeed perplexed. Zhang Wentuo was the commander-in-chief of Jianan. Even though it sounded like a significant position, it was just a title given to him in name. In truth, his authority wasn't too great. In the Tang dynasty, there were at least 100 commanders-in-chief, like Zhang Wentuo. In the Tang dynasty, there were only a handful of people who knew of the name Zhang Wentuo. Yang Zhao was perplexed as to why Wang Chong would be associated with such a person. He had stayed in Jianan before. Even so, he didn't pay much attention to this Jianan commander-in-chief. However, as a scion of the capital, Wang Chong had never stepped out of the borders of the capital. It was truly perplexing that he would know of a mere commander-in-chief by the borders. Wang Chong didn't say a word. He could see Yang Zhao's expression clearly. Wang Chong knew what Wang Chong was thinking. The current Zhang Wentuo was indeed an unknown figure, but Wang Chong knew that his name would resound across the entire Middle Earth in the future, influencing the fate of the entire Tang dynasty. On top of that, The lives of the 180,000 elites of the Tang dynasty would be tied together. This unknown Zhang Wenta would become an existence that no one could ignore in 2 years' time. Chapter 233. Hee. I've only heard of Prefect Zhang's name from my family. Right? I heard that Prefect Zhang is a womanizer? Wang Chong feigned nonchalance. Ha! Brother, where did you hear that from? Hearing Wang Chong's comical words, Yang Zhao couldn't help but burst into laughter. Zhang Wenta is a military general, and I've only seen him from afar once. He's an extremely courageous man. I've never seen him enter a brothel or a brothel before. Many people laugh at him, saying that he's a monk. However, I did hear from Lord Zhangqiu that Prefect Zhang is a henpecked husband. Second younger brother, where did you hear such a ridiculous thing? Henpecked husband? A dark glint flashed across Wang Chong's eyes. Ha, I get it now. Brother, you're not young anymore. You should know how it feels to be a woman now. Don't worry, when you're free, I'll bring you to the brothel in the capital after you leave the Kunwa training camp. Yang Zhao spoke as though he was a seasoned veteran, and Wang Chong felt a headache coming on. This wasn't the reason why he asked about Zhang Wenta. Yang Zhao had clearly misunderstood his intentions. Wang Chong hurriedly interjected to divert Yang Zhao's attention, after which he probed about Jiannan Prefect Zhang Wenta before finding an excuse to send Yang Zhao back. Zhang Wenta is a henpecked husband? What's going on? After Yang Zhao left, Wang Chong sat on a boulder at the foot of the mountain and fell into deep thought. Even before Yang Zhao left, he had taken Wang Chong's final question as a joke. If he knew what he was thinking and why he would ask about Zhang Wenta, Wang Chong dared to bet that Yang Zhao would be dumbfounded. In truth, when that matter broke out in the future, Wang Chong was sure that when Yang Zhao recalled today's conversation, he would definitely be greatly shocked. Wang Chong didn't ask about Zhang Wenta casually. The Battle of Nanzhao. This was the real reason why Wang Chong asked about this matter. In the future, the Great Tang would face an enormous and bitter war in the southeast. In the Great Tang's history of invincibility, this was its first and most grievous defeat. 180,000 elite Tang soldiers, as well as countless officers and officers, lay forever on the battlefield of the Great Tang's southeast, their blood flowing in rivers as they died. This defeat shook the entire Central Plains, and it would affect the fate of the Tang dynasty for decades to come. The Annan Protectorate Manor, which Zhangqiu Jinxiong had guarded for decades, was disbanded, and the 5 great protectorates were reduced to the 4 great protectorates. The southern edge of the empire lost its barrier, and countless civilians were affected. The casualties numbered in the millions. And all of this, if one were to look into it, was because of a man and 2 women. The man was the Jiannan Commander-in-Chief, Zhang Wenta, and the 2 women. Those 2 women weren't ordinary women. They were the beautiful wife and daughter of the king of Mengshi Zhao, Jelifeng. No one witnessed the entire incident, and that was because it was impossible for such a thing to happen. Wang Chong only knew the truth that he was familiar with later on. Zhang Wenta was lustful and lustful by nature. In the vassal state of the Tang dynasty, the wife and daughter of the king of Mengshi Zhao, Jelifeng, found an opportunity to pay a visit to the capital, and they were raped and murdered in the city lord manor. When Jelifeng received the news, he flew into a rage and led an army to attack the Tang dynasty to exact vengeance for his wife and daughter. In the end, Zhang Wenta also died in this war. Zhang Wenta was lustful and humiliated the wife and daughter of the king of Mengshi Zhao, Jelifeng. This led to the war, and 180,000 elite Tang dynasty soldiers were buried in the southeast. Such a heinous crime wasn't to be regretted even if he died. After the Battle of Nanzhao, the anger of the entire nation was focused on Zhang Wenta. There were even people who dug up Zhang Wenta's corpse and whipped it to vent their anger. After that war, Zhang Wenta was condemned by the entire nation. Wang Chong didn't know any Zhang Wenta. Jiannan was simply too far away, and Zhang Wenta was simply too low profile. Even someone like Yang Zhao, who had spent time in Jiannan, didn't know much about Zhang Wenta, let alone others. However, Wang Chong still felt that there was something fishy about the Jiannan incident that led to the Battle of Nanzhao. The reason was simple. Zhang Wentuo had committed suicide. Jelifeng had mobilized his army to attack the city. As the governor of Jiannan, Zhang Wentuo knew that he had committed a grave sin. Thus, he didn't choose to retreat or escape. Instead, he chose to commit suicide to atone for his crimes. This was something that even Jelifeng couldn't deny. No one knew who was in the right and who was in the wrong back then. This was because everything had happened in the city lore manner. If Zhang Wentuo had really abducted Zhou Feng's wife and daughter, then he would definitely conceal such a secretive matter from the public, not letting outsiders know about it. Other than those close to him, it was impossible for anyone else to know about it. This included Zhangqiu Jinxiong, who Yang Zhao said knew him very well. However, in that battle, everyone close to Zhang Wentuo, including himself, had died. As such, the truth would never be known. And all of the truth had come from Zhou Feng's mouth alone. However, Jelifeng wasn't in the city during that incident. How could he, as the emperor of Mengshi Zhao, know about the affairs of the Tang dynasty? No one was able to verify this matter back then. Needless to say, in the future. However, there was one thing that Wang Chong was certain of. It was impossible for a lustful person to commit suicide for his country. He might have been killed by those close to him, or he might have been killed by his enemies during the war, but it was impossible for him to commit suicide. As the saying goes, lust blinds one's mind. Those who would commit such acts would likely choose to retreat or escape, but it was impossible for them to commit suicide. A person who indulged in lust would never have the courage to commit suicide. Furthermore, Yang Zhao had also said that Zhang Wentuo was a henpecked man who didn't like lust, and he would never go to a brothel. On this point, Wang Chong trusted him completely. However, Jelifeng's wife and daughter had indeed died in Jiannan, and this was something that couldn't be denied. Zhou Feng was the leader of a generation. Although he was also extremely ambitious, he wouldn't joke about being cuckolded. The entire Jiannan incident was shrouded in mystery, and there were too many inconsistencies and contradictions in it. In his previous life, this was destined to be a mystery that no one could unravel. But in this life, no matter what, Wang Chong was determined to unravel this mystery. This was because Wang Chong knew that Zhang Wentuo's life wasn't at stake alone, but the lives of millions of soldiers and civilians of the Tang dynasty, as well as every single person living in the Central Plains. If Zhangqiu Jinxiong were to become the ruler of the Central Plains, it would only be a matter of time before he enters the capital. As the Jiannan commander-in-chief, Zhang Wentuo would have to enter the capital once every 3 years to report on his duties. This year's transfer of the Southern Protector General is a huge matter. Even if it wasn't the 3-year deadline, Zhang Wentuo would still have to enter the capital once to be questioned by the Holy Emperor and the royal court. When Zhang Wentuo enters the capital, at that time, whether it is true or false, whether Zhang Wentuo is truly loyal to the emperor and his country and has suffered injustice, or whether he is a man with two faces, a man who appears to be loyal and treacherous, a treacherous hero with great forbearance. At that time we will know. Wang Chong raised his head to look at the clouds in the sky, and many thoughts were running through his mind. Zhang Wentuo was a commander-in-chief of the Tang dynasty, and not everyone would have the opportunity to come into contact with him. However, Wang Chong and the Wang clan would definitely have the opportunity to do so. Zhang Wentuo's arrival in the capital will take at least 2 months. There's no need to rush into this matter. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Chong left the foot of the mountain. Right now, he had another important matter to attend to. Gongzi, at the foot of the mountain, in a low-lying area filled with lush trees, Wang Chong saw Zhuang Zhengping and Qi Siwei. When the two of them saw Wang Chong, they could vaguely sense the sword Qi in his body, and a sliver of fear flashed through their eyes. Zhuang Zhengping, Qi Siwei, have you brought the experts from your clans? Wang Chong said. They have long been here. The two of them nodded. They had rushed over upon receiving Wang Chong's message. Upon hearing that Wang Chong wanted to mobilize the experts from the Zhuang and Qi clans, how could they dare to delay? Yi! 2 sharp cries sounded, and in an instant, the earth trembled and dust billowed. The sound of galloping horses could be heard from the forest in the distance. Wherever the galloping horses passed, the trees would creak loudly. It was as though a massive beast was charging out of the forest. Neigh! A long neigh could be heard, and in the blink of an eye, a monstrous and huge horse could be seen leaping out of the forest. The huge war horse galloped over 10 zhang away, flying high above everyone's heads. At that moment, Wang Chong could clearly see a tall and muscular heavy armored knight on the back of the horse. His eyes were filled with disdain, and his aura was astonishing. That fluttering cape seemed to cover the entire sky. Bang! The war horse landed on all fours, and with a turn, it landed behind Wang Chong and the others. Beneath the war horse, a brilliant light burst forth. In an instant, a dazzling blue halo of thorns rippled out from the war horse's hooves and spread out in all directions. Young Master, the heavy armored knight from the Zhuang clan, sat on top of the horse, looking straight ahead. His entire body was emitting a heavy aura that was as heavy as steel. Although Wang Chong didn't know his background, he could feel a strong sense of threat from him. Without a doubt, this person was very powerful. The Zhuang clan's iron cavalry is indeed worthy of its name. Wang Chong looked at the heavy armored knight with a strange look in his eyes. The number of iron cavalry in the Zhuang clan was limited. When he became the commander of the Zhuang clan, most of the iron cavalry in the Zhuang clan had died on the battlefield. Therefore, Wang Chong didn't have the chance to meet the famous iron cavalry of the Zhuang clan. This was the first time he saw the famous iron cavalry of the Zhuang clan. The war horse of the Zhuang clan was especially strong and tall. It was a head taller than ordinary war horses. Moreover, its bones and muscles were especially strong and powerful. The most obvious ones were its forelimbs and neck. The muscles were bulging, and they were full of power. Chapter 234. Chapter 335. Good Steeds. Wang Chong was overjoyed. As a cavalryman, half of their strength came from their steeds. As a former Grand Marshal of the Central Plains, Wang Chong was quite fond of these steel steeds. Steeds, armor, and knights all require special training. The Zhuang clan has undoubtedly formed a system. These steel steeds are extremely important to the clan. No wonder the Zhuang clan has such strict restrictions on them. Wang Chong thought to himself, "Kacha kacha." Just as he was deep in thought, a series of crisp, snapping sounds came from the forest. Amidst the snapping sounds, one tree after another fell to the ground. One could vaguely make out the sound of a sharp object chopping something. In the forest, no matter how thick or thin the trees were, there was nothing that could stop a sharp object from chopping down. Boom, boom, boom. A moment later, 3 huge trees were chopped down in front of everyone. The huge tree trunks fell in 3 different directions. Behind the trees, 2 burly men with bulky limbs walked out of the forest calmly. They looked like glaring Vajras, and they were fully armored. Their gazes were sharp, and their footsteps were uniform. But the most eye-catching of all were the huge axes in their hands. The imposing aura they exuded made it seem as if they could even split a mountain in half. The Qi clan's steel guards. Even without Qi Weixi's introduction, Wang Chong already knew the identity of these axe-wielding men. The axes of the Qi clan were exquisitely made. Not only was the surface as smooth as a mirror, there was also a blood-red coiling dragon on each side. The Qi clan's axes were more than 3 Qi long, and anyone who laid eyes on them would shudder in fear. If the Qi clan steel guard were placed on the battlefield, they would be able to split men and horses into 2. In an intense battlefield, these people were the best weapons to break through head-on. There was almost nothing that could stop those terrifying axes. "Young Master," the 2 of them murmured to each other and nodded slightly as a form of greeting. Be it the Zhuang clan or the Qi clan, these steel steeds and steel guard were strategic forces with special identities. This is young Master Wang Chong, a descendant of Duke Jiao. For the next few days, they will follow young Master and do their best to assist him. Zhuang Zhengping and Qi Weici ordered their cavalry and guards. "Yes, young Master." Hearing the name Duke Jiao, the Zhuang family's cavalrymen and the Tuqi family's steel guards immediately showed respect in their eyes. In the Tang dynasty, Duke Jiao was highly respected. This was not only in the court but also in the army. If this person was of Duke Jiao's bloodline, then his identity could be deduced. Thinking of this, the few of them became even more respectful. Young master, are these people enough? Do you want us to transfer more people over? Yes, although it's very difficult to mobilize the power of the family. However, if it's young Master Wang, I believe that the clan will agree to it. Zhuang Zhengping and Qi Weisi said. When they entered the Kunwa training camp this time, the two of them had received orders to befriend Wang Chong of the Wang family, no matter what. The family would go all out for any need. There's no need. These people are enough. Wang Chong waved his hands, rejecting their kind intentions. What he was going to do next wasn't to fight head-on the battlefield. Furthermore, this wasn't something that could be resolved with just a direct confrontation. The three of them were more than enough. Come out. After Zhuang Zhengping and Qi Weisi left, Wang Chong suddenly stopped in the forest. Clang! In an instant, sabers and axes vibrated and battle armor buzzed. The Tuqi family's steel guards and Zhuang family's cavalrymen gathered their strength as they surveyed their surroundings warily. Yet, the surroundings were completely silent. Other than the whistling of the wind, there was nothing else. Young master. The three of them turned around and looked at Wang Chong in astonishment. They were all true martial realm experts, but they didn't notice anything at all. They had no idea how an origin energy realm cultivator like Wang Chong managed to notice anything. Wang Chong smiled faintly as he surveyed the surroundings, not bothering to explain anything. So, without the slightest sign, at a place very close to the crowd, with a swoosh, a petite black shadow suddenly appeared. She leaped from the branches of a camphor tree and suddenly swept over the top of the crowd's head, leaving behind countless afterimages. Her speed was inconceivable. Be careful. Enemy attack. The three of them exclaimed in shock. Chi! The air split apart as two massive axes cleaved down at the black figure above them with lightning speed. At the same time, the cavalrymen on horseback were also startled. The steel spears in their hands trembled, and like an enraged dragon, they stabbed at the black figure above them. Clang! That petite black shadow lightly tapped the ground with the tip of her foot. In midair, she lightly tapped the surface of the axes of the Tuqi family iron guards, as if she was flipping over the ground. At the same time, the sword at her waist flicked lightly, striking the tip of the Zhuang family steel guard spear. Borrowing the momentum, she somersaulted in the air and landed lightly on the ground on the other side. This miraculous scene left the three of them dumbfounded. They had never met such a formidable opponent before. Her entire body was light as a feather, as though she wasn't affected by any force at all. Kill her. The faces of the trio froze, and killing intent surged in their hearts. The war steeds neighed loudly, and the spear lord roared loudly. Just as they were about to strike the black figure down from their steeds, stop! In an instant, a voice sounded from behind. Mayase Mayaka, come over here. On the ground, the petite black figure slowly stood up and casually sheathed the two long swords in her hands back to her waist. So Gongzi is acquainted with her. The Zhuang family steel guards and Qi family steel guards swiftly retracted their weapons and retreated. However, a tinge of fear still surfaced in their hearts. Even though the black-clothed assassin was a lady, her strength was astounding. Even with the combined strength of the three of them, they were still unable to deal with her. How is it? Did anything go wrong? Wang Chong looked at Mayase Ayaka and said, it had been almost 2 months since they last met, and Mayase Ayaka's strength had grown much stronger than before. Her movements had also become much more relaxed. No. Knowing what Wang Chong was asking, Mayase Ayaka shook her head. Those who entered the fleet didn't pose any problems. Occasionally, there were a few fellows with ulterior motives, but I dealt with them personally. Mayase Ayaka didn't remove the black cloth covering her face, revealing only her eyes. Mayase Ayaka didn't like to reveal her identity in the presence of outsiders. Gongzi, is this your new subordinate? Mayasame Ayaka glanced at them and asked. How is it? Wang Chong smiled. Not bad, just that her body is a little too clumsy. With her strength, it's impossible for her to protect Gongzi. Mayasame Ayaka replied calmly. Bastard, what are you talking about? The trio flew into a rage. I'm just speaking the truth. Mayasame Ayaka harumphed coldly. Ignoring the trio, she walked over to Wang Chong's side. Her arrogance made the trio glare at her angrily. Wang Chong chuckled inside. It was likely that Mayasame Ayaka was displeased that he had invited these three men over after she left, so she intentionally said those words. All right, they're all brave warriors on the battlefield. The battlefield is about strength and might, and it's completely different from the nimble, agile, and swift style of you assassins. Wang Chong smiled. The style of the battlefield was completely different from a life-and-death duel between martial artists. If the steel cavalry of the Zhuang clan and the steel guards of the Qi clan were to be placed on the battlefield, they would be able to slaughter countless enemies. But against assassins, they would be unable to exert any strength at all. Of course, on the other hand, on a battlefield of tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of people, there wasn't much room for maneuver. As such, assassins wouldn't necessarily be much stronger than warriors. After hearing Wang Chong's words, the trio's complexion improved significantly. Gongzi, where are we going now? Mayasame Ayaka asked. She had been back for quite some time now, but she hadn't seen Wang Chong leave the mountain. His sudden departure meant that he had something up his sleeves. Hee, you know once you follow me. With a flick of his sleeve, Wang Chong began to walk forward. At the west of the city, near the falling jade pavilion, there was a majestic gambling den that stood amidst a cluster of buildings. On the arched golden roof stood a golden, three-legged golden crow instead of a common dragon species in the Middle-earth. Other than that, this gambling den didn't look any different from the other gambling dens in the Central Plains. In fact, beneath the roof were rows of red lanterns. Golden Sky Gambling Den. Wang Chong was seated on the railing of the second floor of a tavern opposite the gambling den. Sipping on green wine, he surveyed the gambling den with interest. The three-legged crow was a symbol of faith and worship for the Gogurians, and it wasn't a secret to Wang Chong. However, there weren't many people in the Central Plains who knew about it. After all, Goguryeo was situated in the northeast, a long distance away. On top of that, the Gogurian Empire had a strict customs policy, so there weren't many people in the Central Plains who knew about it. The west of the city was the territory of the Gogurians. Most of the places where the three-legged crow was hung, or where the carvings of the three-legged crow could be seen, were Gogurians' territories. In fact, even the tavern that Wang Chong was in at the moment was likely the property of the Gogurians. Seated on the railing, Wang Chong narrowed his eyes as many thoughts flashed through his mind. The Gogurian Empire had a strict customs policy, forbidding outsiders from entering, especially those from the Central Plains Tang dynasty. Thus, it wasn't easy to infiltrate their country. However, the Central Plains Tang dynasty was completely different from them. Regardless of which power they were at war with, the Tang dynasty never forbade the entry of other countries. It was a completely tolerant attitude, accommodating those from other countries. All merchants were protected under the Tang dynasty. In fact, even the Chamberlain of Dependencies had set up a law specifically to protect these merchants who came to trade. Even though Wang Chong was dissatisfied with many of the actions of the Chamberlain of Dependencies, he had to admit that the Tang dynasty's open and tolerant attitude had benefited him greatly. It was clear that the Great Tang's current prosperity was inextricably linked to this open and tolerant attitude toward trade. This was also the reason why the Gogurians were able to survive in the capital of the Tang dynasty despite the tense relationship between the Gogurian Empire and the Tang dynasty. The Gogurians even opened gambling dens, taverns, tea houses, horse stalls, and so on, and the Tang dynasty never forbade them from doing so. It wasn't that the Tang dynasty was so heartless. The Bureau of Military Personnel and Bureau of Punishments had worked together to investigate them, and they even had a team specially assigned to monitor these Gogurians day and night. But the final result was that there was nothing wrong with these Gogurians. They were all pure merchants. This surveillance lasted for more than a decade, and eventually, even the Bureau of Military Personnel and Bureau of Punishments gave up on it. Chapter 235. Have you made the necessary arrangements? Wang Chong tapped on the railing lightly with his index and middle finger, producing a crisp sound. Everything is ready. Mayasame Ayaka replied calmly. She stood behind Wang Chong with her head held high and her hands behind her back, not moving in the slightest. In such a short period of time, she had already changed her attire. She was wearing a black bamboo hat with a thin veil hanging down around it. As the veil shook slightly, it completely covered her face, making it blurry and indistinct. However, her eyes were still as cold as ever. Even through the veil, one could still feel a chill seeping into their bones. Mayasame Ayaka's disposition as an assassin was deeply ingrained in her bones. Regardless of what she wore, it was impossible to conceal it. Very well. Tell them to pay attention to the person with a white halo around him later on. We only have an instant, so make sure to keep a close eye on him. Also, you just have to watch carefully. No one is to make a move. Wang Chong said impassively. As he spoke, he stretched out his arm and passed the wine cup in his hand over. It was indeed a little early for a 15-year-old to be drinking, but he could still learn to interact with it. Not to mention, there was another soul hidden in his body. But Gongzi, is this really fine? This is the territory of the Gogurians. Furthermore, when we were discussing this matter, we were in the abode of the Gogurians. Mayasame Ayaka squatted down slightly and took the cup from Wang Chong's hands naturally before placing on the table by the side. The women of Yingzhou were surprisingly docile in this aspect. Even though Mayasame Ayaka had become an assassin, she was still able to maintain her composure. Of course, this was only applied to those who were stronger than her. The Gogurians are vicious, and there are many of them. If we were to anger them, we might not be able to leave this place. Mayasame Ayaka glanced at Wang Chong with deep worry in her eyes. Ordinary people knew nothing about the Gogurians, so they were able to remain calm here. But to those who knew the ins and outs of the Gogurians, standing in this place was like a dagger to their backs. This was the feeling that Mayasame Ayaka was experiencing at the moment. She had crossed hands with the Gogurians before, and they were fearsome people. When they fought, they were even more ferocious than assassins like them. Mayasame Ayaka couldn't help but worry that Wang Chong intended to deal with them in the territory of the Gogurians. Who said that this is the territory of the Gogurians? This is still the territory of the Central Plains, so when did the Gogurians have the right to call the shots here? Wang Chong stretched out a hand and leaned on the railing. He looked at the dense crowd outside and sneered. The Central Plains was still around, and the Tang Dynasty was still around. The calamity hadn't arrived yet, and the Central Plains wasn't so weak that it had to bow down to the Gogurians. When did the Gogurians become the ones making the decisions here? In the past, they didn't make a move on the Gogurians because the Gogurians were well-behaved and didn't do anything too outrageous. However, since they were restless and wanted to make a move on the Tang Dynasty, everything was different. At this point, Wang Chong gazed out of the railing, and his eyes turned colder and colder. Not even Wang Chong himself had sensed that as he spoke, his body was exuding a chilling and domineering aura. The 3 cavalrymen from the Zhuang clan and the Qi clan guards were taken aback. Even Mayasame Ayaka was dumbfounded. This Wang Chong exuded an intimidating aura that instilled fear in others. It was completely different from their impression of him. But even so, we don't have any evidence. We don't have any evidence to prove that the Gogurians are related to the people here. If we are careless and leave behind some evidence, the Chamberlain of Dependencies might turn against Gongzi. Mayasame Ayaka said worriedly. She knew what Wang Chong was up to. To be assaulted by the Gogurians on his first day in the camp and nearly die on White Tiger Peak, anyone would be infuriated. However, the Gogurians in the West were different from others. Even though they were known to be loan sharks and teach those who didn't pay their debts a lesson, other than that, they didn't do anything out of line. Otherwise, the Tang dynasty wouldn't have tolerated them. Hehe evidence? Of course I will. Wang Chong sneered coldly as a cold glint flashed across his eyes. It seemed like the fact that the Goguryans in the west of the city were law-abiding citizens had spread far and wide. Even an assassin like Myasame Ayaka knew that there was nothing wrong with the Goguryans. However, Wang Chong had a completely different view of the matter. King Sojurim and his group of Goguryan assassins were infamous in Great Tang, and everyone knew of them, even though many people claimed that they had nothing to do with the Goguryans in the west. But how could Wang Chong possibly believe them? Birds of a feather flocked together. It was impossible for a person to leave their source. How could it be possible for King Sojurim and his group of Goguryan assassins to have nothing to do with the Goguryans here? With so many Goguryans here, this was the best hiding place for King Sojurim and his group of Goguryans. Other than here, King Sojurim and his group of assassins wouldn't be able to do as they pleased anywhere else. Even though the Bureau of Military Personnel and Bureau of Punishments had been monitoring them for decades, they didn't manage to find anything. But in Wang Chong's view, they had missed out on an important corner: the densely packed customers who frequented the taverns and gambling dens, who said that Goguryans could only work in Goguryan restaurants, gambling dens, and shops as Goguryans. Why couldn't Goguryans pretend to be Han? As long as one could master the language of the Central Plains, there would be no difference between a Goguryan and a Han. Wang Chong had thought it through before. The Bureau of Military Personnel and Bureau of Punishments weren't useless people. The only reason why they hadn't found anything in the past decades was that they had been heading in the wrong direction from the start. The person they were looking for wasn't in the taverns or taverns. Rather, it was somewhere else. Make the arrangements and have them carry it out immediately. Recovering from his daze, Wang Chong waved his hands. Yes, Gongzi. After a moment of hesitation, Myasame Ayaka nodded. Outside the railing, a huge crowd could be seen. Standing in the tavern, Wang Chong and Myasame Ayaka didn't attract anyone's attention. In such a luxurious place, there were simply too many signs like Wang Chong. Time slowly ticked by, and around half a tea's time later, Wang Chong finally stood up. Amidst the bewildered gazes of the crowd, he slowly walked to the railing. Whether these Goguryans are innocent or not, we'll know soon enough. Wang Chong's gaze swept past the railing and landed on the huge crowd outside. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. Pung! Without any warning, Wang Chong raised his right leg and stomped lightly on the ground. Pung! In the next instant, an invisible ripple spread out in all directions with Wang Chong at the center. In the most prosperous area of the Goguryan-controlled territory in the west of the city, Wang Chong released his bane of the battlefield halo. The royal court had never been able to differentiate between real Goguryan merchants and Goguryan assassins. But Wang Chong was different. The bane of the battlefield halo was the best way to identify such Goguryans. Wang. The crowd outside the railing was silent, and there didn't seem to be any changes. Looking outside, Wang Chong's eyebrows shot up. Did I guess wrongly? Just when Wang Chong thought that his bane of the battlefield halo was ineffective, a sudden change occurred. In Wang Chong's sight, a white ripple suddenly appeared amidst the crowd, enveloping a plump man who seemed to be a wealthy merchant of the Central Plains. Then, a second, a third, 11, 12, 13, 30, 40, 50. In just a short period of time, several hundred ripples of light appeared amidst the crowd in Golden Sky, Gambling, Denwang. In just an instant, the white ripples vanished without a trace. It was so fast that one thought it was just an illusion. On the second floor of the tavern, Myasame Ayaka and the Zhuang clan's cavalrymen and the Qi clan's guards had already noticed them. Even Wang Chong himself was so stunned that he couldn't speak. The surroundings were deathly silent. To think that there would be so many of them. The phenomenon caused by the bane of the battlefield only lasted for a short instant before vanishing. However, Wang Chong's heart was in turmoil. In Wang Chong's initial plan, the bane of the battlefield halo was to identify the few Goguryans in the crowd. But the outcome far exceeded Wang Chong's expectations. There were actually several hundred Orthodox Gogrian warriors in the vicinity of a golden sky gambling Denver. This number far exceeded Wang Chong's expectations. Furthermore, at the very last moment, Wang Chong clearly saw that the Gogrian warriors were dressed in Han attire. Regardless of how they moved, it was impossible to discern them at all. Wang Chong's conjecture had been verified. "Did you see it clearly?" Wang Chong asked. Behind him, it was quiet. Everyone was stunned by the scene just now. Gongzi, you've really guessed it. Mayasame Ayaka took in a deep breath. Deep astonishment could be heard in her voice. She had no idea how those white ripples appeared. But after hearing Wang Chong's warning, no matter how slow Mayasame Ayaka's reaction was, she could easily guess that those caught in the white ripples were the real targets. But wasn't this number a little too much? Lord, these Gogirians, shut up. Stop talking. Behind her, the Zhuang clan cavalrymen and Qi clan guards were shocked as well. But before they could finish their words, Mayasame Ayaka had already interrupted them. This place was too sensitive, and it wasn't a good place to talk about the Gogirians. It would have been fine if she didn't know, but now that she did, the atmosphere in this place immediately changed. Even Mayasame Ayaka couldn't help but reveal a fearful expression. Don't bother too much about it. You should have seen the situation clearly, right? Let's settle the bill and leave. In contrast to Mayasame Ayaka's wariness, Wang Chong smiled calmly. Flinging his sleeves, he pushed aside the chair by the side and left the tavern. Chapter 236. Deep into the night, the capital fell silent. In the absence of his little sister, Wang Chong sat cross-legged in the study, breathing in and out. Strand after strand of origin energy immediately gathered and flowed into Wang Chong's body. Pung! After an unknown period of time, Wang Chong's body suddenly jolted, as if something had opened up. Wang Chong's aura abruptly changed, as if he had grown stronger. Qi! Intrigued, Wang Chong opened his eyes and raised his finger. Qi! In the next instant, a piercing cold gleam shot out from the tip of his finger. This cold gleam was only half a qi long, but it exuded an incomparably sharp aura. Opening the Guanyuan acupoint can indeed allow one to release sword qi and sword qi a massacre. Wang Chong thought as he stared at the sword qi at the tip of his finger. Cultivators below Origin Energy Tier 9 were unable to release their inner qi. However, this wasn't absolute. Wang Chong knew of a small trick. By opening a hidden Guanyuan acupoint, he would be able to release his inner qi and origin energy. However, there was a flaw in this method. Only the few meridians near the Guanyuan acupoint could release origin energy. At this moment, Wang Chong could only release sword qi through his index and middle fingers. This referred to sword qi. Sometimes, it could display unexpected effects. SSSS. Suddenly, faint footsteps sounded from outside. They were as light as a cat's, and if one didn't pay attention, it would be impossible to tell them apart. Mayasame, come in. Wang Chong retracted his finger, dispelled the sword qi at the tip of his finger, and turned his gaze to the door. Jia. The door was pushed open, and a masked figure dressed in black walked in. It was Mayasame Ayaka. Gongzi, I found their residence. Mayasame Ayaka dived straight into the topic after entering the room. Wang Chong's shoulders trembled slightly, and he abruptly raised his head to look at Mayasame Ayaka. To the southeast of the capital, near the edge of the city walls, a solitary courtyard quietly stood amidst the lush forest. In the capital, foreign merchants would often purchase real estate here, and this sort of isolated single-door courtyard was extremely common in the capital. Is this the place you've been investigating? In the darkness, Wang Chong said while hiding in the crown of camphor tree. From his corner, he could see a few lights in the courtyard. He could vaguely see the silhouettes of people coming and going, but it seemed that there weren't many of them. However, he could still see that the people in the courtyard were very vigilant. There were many open and hidden sentries. Wang Chong couldn't be more familiar with this. The first thing a scout in the army had to do when investigating a military situation was to eliminate the enemy's open and hidden sentries. And when we followed those people, this was the first stronghold we found. Mayasame Ayaka said, Only her eyes were exposed, and the rest of her face was covered by a veil, making it impossible to see her expression. This place doesn't look like a hideout. Where are the others? Wang Cheng turned around and asked with a slight frown. There's no news yet. It's difficult to follow those people. Furthermore, most of them haven't left yet. Mayasame Ayaka lowered her voice and said with a troubled expression, following those Gogurians was far more difficult than she had imagined. Those who dared to disguise themselves as Han were all formidable experts. They were extremely familiar with the Tang dynasty. Furthermore, after so many years, they had already formed a complete system. The Gogurians opened casinos, taverns in the west of the city, and the Gogurian assassins, or rather soldiers, disguised themselves as wealthy merchants, bodyguards, and travelers of the Central Plains to stay in the taverns. When Mayasame Ayaka noticed this, she was astonished. The craftiness of the Gogurians was far greater than she had imagined. Everyone only paid attention to the casinos, restaurants, and inns, as well as the Gogurians working in them. How many people would notice the Han customers and travelers staying in the lodgings of the inn? Without a doubt, the Gogurians had made use of this loophole in their thinking. Upon understanding this point, Mayasame Ayaka finally understood why the royal court of the Tang dynasty was unable to find anything wrong with them. Turning her gaze to Wang Cheng, Mayasame Ayaka was even more astonished. It was as if Wang Cheng had known this answer from the start. Recalling the matter regarding the specter steps, Mayasame Ayaka felt even more uneasy about it. If not for Wang Cheng's age, she would have worshipped him as a god. Have you checked the interior? Wang Cheng asked. There are roughly 30 people inside. The others are fine, but there's a particularly formidable expert in there. I dare not approach him. Mayasame Ayaka said with fear in her eyes. More than 30 people? Wang Cheng frowned in contemplation. So, in the next instant, Wang Cheng slid down the tree and disappeared without a trace. Gongzi, before Mayasame Ayaka could react, she realized that Wang Cheng was nowhere to be seen. Gritting her teeth, Mayasame Ayaka slid down the tree and hurriedly chased after him. Wang Cheng glanced around the perimeter of the courtyard, then carefully avoided the open and hidden sentries circling around them. Qilu, Wang Cheng climbed up the tree like a civet cat, climbed up the wall, and with a flip, he easily entered the courtyard. His movements were so agile that even Mayasame Ayaka was astonished. I'm here. Wang Cheng landed lightly on the ground. There are 2 at the corridor, 2 in the bushes, 2 on the tree, and 3 in the open. There are a total of 8 patrolling guards. The courtyard was much larger than it appeared from the outside, and there were 8 Gogurian warriors patrolling the area, surveying the surroundings warily. However, due to the size of the courtyard, it wasn't too difficult for Wang Cheng to sneak in. Gongzi, a gust of wind blew, and a familiar voice carrying a faint aroma sounded from behind. Mayasame Ayaka followed behind and crouched in the bushes beside Wang Cheng. Gongzi, it's too dangerous here. I suggest that you leave immediately. Mayasame Ayaka said worriedly. She was an assassin, and she possessed the specter steps, so it was easy for her to get around them. However, Wang Cheng wasn't one of them. There were many Gogurian experts here, and even if she didn't dare to make a move recklessly, needless to say, Wang Cheng, if he were to be discovered and surrounded, he would be doomed. Don't worry, it's very safe here. Wang Cheng faintly smiled. It was true that these people were wary, but Mayasame Ayaka had underestimated his capabilities. If not for the fact that he had a weakness, Wang Cheng wouldn't have dared to barge in alone. So, Wang Cheng scanned the surroundings, and before Mayasame Ayaka could react, Wang Cheng had already gone around the periphery and sneaked in. Unlike Mayasame Ayaka, Wang Cheng's speed wasn't too fast. He made use of the shadows, the bushes, the blind spots of the Gogurian sentries, and the time difference to sneak in. Watching from behind, Mayasame Ayaka couldn't react for a long time. Roughly 7 to 8 breaths later, Wang Cheng successfully snuck into the depths of the courtyard and hid behind a fallen fake mountain. The Gogurians clearly didn't understand the art of fake mountains in the Central Plains. As such, The fake mountains in the courtyard were in the way, so they were pushed down directly. This made things easier for Wang Chong. Wang Chong's sharp gaze swept across the courtyard. Even though it looked ordinary, Wang Chong noticed many obscure symbols in the courtyard. On the pillar of the corridor, there was the image of a red flame, and on the paper window, there was the silhouette of a red boy. And on the door of the opposite room, Wang Chong saw the symbol of an arrow, cluster, and quiver. This is a temporary base of the Gogurians, and its level isn't high. The person stationed here shouldn't be above true martial tier 5. Wang Chong thought. He had come into contact with the Gogurians and captured a few assassins before, so he knew some of their customs. The flame represented the sun, and it was usually imprinted on the corridor. This way, it wouldn't raise any suspicions. On the other hand, the red boy on the paper window represented the three-legged crow. The Gogurians believed that the three-legged crow could be transformed into a red boy. As the three-legged crow was too conspicuous in the Central Plains, and it would be weird if someone noticed it. Thus, it was much better to change it to a red boy. Other than that, the arrow, cluster, and quiver on the door represented the level of the base. The more arrows in the quiver, the higher the level. But no matter how high the level was, it wouldn't exceed 9 arrows. Other than that, the arrow cluster also represented another meaning. There was a master archer here, or more accurately, the Gogurians' condor shooters. The Gogurians' condor shooters were even more formidable than the master archers of the Turks. Any Gogurian gathering point or base with a condor slayer was equivalent to having a mobile fort. No matter how many people there were in the encirclement, with 40 to 50 arrows per arrow, they would surely suffer heavy casualties. At this point, Wang Chong couldn't help but rejoice. Mayasame Ayaka didn't understand the meaning behind these words. It was fortunate that he had made a trip here to take a look. Otherwise, if he were to call for reinforcements to surround the base without any preparation, he would surely suffer heavy casualties. In the end, he might even allow them to escape. These Gogurians sure are fearless. To think that they would even send their condor shooters here. They're treating this place as their own military base. Wang Chong was infuriated. In the Central Plains, be it Uzun, Mengshi Zhao, Abbasid Caliphate, Karak-Spazinu, or the Turks, they all had their own spies. But the Gogurians were the most thorough of them all. The Gogurian warriors were scattered all over the Central Plains like a spider web, and they had already formed a massive power within the framework of the Tang dynasty. These Gogurian warriors weren't a group of vagrants. Rather, they had received direct support from the Gogurian Empire. Even an esteemed existence like the Condor shooters was sent to the Central Plains. From this, it was clear how deeply the Gogurians had infiltrated the Central Plains. Looks like I have to find a way to eradicate them. Wang Chong thought.